welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. I forgot to load in the payware scenery, so this is the default. And I gotta tell you, the default isn't all that bad. So, welcome to Princess Juliana Airport. We're going to Salt Lake, and it's flying time. I thought I attached the jetway. Okay, Leviosa time. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Super duper happy Saturday. Thanks for coming in. And I think we just got a raid from the Moose Lodge. Mustafa was doing some truck driving today. Welcome on in. Thank you for the really nice raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're just getting ready to take off for Cross the Land. We've got our our A350 all ready to go. We tested it out from yesterday's big update, and it seems to be working just fine. So all of that's going. So A380, is it available? You would love to fly that one. There is an A380. There is an A380. It's from Fly-by-Wire. I think Fly-by-Wire has one. Driven was over on the Moose, over at the Moose Lodge today. I heard there was free moose bread for everybody. So welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. Let's hop on in. We got to get going here. I've already got my airplane up and ready to go here. So just getting ready to start doing the final things. Power's up and all. We do have, this is one of those flight sim events that you have to take off on time. So you got to be ready to do that. Delta 1959, there's JSG Droid. Thank you for flying along today. So JSG Droid is going, and I clicked it. Nothing happens. I'll figure it out. Let's see. Loviz is flying along too. Thank you for coming in today. And we got to do the spy hat in just a few minutes. We're gonna have over 5 hours. What's wrong with my departure airport? MKJS. I am at the absolute wrong place. I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute idiot. I am at Princess Juliana Airport. We're supposed to be at... Oh, I knew something was going wrong today. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to drop back and punt a little bit here. I don't know why it is that I thought that. Okay, let's get some spy jams going here. And let's see here. Yep. I was totally... I was wondering why there was nobody here. A very big nuisance here. Okay, so did I totally screw up my flight plan too? Is it TNCS? What did I get? MK. Okay, I did get the right flight plan. And now all of a sudden this thing is the flight sim's jammed. Oh, there we are. That's going. Come on, can I escape out of this? All right, ready to fly. And Shift C. And let's come on here and escape out of here. Main menu. Main menu. UK pilot might depart out of Montego Bay and go to Vegas. That's a good flight. Okay, let's come on in here. I knew something was wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it today. I just couldn't. And so like, oh yeah, can't wait to... I was all set and ready to go over to Juliana's, to our favorite little bar and everything too. So, Driven, I am sorry. I will get to your hydrate in a minute. We have a 5-hour flight today, and I have to depart on time. So, we will get to those in a little bit. But if I don't get this going, if you have a late departure, then that just adds, half an hour to an hour to your flight time because you're expected to depart on time. And I've already screwed it up. No more. I had two. I refunded everybody's requests and stuff, okay? Hey, look who's back. It's Mattis, the Real TV. Also known as Scandinavian Flight 59. Been flying with us for such a long time. welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming in. Mattis has moved from the world of simulated flying to real flying. So that's one of the really cool stories here. Pixel planes to real planes. But welcome on in, Mattis. Thank you for a nice resub. 88 months. I only had 2, and they were last night. It wasn't that much Guinness. Okay, so yeah, I did. I actually refunded everything as far as spy hats and stretches and posture checks, because we've got to get this flight going. Okay. Mattis is going to Brazil today to see the New World Update. It does look pretty good. Have you taken your really big airplane into Santos Dumont at Rio de Janeiro yet? There's just some good payware scenery for that too, but that's the nice challenging flight. Pretty easy to get out of Sangster. You parked right by 007 on the ramp. That's pretty good. Wheelchair Gamer is flying Atlanta today in the 777F. Wonder how long it's going to be before we start to get those coming on in here. Oh, yeah, getting out of this one's easy. We just have to move like we got a purpose here. Okay, it's only 5 minutes after. Departure time's 35. I can spin this around in 20 minutes. New Zealand, welcome back to chat. Thank you for coming in today. Good to see you. Very fast taxi, under 5 minutes. Campo is here. Welcome on in. When do you fly the real world update? Okay, sim objects are loading quickly. Fortunately, this thing takes about a third of the time to load as the old flight simulator. That's really good. I can't believe I went to the wrong airport. I'm not kidding, I only had 2 Guinnesses yesterday. Wheelchair Gamer's gonna do some lurking. Happy lurking. Mattis did Santos Dumont. Oh, okay, so you're going to SPSB. The Reverse Rio Air Bridge. A great time. We actually flew out of there yesterday in the, flew out of there yesterday in the Fokker F28. That airplane still is a handful. Our departure today is Montego Bay, not Princess Juliana Airport, and we're going to Salt Lake City. Hi, Monocular Bot. You got the F-28. You managed to flight, though you found arm altitude capture in the middle of 3 buttons. Yep. Yeah, there is very little that is intuitive about those older airplanes, isn't it? I didn't go to Stansted or Luton. Did I go to the wrong airport? I'm afraid I did. That's why we're restarting. That's why we're restarting MKJS Sangster Airport. This is a little bit embarrassing. And it also explains why nobody's at Juliana today. Okay, here we are. There's the Dominican Republic. And here's MKJS. You know, I even tested it out yesterday. Just to make sure that the airport worked. Hey, there's other airplanes here. Okay, MKJS. Yeah, we're going Jamaica. And we're going to Montego Bay. And we're departing off of runway 007. British Teabag is back in chat. You tried the F-28, VOR to VOR. You did a big circle. Whereas I thought you were traveling nicely along the flight plan and you gave up and you needed a nap. That airplane requires an extra level of concentration. No, I have plenty of caffeine today. I don't know. Hey, before this went gray, it was blonde, so I have an excuse. Okay, there we go. Everything's looking good here. And I usually like to let the airplane just circle around a little bit, a couple of circles, before we go and click it in. And then we can come over here. There's our airplane. and then let it just sit there a little bit longer. Get in the plane and start VATSIM again. Okay, here we go. Almost done. And this looks good. Delta 441. And click. Hey. Oh, the Chihuahua's back. I thought I fixed the Chihuahua. I thought I fixed the Chihuahuas today. Guess not. Is that Captain Whip flying today too? Really? That's Captain Whip? Okay, 76. Let's move these down a little bit. And let's come on over here. Man, that's loud. Uh-oh, my model matching is good, but my airlines are not matching. There's a FedEx, but I think that's static. Uh-oh, Mattis has to land. Dabbled Up Dan, would I ever do a flight from Minneapolis to Bozeman? Sure. I thought I got the new MVR file. So I thought I did that. Settings. And model matching. Advanced rules. And custom rules. There's my FSLTL rules. It's right there. And I believe that's the correct one too. So much for that update. But I do have the VMR file. Okay, let's go ahead and fly the flight. We can troubleshoot later because we don't want to do a late departure. But yep, UK pilot is the 747 today. If it's 90 minutes or less, head to Discord and drop it. Oh, okay. All right, that looks good. Let's just get the airplane going here. And we're going to turn off some of the extra little switches that they have already turned on. And the airplane is coming up. Yay. Almost ready. And let's come over here. Flight Ops STS. There we go. That looks good. Ground. Let's request that jetway. Let's get some cargo doors open. And a jetway's coming out and everything. Sure, eventually we could do that. Let's see. 90 minutes or less. Lovis, did you redo the rules with the new download? I thought these were all the new ones. Captain Sibby is here. Hi, Sibby. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today. I hope your weekend is going okay. Let's do init and company flight plan request. Hi, Aurora. We're battling the clock here. I started at the wrong airport, so I've got to catch up for an on-time departure here. We will have 5 hours to catch up today. Okay, insert. Okay, that looks good. Let's go do the IRSs. No comments here either, Sibby. I'll send you a Discord. Hi, Noodles. And get these guys on. And crew supply can go on. And APU can go on. And our airplane is looking up here. Okay, all of this looks good. So, let's see. Switch those to hectopascals. Make sure I can dial the dials. I can. And let's come on over here. Departure is... we don't have delivery. We have tower 118.75. 118750 and insert. Let's go ahead and we're going to give the band a little bit of a break for now. And we will kick the band back into gear after we yap on the radio. Okay, there's that. There's
FedEx 1918, after we pass in 777 on Alpha, you may push back.
After the passing 777, clear to push FedEx 1918.
Okay, information. Foxtrot is aboard. I am at
fly heading 030, runway 07, clear for takeoff.
I think I'm at gate 15.
Degrees, 15 knots.
Takeoff runway 07 knots.
Okay, there we go. Okay, let's try and do a clearance. Sangster Tower, good afternoon from Delta 441. We're an A350 at stand 15. Information, Foxtrot is aboard, requesting clearance to Salt Lake City.
Delta 441, clear to Salt Lake City via radar vectors to add Sylvan as filed. Climb and maintain 5,000 initially. Expect higher with Sangster radar. Please hold for squawk. Squawk 6725.
Delta 441 cleared to Salt Lake City. Radar vectors, AdCell 3 departure. Clear initial climb is 5,000 feet, squawking 6725 for Delta 441.
Delta 441, read back it's correct. Call for push and start.
Call for push, thanks. Yay, how about that? We got it the first time. That feels good. I think we could probably turn the jazz band back on. Let's turn the jazz band back on and get this ready to go. I did say Salt Lake City. Sibby, we are in a big VATSIM event right now. It's called Cross the Land. Not as long as Cross the Pond, but actually rather long. Runway 007 for our departure. There will be nothing but salty comments here, I will tell you. AdCell 3 departure and temporary flight plan and insert. Now that that's going on, let's come on over here to the load sheet, get the load sheet. And let's do fuel loading. Fuel loading looks really good. APU bleed can go on. External power 1 can go off now that we've got the APU up and running. Gonna leave the arrival blank right now. We have a very long flight today. So we're gonna come over here. I haven't turned on alerts yet. Let's do ATC menu and go to ATIS and let's send out the ATIS. Hey, Mr. Jazz, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Something is coming soon. I missed that part. Okay, there is MKJS. We do have, if we change this from departure to none, we should get the, there it is, Information Golf is aboard. Cool. Okay, this all looks really good. The altimeter here is visibility. We need the whole page here. 1011 is our altimeter. 1011. And set the 1011 over here. There we go. And we're going to be good pilots, and we're going to set 1011 in the backup altimeter as well. Cool. Okay, I think fuel is loaded. UK pilot, let me check the clock. We have to be ready to push and start at the bottom of the hour. I'm going to set 0 fuel weight right now, too. We have got about... I've got about 8 minutes before I need to call for push and start for an on-time departure. Okay, all of this looks really good. Let's just not do that. We'll do all of that later. Over on the init page, we'll do fuel and loading. And let's come over and do 0 fuel weight, which is 173.6. 173.6. And enter. That looks good. Our 0 fuel weight center of gravity is 25.9. 25.9. Our block fuel is 42.0. Fair amount of fuel today. Let's come on down here. Passengers, 324 out of 324. It's a full plane. So 324. Every seat taken. Hi, little packages. Welcome aboard. Taxi is 0.374. 0.374. Route reserve, 15 minutes, is 1.72. Alternate fuel is 1.81. And we're going to leave the 2.2 in the final normal. UK pilot is Delta Flight 23 Alpha today. And that all looks good. We have 25 extra minutes on top of 30 minutes and on top of 15 minutes. So our fuel is good. Let's go and do our company wind request. And let's insert our wind, because everybody knows it's windy. Everything's good to go up there. We got an initial climb clearance of 5,000 feet. 3, 4, 5,000 feet. That looks good. Hi, Average Canadian over on YouTube. Thank you for coming by today. Mattis, this is a pretty amazing airplane. There's been a couple little burps here and stuff. We had a couple of, like with any new airplane, I guess. But I've got to say, this airplane has really gotten good. It's the ADCEL 3 departure. And we'll go ahead and stack our other charts when we get up in the air. I know, Sibby, you surprised that there's bugs? That's the wrong chart. Airport, this is the one we wanted. There we go. And then we'll get the ADCEL 3. And now everything should be stacked up the way we want it. ADCEL 3. So after departure, we do a tight turn, and out we go. Okay, a nerdy gamer, you're having a problem with an axis. We'll figure out axis unless somebody already helped you in chat after we take off. Okay, what else can we do? I think we're almost ready to go here. We did get a squawk code, surveillance, and our squawk today is 6725. There is our squawk. That looks good. That looks nice. Let's go and come over here, and we're going to go to ground. Let's close our cargo doors. Cargo doors are closing. Loviz says we'll just do the 030 degree heading, and it's going to be radar vectors, so we shouldn't do that. Aurora Castle, so today's a little bit different. Today we're flying in a VATSIM event, and this one requires an on-time departure. Loviz, thank you for clarifying that. You're absolutely right. UK Pilot is over on YouTube. Sam's back on YouTube as well. Thank you for coming in today. Yeah, go get, if you updated your airplane, the A350, you need to update your liveries too. You need to do liveries too. Crew supply of oxygen and checklist for departure. Before start checklist. Gear pins. Fuel quantity. Takeoff data has not been done. Let's do our takeoff data. Performance. Let's sync the FMS. Old slow. So when are we departing? We're departing. I need to call in 2.5 minutes. Actually, about 3.5. Sync the weather, compute, and send to the FMS. Looks good. Let's do performance. And data is aboard. That looks good. Back to that checklist. And barrel reference is good. Passengers who are aboard, seatbelts going on. Seatbelts are going on. We'll disconnect from ground power. Now we're all on the APU. Fuel pumps going on. Fuel pumps are going on too. Doors are not closed. Let's go and do pushback helper. And we'll request the tug. That will close the door and retract the jetway. We hope. There it goes. Cool. Doors are closed. Parking brake is on. And all we need to do is the beacon and be ready to go. Over here on the ground side, I can disconnect my GPU. Brakes are on. I'm going to disconnect shocks. Those are good too. Back to the terminal charts. All of our doors are clear. And let's come over here. All right, that looks good. Let's get the radio back on. And all of this is good. Seatbelts, there's the beacon. Checklist is complete. We are ready for pushback and startup. And the most important part, so my departure time is 1936 Zulu. I think it was, or 37. 1937. So on an event like across the pond or across the land, the reason I'm so let's get it done is because you need to call back on these. You need to call in about 10 minutes before push and start. If you do that, you're gonna probably get out. But right now, I've got a minute to go for my push and start. So now we're gonna go ahead and ask for pushback and startup. I think we're spot on right now. That's right. You want to be ready for push and start. Give them 10 minutes to hit your block time. Sangster Tower, hello again from Delta 441 at stand 15. Information Foxtrot remains aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Delta 441, tower is having connection issues. She will branch away.
I have no idea.
FedEx 1918, go ahead.
I have no idea what they just said to me.
FedEx 1918, that is approved as requested. And FedEx 1918 Heavy, you could proceed direct at cell. Drag Force 1 Heavy, you're still on my frequency.
Oh, the tower's having connection problems. Oh, I get it. Okay. So they'll talk to us shortly, or maybe we should call back in. Hey, Russ, welcome aboard. Welcome, Truth for Dread. And again, if you came in while I was speedy setting this thing up, at least we're on time and ready for our departure. Call back in. Old slow, okay?
At 1914, I think she may be back.
It does sound the pilot that she is back. Now on. In that case, that would be the Alpha. Pretty push.
Delta 23 Alpha, thank you. Thanks for tower. Push and start approved. Call for taxi.
Push and start approved. Call for taxi. That would be the Alpha.
Sangster Tower, welcome back from Delta 441. Stand 15, information Foxtrot, requesting startup and pushback.
Delta 441, push and start approved. Call for taxi.
Push and start approved. We'll call for taxi, Delta 441. Okay.
American 682,
Parking
have you been
brakes
given
off.
taxi instructions?
Are we ready to go?
Negative, I was just taking
Let's
off
go.
here going to the terminal for American 682.
Okay.
And Cactus 1914, holding short runway 07.
Cactus 1914, clear for takeoff, runway 07, wind 060 degrees, 15 knots. After departure, flight heading 030.
Starting engine number 1.
07, heading 030 after departure. Cactus 1914.
Texas Tower, Air Jamaica.
Engine number 1
3401.
starts.
We are ready to taxi.
I heard that captain's voice too.
Air Jamaica 3401, taxi by Alpha, holding point runway 07.
Alpha hold point 07, Air Jamaica 3401.
I'm going to stop here. There's an airplane taxiing back. Let's just do a straight back to this line here.
Delta 23 Alpha, taxi via Echo, hold short of Alpha.
That way we don't block the way here. We did. This was an on-time departure.
And Texas Tower, American 682. We take Echo and Foxtrot 2, stand 13.
Engine number 1.
American 682, there's a plane there right now, but they're pushing back, so you can leave it after if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you want me to hold here at Alpha? Foxtrot?
American, just hold there for a while.
Tower E, what is that?
Transponder going on.
Sorry, say again.
Engine number 1 is good. Starting 2.
American 682.
Engine number 2 starts.
Alpha, short of
Here we
Echo. Do you
go.
want me to confirm
American
Foxtrot?
682, yes, please hold short.
The aircraft is moved.
Your tug? Something happened to your tug?
Cactus 1914, contact Sangster Radar 120.8, bye.
120, that's me. Thanks for doing today.
That might be our next frequency. Let's dial that in.
American 682, never mind, ignore me.
Okay.
It's okay with you, American 682. We can hold short of Echo and Alpha for that Delta 767 that's coming out of the ramp. And
Hey, Hyperspace, thanks for coming in.
350 has left.
Yes, American, please continue to hold short.
Hold short, American 682.
Good start. Started back to normal. Done with the APU bleed. Done with the APU master. Come on down here. Pedal disconnect button. Did I actually punch that down? There it goes. And controls. Controls are really good. That looks great.
Delta 23 Alpha, could you taxi left onto Foxtrot and hold there, please?
Okay, that looks good. This looks great. After start checklist time. This should be pretty fast. Anti-ice, that's all we got to do. After start checks are complete. So let's go. Hi, Captain Ryan.
Volonta offline. Again. Spy, do you need a checklist?
And Texas Tower, Air Jamaica 3401, holding short 07.
I thought I had it set up. I am
Air
such a...
Jamaica
I even had it
3401.
turned on. Thank
After
you.
departure, fly heading 030, clear for takeoff runway 07, wind 060 degrees, 15 knots.
Hey, Captain Ryan.
On departure 030 and heading.
5 hours,
takeoff
Hyperspace.
runway 07, Air Jamaica 3401.
Sangster Tower, hello again. Delta 441 pushed and started from stand 15, requesting taxi.
Delta 441, taxi, Echo, sorry, Foxtrot Alpha, hold a point runway 07.
Foxtrot and Alpha holding short runway 007 for Delta 441. Okay. I think we're almost ready to go.
Delta 23 Alpha, could you take a left onto Foxtrot and follow the other Delta
Lovis is already south of
to hold a point
Cuba.
runway 07?
Captain Chris, hello. Welcome aboard, Captain Chris. We're going to need a little bit, going a little bit of extra here. What is my reserves? 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and an additional 27 minutes. So we're really pretty good there. Pretty much, I made sure that I had essentially an extra hour plus 15 minutes. So I have no reservations about today's flight. Sam is over on YouTube flying the Innie builds. Are you off to Dublin too? So 15 minutes is our first.
Air Jamaica 3401, contact radar 120.
You have to have 15 minutes of reserve. That's
Over
your
to
first
radar
number.
120,
30 minutes is your
Air Jamaica
additional.
3401.
And then
Thanks.
I
Good job.
added 27 of my own. I added, and I meant to, you know, it's just the way it worked out.
I can now.
Delta 23 Alpha, we are able to follow the company A359.
Thank you.
That's just the number that showed up here in the, if we go over here to, let's go to init. If we go to fuel and load, now it says 22 minutes. I don't know. It says 22 minutes now. I added an extra 30. The 20, it originally said 27.
Delta 441, after departure, fly heading 030, runway 07, clear for takeoff, wind 060 degrees, 15 knots.
Runway 07, clear for takeoff after departure. Heading is 030 for Delta 441. I think it's time to go. GSX is actually rather large. Before takeoff, flight controls, instruments, briefing, B1, squawking, set, takeoff runway 007, cabin crew, PAX, checklist is complete. Not the best thing to do while you're taxiing. Strobes. DC, this is the lucky shirt. Always like this one if there's going to be one of those days. If it's a long flight or something, you got to get the lucky one. Haggis is here. Hi, Haggis. Welcome, welcome. And landing lights. Shall we give this thing a shot? Ready to go. Throttle's up about halfway. Let's see if our engines are stable. Engines are stable. Manual flex. SRS runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. Captain, we're out of Colombian coffee. Reject. 100 knots off the tiller on the stick, steering with rudder pedals. 120.
V1.
Go. Rotate. Positive climb gear.
Delta 23 Alpha, line up and wait 107.
030 on the heading.
Line up and wait.
Lever climb. Thrust climb.
Delta 441, contact radar 120.8. Bye-bye.
120.8 radar for Delta 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Radar, good afternoon from Delta 441. Climbing past 2,100 for 5, heading 030.
Jamaica 3401, contact Kingston Radar 125.4. Good day.
Kingston Radar 125.4, Jamaica 3401. Thank you. See you.
Hello, Mr. Spyflight. Welcome back. Delta 441, radar contact passing 2,400, climb and maintain 14,000. Turn left heading 360.
Left turn is heading 360, and that was 14,000 for Delta 441.
Hey, firm.
360 and 14,000 for Delta 441. AP 360, continue the climb. A little bit heavier. A little bit heavier, so flaps aren't up yet. There's the letter S, so flaps up. There goes our flaps. And heading 360, speeds coming up. What a good airplane. It's behaving today. I think we're all okay. Hello, Aurora. Oh, yes. White advisory or status is green. Blue is armed. So my blue armed here says that my altitude is armed right now. That's probably altitude hold. Constraints, airports, and let's turn on ID. We're not gonna die. Professional pixel pilot setup. Okay, so far so good. Speed's coming up, the climb's good. Our departure is gonna be the ad cell departure. And here we are over here. Well, we're gonna go direct ad cell. As Loviz correctly pointed out, we're not actually on that departure. It's radar vectors. PACs. The PACs should be on. I didn't turn them off. Those are the air conditioners, if you don't know. I forgot oxygen. We have oxygen. James has got a slot out of Kingston in an hour. So we're going to run out of oxygen. I guess we so really are going to die. I guess we are really going to die. Okay, everything else is good. After takeoff checklist. After takeoff checklist. Landing gear is up, flaps are up, packs are on. And transition here is 17,000 feet. Oh, did I forget my emergency lights? Oh, I did. I didn't do my emergency lights. Flynn caught that. Thank you, Flynn.
Delta 238 Alpha.
Are we planning on having an emergency? I hope not. When you put the kind of time in on a flight like we're about to put into the flight,
Delta 238 Alpha, I need to get an even level for your direction of flight. I could
gotta
give you
tell you want it to
or
work out.
360. Which one
Wild
do you prefer?
Hairs Flight Sim channel is over on YouTube. Thank you for the good luck.
Delta
Skystream
238 Alpha, your
Aviation
microphone
is
is kinda
departing
low.
in 35 minutes.
360, please.
Roger. Climb and maintain 14,000, fly heading 360.
Yeah, my packs are almost always on. We care about the comfort of our passengers.
Heading.
Delta 441, proceed. Standby.
Proceeding direct to standby, Delta 441.
Delta 441, proceed direct at 2V.
Direct to a 2V now for Delta 441. You know, there has got to be a waypoint out there called standby, right?
Delta 23 Alpha Heavy, proceed direct to Golf Charlie Mike.
That was a good one. See? We got to have some fun. There's 10,000 feet, landing lights. Nose light, 10,000 foot cabin call. That's right, direct standby. And we're kind of doing our own thing with the turn here just because the autopilot, LNAV, and VNAV are going to be engaged for 90% of the next few hours. Wild Hair says there is a standby, and that's in Maine, in the U.S. Really?
Delta 441 Heavy, contact Kingston Radar 125.4. Good day.
125.4 for Delta 441. Thanks for the fun event. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for participating.
125.4. Let's go and do our direct to a 2V now. So direct to and direct to a 2V and engage. And LNAV has got us back to performance. Kingston Radar, hello from Delta 441, passing 11,000 for 14, direct to 2V. I should have said direct to standby.
So from Kingston Center, you are identified, continue to climb flight level 400.
Continue to climb flight level 400 for Delta 441. Oh my gosh, an incredibly low level controller. Be ready to have your ears blasted out. Beware to, oh, it was Stand By Me. Wild Hair got one. Good one, Wild Hair. Okay, looking pretty good. And we're going to return to the list over there. And 194 miles. UK pilot, you disconnected. What happened, UK pilot? There was a TikTok video of a kid saying they want to be a marshmallow. She was just wobble round. CTL. This is cross the land, J-Phils. I'm afraid my brain is too connected to my airplane right now, and that joke went. But I still should give you a drum roll on that. You still should get a drum roll. Oh, J-Phils, you have to, the work got in the way? Sorry that work got in the way. That's never fun when that happens. Okay, all of our charts are good. So we'll clear those and go over to the Enroute page. And we'll put it onto the IFR night charts. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. J-Phils, you have to miss you meeting with your attorney? Eek. Only had to do that once in my career. I think I had a good one. Okay, there we go. How do you read fixes on a chart? Actually, that's one of those things that takes just a little bit of time to figure out. But eventually it all kind of clicks in. J-Phil says spy hat. I've got a spy hat right over here. Dom T Gaming is departing out of Punta Cana. I probably mispronounced that, didn't I? You're waiting in line for pushback. Some airports, it's just such a long wait. It really is. But we have actually made it out here pretty good. I think we get to have our first sip of in-flight coffee. JS is AJM flight 3401. Check it in on YouTube. Hey, welcome aboard. Amarok DCS. Anyone have a Barcelona recommendation?
Jamaica 75, are you able to climb flight level 380?
MK Studios, I think, like Polyot said. I've had the best luck with MK Studios. Let's just go ahead and get a Salt Lake.
Delta Foxtrot Romeo 1, contact Havana 124.55 so long.
124.55.
Let's see if they're putting out
thank you, goodbye.
ATIS. Information Echo at Salt Lake City. Landing visuals, ILS runway 34 left. So 3-4s. Good evening, Lenny. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. Cross the land Saturday. Okay, 17,000 feet is transition. So we'll get ready to do that, then take a look at the map and see how many people are flying. A 16.9, 17, and you push it in on this airplane as opposed to pull it out like you do in the older buses. And we'll do that down there. Final checklist after takeoff. Barrel reference is set. Checklist is complete. ATIS is aboard. And our cruise altitude is ready to go too. Why didn't the duck sit down? He had hurt his butt quack. Oh, okay, I get it. Is it cross the lamb? Cross the land. Although with sheep involved, you never know. Yeah, MK Studios has been pretty good. Just curious if anybody has the other one. I don't think I have that one.
Contact Havana 124.55 so long.
124.55, it's Jamaica 755.
That might be our next frequency. And here we all are. A nice departure. It was an on-time departure too out of Montego Bay. There are 2,115 pilots flying today. $2,120 more pilots are signing on to VATSIM. So you can see all the airplanes coming out of here, out of Jamaica. And it looks like we've got ATC all the way too. We're going to get kicked over to Havana for a while. Our first flight tomorrow is Havana to Cancun to Key West. That might be a nice little triangle. A triangle in the Caribbean. I wonder if triangle in the Caribbean is as bad as the triangle in Bermuda. Weekends have been getting busy on VATSIM over the past couple of years. I don't think we would have ever imagined this back when VATSIM started out. I did not see live at FS weekend. Medevac is first time in chat. No, probably not in the A350. I think Loviz was suggesting that maybe for our Havana, Cancun, and Key West flight, we might want to consider taking the F-28, the fucker. I don't know if that's even something at this point in time we want to be fuckering around with. Onion Royal, you got your first departure time. It takes a little bit of practice. If you remember the 10-minute rule, have everything ready, I mean totally ready to go to request your push and start 10 minutes before, you usually get out on your calculated takeoff time. There's a mediocre TV show about a flight disappearing for 5 years called Montego Air. It was supernatural stuff, huh? USMC Vet, yeah, I saw some posts over on Discord today about a Airbus throttle and also an Airbus flaps and speed brakes. It looked pretty cool. USMC Vet, thank you for popping that in. I'm probably going to avoid YouTube videos now that I'm on YouTube. There's apparently fussiness about playing YouTube on YouTube. Depending upon how we're feeling, and I think that the goal was to take this airplane to Paro, but I have a feeling with the winds, this is going to be a longer flight than we thought. I know, it really, Noodles, it looks really good. On the other hand, I've got a very good Thrustmaster setup here, so... Yeah, I'm glad you popped that in there, USMC Vet, for anybody that wants to watch it. When they first ever announced in the FCU they wanted a range, not sim builders. They went and made the spoiler and flap letters. It does need to be integrated unless there's going to be a box or something. Loviz sent a DM about adjusting the flights tomorrow. I'm going to guess that's over on Discord. So should I just, I don't have it open right now, but what I'll do is you'll just tell me, do what you said.
1918 we contact Havana 124.55 also long.
That wasn't me.
Havana 124.55.
I'll just do what you say in the email, and that's what we'll plan on. Aurora Celestis says, posture check, hydrate, and stretch. Okay, we'll do all of those. I just hydrated. We'll do that again. Or I could actually start it up and read what you said. Hang on, it doesn't take that long. Loviz says, deleting the MMUN leg, start in Cancun, go to Key West, and then we could do the Paro flight. That's so that we can do the event in Austin, Texas, right? Okay, we'll do what you said. We'll do what you said, and it will be hot rocking and flamethrowing. Yeah, I saw that there's scratch pad that's going to come to Navigraph. I don't know. There's so much in Navigraph right now, and it gets a little bit laggy for me sometimes. That's why I don't run traffic through Navigraph. You're just displaying too much data in the app, it seems like. Hi, Taco. Taco 83 has arrived. The F-28 flight was hectic. It was hectic, as is that airplane. That airplane is hectic. Coming up on flight level 240, we can do seatbelts here. We'll just do that a little bit early. It's aimed more at people using Navigraph on the tablet rather than the desktop. Okay. Hi, all about that space. Taco has moved into a new gaming room right now. Really? Well, you can get your operational flight plan if you need to. And you just want to be able to write stuff into the blank spaces. Well, they do have blank spaces in there, so that's what that's for. Loviz says that the Fokker F-28 flight into Key West will be more chill. It probably will. I think there was the additional pressure yesterday if we're a little unfamiliar with the airplane, but then also we were in Santos Dumont. We were busy. Passing 24,000 feet. So we'll be talking to Havana in just a bit. And if you're wondering why I'm starting the day this early with cold feet about our flight, our second flight. Here's our route right here. Let's go to weather. Let's go to layers, and let's go to jet streams. So this is for flight level 220. So you can see we're going to really get a little bit of a slowdown here. But if we're going to be flying at, let's take the average, let's go to flight level 350. Now you can see why it is that I'm a little bit cold feet about doing something else, because this is going to take some time. Once we clear Cuban airspace, we'll start to feel the effects of the jet stream. For part of this, we're going to have it flat out in our face. And then it's going to be a quartering jet stream as we make the turn up here into we got to wait till we get into Colorado before we.
4.550. Yeah.
How about 119.55? You said
Greetings, DT is checking out from Quito to Mexico. Onboard Entertainment, thank you for coming in, DT. Welcome aboard. This is one of the shorter cross the land routes too. It is. There were departures from Colombia and Quito. DT is on the one from Quito. So anyway, like I said, this is why it is that if I was throwing cold water on another flight,
Texas 1914, contact Havana 124.
we're going to be busy campers.
A124,
No, not necessarily
550.
busy, but we're going to be flapping our wings quite a bit. We'll be flapping our arms quite a bit on this one. But yeah, this is going to be one of the shorter ones. Hopefully the Enroute charts work good this time. Not the best flight though for winds and time. Fact is, it gave me 5 hours and 40 minutes block to block. There is a waypoint called Funko. Hey, I remember, I think that there's a waypoint near Houston called Kinky. That was one of the times when one of my jokes on VATSIM kind of bombed. The controller didn't think that was funny. That's where they dump all the Funko pops. Domty Gaming is finally getting to depart. Domty Gaming was kind of holding for a while. Average Canadian AvGeek had a nice landing on YouTube. -28. That's a good one. A very nice landing. So there is our kick over to Havana. That's right. There's nothing to do, and then you kind of fall asleep a little bit. You get a little bit lazy, and then it's time to set up our approach. And right now they gave us 2 approaches to use. So we have 2 arrivals to use depending upon what runway they're using. I know. Let's go and check those out. So over here on the terminal charts, Salt Lake arrivals, you were supposed to do either the Pitt or the Jazz arrival. So the Pitt arrival or the Jazz arrival. We'll load both of those charts right now. USMC Vet has landed in Seoul, and Sunjammer is going to lurk for a while. So if we're landing on the 16s, that arrival will be the Pitt arrival, and the Jazz arrival is landing on the 34s. So those are the choices that we were supposed to have. We still don't have runways, so we're just, this flight is so long, we'll have to wait and see. Hans is now focused on the CRJ. Hans is the original developer of the CRJ. And so the original CRJ author is updating it for Flight Sim 2024. So we're going to get an updated CRJ sometime. I don't think we'll be using that on Cross the Pond. Did we land in the grass or did somebody do a Captain Sullenberger? Oh, yeah, the ATR. We tried the ATR. We tried the ATR in Flight Sim 2024, and needless to say, that flight was tragic. Didn't go so well. And so I haven't touched the ATR anyway. Hey, happy weekends, Ben. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Oh, yes, Aurora, it's always going to be a WASM issue these days. Seriously, if they would just not have WASM in Flight Sim, everything would work fine, it seems. Sadly, the ATR is broken. Ben, good to see you. Thank you for coming in.
United 99 proceed to position of Bolzum.
Proceed direct position Bosun, and we are also handle this with the arrival to expected.
We should blame Microsoft for using WASM. Lovis is getting a great performance. Yeah, we did a flight in this yesterday after the update, and the flight in this after the update, it was really good. I mean, it just was perfect. Average Canadian was flying the A320.
Copy, must be 6th arrival unit.
Obviously, that is incredibly simplified. Sometimes simplified is nice. My Tech Review just did a nice resub. Thank you for a 14-month resub, My Tech Review. Are you flying or do you have to do real-world things today?
3401 contact.
Queart says it's the Microsoft WASM module that is crashing.
124.55 for Jamaica 3401. Take care. Thanks for the event.
TCAS is on Terra and it's looking ahead and above. I do have traffic on, but I don't see that airplane. That's right, Loviz says we could do a 2-hour course on WASM today. Boy, that would be fun. I don't know, I think I would just as soon have a 2-hour class with Professor Kingsfield in contract law. My Tech Review is relaxing. You haven't flown. It's been a tough week at work. Understand, when work gets tough, it's kind of hard to do this, isn't it? I remember we had a couple of tough weeks and stuff like that. I just didn't want to get there. Loviz would disconnect before listening to that. Professor Kingsfield is a fictional professor. Polyot knows Professor Kingsfield. But Professor Kingsfield was in a movie and also a TV series called The Paper Chase. And when I saw that as a kid, that's when I made the decision that I was never going to be a lawyer because Professor Kingsfield scared me. Scared the socks off of me and says, oh, I'm not going to do that. No way. Hi, Mighty Morph. Welcome aboard. Hi, Tim Dog. Thank you for coming in. So that's the reason why, you know, people are not running around Boston saying Denny Crane. Say intentions will not have injection until next month. I don't like getting shots anyway, so.
I'm sorry.
Could I get 10 minutes out of the copy from American 682?
That's fine. Report back.
We'll do respect.
And Kingston Radar United 99.
Okay, 124.55 is our next frequency.
United 99 descend to cross position Bolzum at 15.
Checklists. I like using the checklists in this. For low-vis watching TV, it was the Joker on Batman. Well, that was because it was that actor, last name was Gorshin. And that actor was one of those scary actors, too. And so even though it was kind of kid-friendly in a way in Batman, that actor was a scary actor for sure. So there you go. Was it Cesar Romero that was the Joker? Gorshin was the Riddler. It was the Riddler. That's right. So it was Cesar Romero. That's right. Okay. Yeah, Skynet and all that. Now we have to worry about Skynet. That's right, Loviz. I remember now. The Riddler was the one. I think my mom once told me that as a kid, when Catwoman showed up as a kid, I said, "Oh, she's cute." So apparently as a kid, I had a thing about Catwoman on the old Batman series. My first crush, though, was Janet Munro in Darby O'Gill and the Little People. That's the one I remember. I guess it's a Tuvi is the crossing point. Yeah, that's the crossing point. And we still have 17 miles before we get kicked over. Swapping over to VATSIM. All on VATSIM with a full grid of traffic and soft lock. That's not good. Somebody's keying their microphone. Oh my gosh. Martin's first celebrity crush was Kylie Minogue. That's a good one to have a first celebrity crush on, though. She had some good songs and some good videos, as I remember. Back when you could watch music videos on MTV. Boy, those were the days, huh? Ben says GVIRF. This is our V-Spy update. Is parked for maintenance right now? Really? Aurora Castle thinks Tom Holland is cute. Socialism, Jennifer Lopez and Selena, and that set you on your life path. Really? Julie Newmar was Catwoman. Yeah, that's right. It was Julie Newmar. Captain Ryan like Freddie Mercury. Okay, here's a Tubi. This is the border with Dell learned English from MTV. That was probably, I mean, you know, watching TV in another language is probably a really great way to learn a language. I should probably I should probably try and watch some German TV channels and Greek TV channels. I would watch some, you know, the BBC or something like that, but people tell me that I'm not ever going to be able to speak, you know, UK, so. I just don't have the knack for it, if you know what I mean. Socialism learned Spanish by just being around it so much. I was actually picking up Spanglish a little bit when I was in Corpus Christi. We had a Sunday morning show that they had me come in and do weather for, and it was in Spanglish, basically. And so that's it. I speak UK, just not that UK. There you go. Oh, see, that's what I thought it was. It was the King's English. But apparently I'm wrong. I should stop doing that. People are throwing things at screens. But yeah, we when I was working at the TV station, so I actually did the weather in Spanglish on Sunday mornings for a while. And that was back at the time when we were expecting some really big storms. And when one really big storm was coming in, somebody went and got a really good, the perfect size life jacket. So, you know, in a boat, you have these life vests and stuff like that that are, you know, made of foam and really bright colors in case you go overboard. Somebody took that life jacket, and down on the bayfront in Corpus Christi is a really nice sculpture of Selena, the Tejano music star who was killed. And there's a really nice statue of Selena down there. And before one of those really big storms started coming towards Corpus Christi, somebody went and put the life jacket on Selena. I've got a picture that I took of it once there. It was kind of fun. We should have been kicked over to Havana. Creart is still having trouble with the ATR. They still have the weekend shows with the Mexican bands. Oh, socialism, yeah, they have Tejano Gold, and then they've got, oh, what was it called on Channel 3? I don't remember. The Selena statue. Remember how many times you got asked?
Can you confirm you said you're closing?
Affirm.
Roger that.
So they said that they're closing. I wonder if they're going to kick us over to, because we should be talking to Havana by now. Poliot says that Ryanair does 3,800 landings a day. That's more than most airlines. Really. 3,800 is amazing to me. That's a lot of landings.
American 682.
I'm not doing. I need to move my hand up. So we just kind of got caught in here. One, 2, 4, 5, 5. That's what we've got. Yeah, I think they're having some problems. Something about flying tuna cans. Something fishy about that comment. Ground speed is 454 knots. The wind in our face is 43 knots. One of Virgin's 787, Olivia Ray, is parked in Spain. Oh, really? I'd never heard of an incident there. Okay, we just got a contact me from Havana, so Kingston didn't work out. Let's go and talk to Havana.
Delta 4228.
Delta 42.
So wonder what
Contact
happened.
Havana
Maybe
Center,
they
120
had a technical
250.
problem and they haven't been
120
able to get their
250.
information. They haven't been able to get the parts in that they need to fix it. Havana, very good afternoon from Delta Flight 441, flight level 400. We are 10 miles from Funco.
Delta 441 Havana Center, radar contact, maintain flight level 400, proceed on course. Good afternoon to you, Spy, to you, and the viewers for you.
They're saying hello back. Thank you. We'll maintain flight level 440, direct on course for Delta 441.
Roger that.
Cats
Delta
in the
876.
cabinet.
Delta 876, good. Reset your transponder, squawk 3435.
Okay, we're in good shape.
3435. I'm showing duplicate.
And back over here to,
3435,
now we're going to go to
okay.
normal on TCAS and performance.
American 313, clear ILS
Huzzah
06
for
for
sure.
report established.
You don't like the airplane's FMC.
American 313, clear ILS 06 Veradero, report established.
We'll turn that down just a little bit so that we can enjoy some jazz.
Delta 876, contact flight level 400. Radar service is going to be terminated here. Contact Meridia 128. Correction, 125.8. Radar
So
service
it does look like they, yeah. So Kingston's gone offline. Man, I think we're like at the end of the departures. I thought there were like 3 airplanes behind me that were pushing out.
3420.
How come I'm the last one? There were 3 other airplanes back there. Virgin has maintenance at London Heathrow, and they flew it to really.
Cactus 1914.
Maybe they had a bunch of people, a bunch of passengers. Before they got on the airplane, they went to Taco Bell and they just can't fumigate it enough, Ben. I mean, you know what happens when a bunch of people go to Taco Bell, right? Oh, this is a great airplane. The A350 is really good. I mean, they just can't get that smell out of the cabin, so they'll have to scrap the whole plane.
As soon as I hand you over to the next sector.
It's not an older plane, though, is it? I can't imagine that it's time to scrap it.
Do that request with him.
Isn't most of their fleet brand new? Or relatively new compared to other ones? Polyot says no, it's not being scrapped. GSA has jetway replacements. I think GSX is really kind of cool. It's a little bit high maintenance right now. If there was some way that we didn't have to do all the profile stuff that we have to do, then I would probably be all on board with it. But you have to get airport profiles and airplane profiles and manage profiles, and it gets old. And I'm already managing all sorts of things. At least I got the coffee made today, but there you go. 2020 snuck in a global jetway fix.
Delta Foxtrot Romeo 1.
Okay, everything's good. 2,009 miles
Radar service is terminated. Contact
to top of descent. This is a long one.
125.8.
HECA, that's Cairo, Los Angeles, and Hotlanta.
Here Jamaica 75.
Really? So the jetways now reached the airplanes in Atlanta?
Radar service is terminated. Contact Meridia 125.8. American 131. Just call me after landing. I may forget you. It's pretty busy.
I may forget you.
Another 69 Alpha on our center radar contact.
Salt Lake is already up, and they're landing to the north. Okay, so according to the instructions that we got with our cross the land, basically, if they're landing north, you're going to want the Jazz 1 arrival. I'm not going to go load all that in quite yet, just simply because we've got like 4 hours of flying time and they might change. And reprogramming the flight management computer is fun, but only up to a point. Oh, I'm sure the Phoenix comes with the profiles and stuff, because it works really well with it. Loviz says, I need to read this. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Oh, that's something else. Arriving into Salt Lake City like a pro. Santo Domingo Center has had enough? Really? Did they give up? Welcome to Cross the Land Americas, March 15th, 2025. First things first, check the ATIS. We always check the ATIS. Hi, Binocular Bot. Thank you for a resub. Thank you for 11 months. And some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. We always check the out. You should be able to tune it in 100. Yeah. Though controllers are happy, Salt Lake can be approached. Flight or tail number, current altitude, cleared altitude, current ATIS code. That's what we do. So far, we're a pro. Common mistakes, not checking the ATIS.
17.
ATIS letter is not reported first.
117 with you.
Asking for arrival runways when we should have the ATIS.
125.8.
Well, we don't make those. Being overly verbose. They don't want us to be verbose.
Bye-bye now.
Well, cutting off other pilots. Yeah, right. Now get.
Havana Center, buenas tardes. Travis 737 with you, flight level 320.
Okay, so we're this is actually pretty good. I know I'm being a little bit toffee-nosed about this, I guess, or snippy, but this is really good. We do all these things.
313 on the ground. American 313, taxi via Charlie, parking at your discretion.
Final notes.
Taxi via Charlie, back at discretion, American 131.
Summary of common mistakes.
Canada 9er.
I think we've read them all. I think we're going to be good pilots.
Yeah, reset your transponder.
I think we're going to be fine.
3410.
KSM took off from Toronto to Warsaw, lot flight 787-900. Happy landings, KSM. How long do you have on your flight today? Gambling going on. Shocked. (1,973 miles).
We're getting a contact lead from Havana on 120.425. Confirm your position again from him, please. Oh yeah, I got you now. Yeah, give him a call. 120250. Apologies, he just came on. 120250, United 237, no, sorry, ceiling. Yes.
That's not going to affect us. We're going to be with these two. Still can't get this one to click over.
7378 radar contact.
There's gambling going on. I know. That's why we have the Louis Renault emote. Because we're shocked that there's gambling. Dell liked the Salt Lake document. There are many people well, there are people that do need to read the document. Absolutely. And they should. I think that the spies don't need to because we do pretty good. We don't usually cause big problems.
1918.
And when we do cause a problem, it's usually very, very funny.
1918.
It's usually very entertaining.
Radar service is going to be terminated here. Contact Meridia 125.8. You have a safe flight.
I bet that's our next one. 125.8.
Happy to help. Thanks for
I
flying
hear
out.
more sheep. I don't know who did sheep, but I heard more sheep.
0117.
Good afternoon, Father's Game. 2 conga lines of flights. Oh, there's lots of conga lines of flights today. Lots of conga lines of flights. There is a 60-second cooldown on successive gambling. Really? Is that how it is that we're going to battle gambling addictions here?
Which altitude would you like? Which flight level would you like? Confirm? Flight level 360.
So got some pretty good lines here. Looks like there's one that's going up the west coast of Central America. And then another one coming out of the Caribbean. We do have a bit of a direction. We have to be in compliance with rules set out by UKGC. Okay. It is going to be busy. We're at 2,102 pilots today. That's pretty good. Usually, you know, across the pond has 2, 3, sometimes 4,000, I think. So you know.
Western 2227, I want to accelerate our contact. Proceed on course.
So we're about ready to close this line. I really think I was the last one out of Jamaica. I thought there were like 3, 4 other airplanes on the ground when I got there. There are only 2 supervisors. Yep, there's only 2 supervisors. Which means that if we want to engage in some sort of simulated skullduggery, chances are we're going to get away with it. Watch, they're probably listening and I'm going to get walloped for that smart aleck comment. Mountain Man did a cross-country flight. Okay, so Mountain Man is talking about, is about to do a real cross-country flight. And so you just did it in the sim. It does look good. I think so. Mountain Man, I really feel like it's so visually good that you can go like you just did, put your real-world flight plan into the sim. Get your airplane that you're using as a real-world student pilot, pop it in, and fly the flight. I think that's awesome. Yeah, Ben, I'm probably going to get the band hammer any minute now for being cheeky. Oh, you're going to squawk a little bit? I don't usually do those things. I don't think I've ever squawked any of those emergency codes.
Terminated contact, Meridia 125.8. 125.8, again about 9 o'clock. Thank you, bye-bye. Bye-bye. French West 945, heavy.
That's not me.
945, heavy.
We're being
French
good.
West 945, heavy.
French West 945, heavy, go ahead.
Radar services terminated contact, Meridia 125.8.
Contact Meridia 125.8, French West 945, heavy.
Cactus 1914. Go ahead for Cactus 114. For vertical separation purposes, descend flight level 360 as your final. Right, final 30, Cactus 1914.
There's that one right there.
Picking up any traffic on
So their flag is in
on your
America
right.
West. That's pretty cool. Ben, it's always a good time for pizza and pineapple. I did do a pepperoni personal mini pizza for breakfast again today. I did that the other day, and I did it again this morning. It felt good. It felt good. It really did. I don't know. It kind of just helped with the weekend, get the weekend going. Aurora has squawked a few since in say intentions, and ATC doesn't want to know. Really?
5 o'clock, 14 miles.
You got one airplane.
380. You were at the safe level with me, so that's why I gave you that descent. Report level at 60.
I think that's Captain Whip, by the way. Dom T Gaming has pizza. However, I need to sneak away and get it in the oven. It was just such a nice little choice. Aurora, Los Angeles to where? Somebody needs to tell Aurora where to go. Departing out of LA. How about Boise, Idaho, and you can do potato jokes and French fries and stuff like that. That's not a place that you'd think about going. I wouldn't go there either, and plus I can get really good steak fries in the freezer section, so. You could go up to Sim Caesar's favorite airport, and that's Kalispell. Glacier Park Airport, Los Angeles to Glacier Park. That you get to go over Flathead Lake. There's always something fishy going on at Flathead Lake. Or you could do what Dell just said. There's the Where to Fly Today event. Vegas is a vibe at night. It is. It is definitely a vibe at night. So really liked, if you haven't seen these, I was genuinely impressed earlier today when I got up. And if you haven't seen them, there are some really cool pictures that just came out, and I was going to show them.
Anybody else was calling me?
I got to... So now there is this, and this is the new Ursa Minor throttle, and that's going to be a throttle from Winwing. And I've got to admit, it looks awesome, and they want about $120, $130 for that. Then they did this, and this is the throttle panel, and so you see speed brakes and flaps, a parking brake, and rudder trim. That looks really pretty good too, and I've got to say I'm kind of impressed by that too. That being said, I think it's really awesome and would kind of like that. On the other hand, I don't know where to put it all, and as you've seen from my goofy little other camera shot here, I've already got, this thing is working pretty good. On the other hand, when I first saw it, I thought this looked really good. I really thought that looked good. And my guess is that's probably a really good throttle. But I don't know. I'm also at a point right now where spending, what is that going to be, $250, $300 for some new toys? I kind of think I need to be saving stuff. Noodles, you're pre-ordering that. Yeah, I know. It's going to make us all go broke, right? But those are things that just came out from Winwing, and it's sort of like, wow, that's really cool. The radio panel, Ben, yeah, the radio panel, I think I'd do that. All three of the panels sold separately, so there'll be $110 US, really, at FS Weekend. They look neat. So... I don't know. Like I said, this is working good. I did order the really cool So there's this thing that you can get online, and it's from SL3 Simulations. Sorry about the big camera shot here. But it's SL3 Simulations, and there is really nice switches to replace these so that they behave just like the switches do in the Airbus. And then there's this other thing that you can add, and what this will do is this is going to change my speed brake. So you know how you arm a speed brake in the Airbus, you lift it up? Can't really do that with the Thrustmaster. So this little thing is something that you get to do with that. So I ordered those, and I've got to try and put those in. One of them requires you to drill holes in the side of your Thrustmaster stuff, and so I'm gonna have to go get a new drill. My old drill has a smoky smell. You plug it in, and it smells like it's on fire. So there we go. But yeah, that's kind of. Polyod says it's $330 for the 3 panels. Oh, really? Oh. So each one of those panels, the parking brake, the speed brake, and the flap lever, each is $110 individually. Let's see. Jaman Idol, did I say that right? First time in chat, welcome aboard. Hello, American Flight 117. Really? Yeah, this is okay, and I think that these are really good. This is what I was ordering, and so I ordered these things over here. Noodles just popped that in. They look like they're really good. I'll go and get a new drill and work on that. But that's going to add really good starter switches to the throttle. So nice starters. It's also going to add a nice arm your speed brake. You could also order one so that you have to lift the little lever and pull it up to move the flap. That one was sold out when I went to do this. But you could go and add those too. And I feel like that's going to make my little throttle setup here pretty hot rocket and flame throwing. So maybe save some money and do a little bit of a, do a little work on that. So, and if I plan it right, I'm going to try and reset some cameras here and try and do a YouTube as I try to make that.
Not yet. Just direct
If it ends up combined with the D10s being forced on the spoiler and flap, it's putting me off. Making 5 D10 zones on the flaps work with the 9 D10 zones and a 7, it wouldn't work at all. Now, that being said, Polyot, when I'm flying the Boeing, I don't use the flap lever. I use buttons for flaps. So I don't use a flap lever for my Boeing here. I only use the flap lever here for Airbus. So, but still, if I'm going to spend that kind of money on a flap lever, I'd like to be able to use it. So if the D10s are going to be in there like the whole time.
146.
That could be a thing. This is the AP that you're looking for. Father's Game, this is the one that you want. I've stopped flying the Boeings. Well, Noodles, you're building a really, really nice Airbus cockpit. This is what Father's Game wants. This is a GNX front switchboard model. So this is this is what you want. You know what? That is a very nice generic. You can use that with any airplane out there, Father's Game. This looks good. And unless you want to build a airliner-specific cockpit, that's kind of why it is that I don't go and get just everything that comes out. Still want to be able to fly the Boeing. So anyway, this is going to be a fun project. I think I'll try and do this first because I don't have a drill. The switches look really good. I can't zoom in or anything, which is too bad. But the engine really does look nice. Yeah, if I try and push it in, it gets it's a fixed focus camera. But they did such a nice job on this, and the switches look really good too. They're the kind of switches that you can lift up and lift down. So that's going to be really kind of cool too. So I'm looking forward to that project.
Heavy 777 wide body directly ahead of you, 12 o'clock.
If you take out the screwed in vertical thing under your flaps on the Thrustmaster, yeah, you could do it that way if you wanted to. It just would require me to turn it upside down all the time and always change it.
You have the
And
traffic behind you at 6. It's a
I have enough of it. I have a long enough to-do list. And yeah, check out that link that Noodles just popped in. If you haven't seen it yet, Noodles is building a whole cockpit. And that's going to be kind of a cool. That's going to be kind of a cool cockpit. I'm having trouble with my mouse today. But Noodles is building a great cockpit. And seriously, how many airplane cockpits have a Lego model of the Titanic up there, which is pretty cool.
230, flight level 230.
You don't need dead zones. That's right, you have to remove the Titanic before flight. Otherwise, you could be making a Titanic mistake. On the other hand, whenever Noodles is flying along in the Airbus and the Airbus says, "Don't sink, don't sink," Noodles looks up there at the Titanic model and says, "Okay, got it."
Air Jamaica 3401.
I'm sorry, is it too soon for Titanic jokes?
Radar service is terminated.
Yeah,
Contact
it
Meridia,
was.
Frequency 125.8.
Oh, I think it's going to be a nice cockpit. But yeah, that link that Noodles put in, this looks like it's going to be I have a WestJet over here.
WestJet 3101.
That's the airplane close to me.
Contact Meridia 125.8. Radar services terminated.
That's us. 125.8, so we're next.
Trade wind 7378.
Go ahead, Havana for trade wind 7378.
Descend now, flight level 220.
Descend now to flight level 220, trade wind 7378.
So that WestJet just got kicked over. Father's game was flying the A320 and was confused why it was fast on taxi. Oh, that's happened to me a few times too. I've left it in the wrong spot. It normally happens to me when I switch over to a Boeing, because I've got my throttles in Airbus mode and forget to move my throttles from Airbus mode to Boeing mode. You know, just lift the levers up and lock them in so it's the full, and all of a sudden it's taxi time. The Boeing just shoots down the taxiway, says, "Okay, what did I do? Oh, engines are all revved up." Coming up on Walkie. No, I don't have it set up for that. So for my Boeings, because there's a difference between the toggle in like the iFly Boeing, the reverser toggle, and the one for the PMDG. So I just have a button to toggle my reversers for that. And that's how that works. Oh wow, look at that. You've got detents there. You can get Verpal. These are really, really good.
Delta 441 Heavy Havana.
Havana, Delta 441.
Delta 441 radar services are going to be terminated here. You can contact Meridia 125.8. You have a safe flight, Spy, and take care. See you next time.
125.8 for Delta 441. Thanks for the nice ATC and the fun event. Have a great weekend.
Same to you.
See ya.
Take care.
125.8. That wasn't Verpal, it is VKB. Yeah, okay, VKB. And that, I think, is that's the stick that I think either JSG Droid or Loviz uses. And it's supposed to be really good. Supposed to be really good. Dom T Gaming is passing Port-au-Prince in Haiti right now. Meridia, good evening from Delta 441. Just past Waki, direct to Alru at flight level 400. Was that Boozy Sheep?
Delta 441, good afternoon, Merida Control. Buenas tardes. Radar contact. Maintain flight level 400.
Maintain flight level 400, Delta 441 Heavy. I think that was a Boozy Sia.
Merida Blackbird 077.
I think it was.
Blackbird.
Poliot is going to get a Verpal yoke system.
Yeah.
And handles in
possible with you, I
April
just
or May.
find, one of the options.
When
of
you're
my
going to
colleagues that I
order
can
lighter
jump
or
to the
heavier
next point.
springs,
I really don't know what happened.
you
but,
do realize when that happens,
fuel wise because it's 80 miles back.
when that happens,
Now I'm short on fuel.
we may be shelling
So
out
if
some
traffic
yoke jokes.
permits, if you allow me to jump to
VKBS gear is great. All their products have replacement parts. You can even order lighter, so that's really cool.
Okay, 300. Okay. Jump in
Something
there,
was a little bit
maintain
fast.
level 300 for now.
Okay, first time doing
Oh,
that.
that was a
then, we'll see
Kickstarter
what
that
happens.
you joined
Call
in
you in a minute.
October for the new Verpal yoke. It has swappable handles, so you take the Boeing one off and put the
setting it at
rare one on.
676,
That's
76.
cool. Swappable panels for engines, lights, and gear. So how soon before you're going to clear out that one bay in your garage and start building the cockpit?
Okay, say parking for today, Aviation 256.
We're like really close to this airplane.
Any gate's fine with me.
We're really close to that
Okay,
WestJet.
continue straight ahead Charlie 6, then cross Charlie and get into the Bravo to any gate of one of your position for now.
A close encounter. There's the WestJet.
Correct. Have a good day.
When I've got the planning permission from the structural
Blackbird
changes.
077, we're showing now over to 7.
Okay, Blackbird 077, contact Monterey Control 124.5. I give him to Nabai.
Thank you very much. I'll explain to him, or you will explain to him, I guess. Thank you.
No problem, welcome.
Center United 1676, take flight level 340.
Average Canadian
Meridian,
uses
good evening,
TCA
with you.
Thrustmaster. Those are
flight level
great
220,
starters. And you can get a lot of good use out of them, Average Canadian.
Okay, 737, maintain. I called you shortly. What's it 140?
We're like really close.
What's it 146? No problem. Check your 29902 on your
Hey,
standard
Menzies, ciao, ciao,
auxiliary
welcome
stadium.
aboard.
Maintain level 300 for now. And just to confirm,
We have plenty of vertical separation. I think it says I have 430 meters of separation. The plans are with the local council, so you're waiting to see if anyone objects. Oh, really? You are going forward.
Okay, Tango Charlie Alpha Alpha
It's
78.
currently in your Lego
Correction,
room. It's going to be
7378.
extended
Buenas tardes,
and have a
Mérida.
kitchenette.
You on the radar contact?
No kidding. That's
Descending maintenance level
awesome.
200.
So, I mean, that's not just a
200,
casual plan. You're going forward
Well,
with that.
well,
That's pretty
¿Cuál es su call time?
good luck with that.
Trade wind, trade wind.
Threadwind, okay.
Gracias, hermano.
Radio Center, good afternoon. FM the one to Mike Heavy, window 340, going to Lorry.
Who is your call time?
FM the one to Mike.
Okay, their ground speed
Canada,
is
1 to
431
Buenas
knots.
tardes, Mérida,
I'm
control, radar
430.
contact. Continue, Ulari, maintenance
They
level
are at
340.
38.4. I am at 39.9. Okay, so we're close. We're okay. It's not that bad. It could be worse. It could be raining. Where is the WestJet
Back to
going?
1914.
Hey, we got to do some next to about 10. So we're going to come back on.
They're going to Vancouver. Okay.
No problem, sir. And see you in a way.
Thanks, man. Thank you for the event. Appreciate it.
I think Captain Whip has to call it a day.
Lima Bravo, contact Monterey, frequency 124.5.
I was actually getting all whipped up that we were getting to do an event with Captain Whip there. Good evening, Ram. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today.
54 heavy, switch over Monterey control 124.5.
124.5 for France 54. Thank you very much. See ya.
Bye-bye. Street wind 7378. When crossing NOSAT, descend via NOSAT 1 Bravo arrival.
We could do, yeah, we could do something like that too. They're not
2970.
concerned. I'm not going to be concerned.
Recibido el cruzar NOSAT, descendemos vía la NOSAT 1 Bravo Arrival para 3,000 pies. El
In
Trewin
some
737.
places, if it goes as low as 500 feet, that's a problem, but that's only in various.
Correcto, esperamos
So
el
we're in
ILS
probably,
3
we're
a la
fine.
1-2 izquierda, el Trewin 738.
Delta 235, request direct Mambi, Mike, Alpha, Mike, Bravo, India.
So the airplane's not yelling
Delta 235,
too much at us.
Yes, we call Delta 235 to request direct Mambi, Mike, Alpha, Mike, Bravo, India.
Metrics
Okay,
and
I coordinate
Imperial.
with an American
Father's
request
Game,
and bye-bye.
Metric, and Imperial is a problem with all the planes. Polyat says the UK is bureaucratic. Councils have to approve the plans to work. Even though you own the house and the land, it's a bit of a nightmare. Oh, we've got some, the new music is actually pretty good. I mean, it's, my TCAS is
Center, United 1676.
oh, Captain Whip's just had to go away temporary. Okay, cool. Glad that Captain Whip gets to come back.
Skipping request, flight level 340.
If you don't know, Captain Whip is a real world pilot, flies big jets,
Okay.
and helps us fly our simulated jets
United
better.
1676.
Local councilors are like, okay, homeowners associations, but they are a branch of government, so it's official. So they're there.
30 Whiskey, contact Monterey 124.5. Absolute flight.
124.500.
United 1676, conference 380.
NitRam is flying us with us today, going to Vancouver. This is your first VATSIM flight in 2024.
Okay,
Really?
maintain flight level 360 for now.
I haven't had that many problems.
About
I haven't had that many problems with VATSIM in 2024.
I am estimated 25 nautical miles heading to the west, maintain about 340. So I called you when you can descend to flight level 340.
All right, copy the traffic. I appreciate that. United 1676.
Delta 850 Heavy,
Any transport higher?
Who's calls in again?
Delta 850 heavy. Any transport higher?
Boy, as long as WestJet doesn't want, I think our ground speed is virtually the same, Father's Game.
Sorry, I can read your calls and you slow your calls and please.
Delta 850
Oh,
heavy.
really? Well, can't you, I mean, in a few months or something, you're going to be, what, a Lord High Executioner or something like that. They should be impressed by that, right? That should do you some good. You could start singing some Gilbert and Sullivan for them. That would help too. Actually, they probably wouldn't roll their eyes and shrug. They'd probably call security or something. Maybe that's a bad idea. Sorry. Very, very quiet. Local councilors are like the HOA. They cling on to the power. And some of them probably behave like Klingons too. Klingons. Today is a good day too. They're the king of the land. Oh my gosh. That was actually cool. If I start, if I do, okay.
Welcome to radar contact.
Behold the Lord High Executioner. A person inches of, okay, I won't.
That 235 heavy.
Seriously, how many live streams are you going to get on Twitch where you get Gilbert and Sullivan's Mikado like that?
That's 235 heavy.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised that their scope is not lit up about the airplane being so close. Pirates of Penzance or security will be getting called. One of the houses up the road, which is not visible from the world, was refused planning for a guest house because it didn't fit with the area. Well, we're in a long-haul flight, Polyot.
We're going to climb to level 3,
I mean, our brains are wired differently today. Father's game gets HOA gets a middle figure with their little drive-by. Yes, I have a boat. Yes, I have an RV. Yes, I have chickens, and my backyard is a garden. But they've learned to leave you alone. They declined planning permission because the design of the guest house was too modern to fit the local area. Am I the very model of a modern Major General? Oh my gosh, I know that. He's the model of a... Oh my, I know that. He's the very model of a Major General.
Delta 235 contact. Send American control frequency.
I know that. Gosh darn it, I'm total blank. Mustafa wins in the trivia department today.
Control 12441. Thank you for the great service.
Goodbye.
That was from Mystery Science Theater, Kingdom of the Spiders. Oh, it's a Pirates of Penzance. Oh my gosh. Well, I think that Tom Servo used the same line. So Mustafa did Pirates of Penzance, and I heard it from Mystery Science. So, yeah, I think it was Crow in the Giant Mantis. It was the Giant Mantis that line is.
400. Okay, Kleiner Mantis for 400.
Polyot has realtors looking for property in Texas and Florida.
400. Delta 850 heavy. Thank you.
It just winked out. It just blinked out. It's gone. Oh, it's behind us now.
United 16760 going to maintain flight level 340.
I guess we're going a touch faster. Well, I suspect it's sort of like, the president of the HOA is sort of like Nurse Ratched or something like that. Actually, there was a Mystery Science Theater. No, it was Warehouse 13, and it was all about a crazy HOA guy that got some artifact and was terrorizing the residents or something. It was crazy.
American 0117.
A fine for having your garage door open or your garage can on the street after collection for too long. That's a little much. On the other hand, let's say you put the trash out and then you decide it's time for pizza and beer and you have a little too much. Loviz says Florida is one big HOA. And then the alligators came. I'm kind of a little one. I don't own property. I have an apartment. But the rules are actually pretty specific as to what I could put out on my back deck there. They're just not an awful lot. Not an awful lot. So, there's rules here for us on that too. But it's an apartment and I'm a renter. Because schools were good for your kids, that makes perfect sense. You're involved in your HOA and neighborhood. The OCD Gestapo. Oh my gosh. Well, that one episode of Mystery Science where they did have this crazy HOA thing or something going on. That is socialism. That would be about the same. Average Canadian's gonna go have pizza. Have pizza, average Canadian. See you when you get back. So now this airplane is actually falling behind us. Delta 441, we are at Mach 0.85.
Thank you. WestJet 3101 Heavy, say my number.
Mach number S47.
Thank you.
Nitram, you're not on live weather. I don't think it'll cause too many problems. Back in the old sim, it used to cause a problem, but I'm on live all the time. It wasn't that big of a deal to click it in. Polyat doesn't think they would like them to be involved in the HOA. Dom T Gaming doesn't like one either. Loviz says it's a small one, only 12 homes. Really? That's a battle for Airbnb stuff too. Lots of Clearwater Beach. See, that's why it is that I never really thought that I would have an actual home. I would have a boat. Big ocean-going sailboat of some sort. That is an airplane that is very close to me. This is WestJet Flight 3101. They are a little bit behind me and 400 meters below me. So that is, oh my gosh, there's an airplane really close. Lenny says they don't like Airbnbs in the west coast of Scotland. I still do. I'm starting to get a little bit old for it. So if somebody wants a nice sailboat, I'll make you a really good deal if you promise to treat the boat with love and respect and sail it every now and then. But a very, very good deal on it if you want it. And it's not that I'm trying to make money. I just really want the boat to go to a good home. That is the most important thing. If I could do that, that would be great. Loviz's HOA is small and we don't have a management company. So we're on the board, you manage everything. It's a lot of work. And if you're curious, let's see. This was the day before I moved off the boat. I used to live on it. And that was the day before I moved off the boat. Absolutely fabulous. It's a little bit small, but it's very, very heavy duty. You can take I've had it 22 miles offshore. But very nice. Microsoft Boat Stream. I've done that a few times. I've done some boating and sailing things, and I have to tell you, it's not, it isn't great. Then again, I did one sailing thing one day, and it wasn't much fun. The only other thing I've done with Boat Simulator is I drove the Titanic. And this is back when there was one of those ship simulators that was available out there, and you could try. So your job, if you were the captain of this Titanic, was as soon as the lookouts yell iceberg right ahead, if you can miss the iceberg, you won the challenge. And I never missed it. Good evening. I'm an official. Welcome aboard. Yeah, this was very, very old, and the simulator was very primitive. Yeah, I know, Inverted Chaos. At Microsoft Paint Drying Simulator. You know what it's called, Inverted Chaos? It's called Loading Up Flight Simulator 2020. Seriously. I mean, paint drying would be entertaining compared to waiting for that.
Monterey control frequency 124.5. Have a good flight.
124.5 now, without 50. Have you had a good day?
You do, sir. FedEx 6-9er Alpha. Say your request.
My request is Gypsy by Fleetwood Mac.
5 minutes approved. Notify when back.
Hello there, AH Mike. Welcome aboard.
French West 7 Zulu Heavy afternoon. Merida control. Maintain flight level 410. Welcome. Aramex 454 copy. Mexico 454.
I lost my plane. There's that FedEx, WestJet. Here we are. I see us. We're at the back of this little train of planes right there. Good afternoon, Dole Skites. Welcome aboard. I practiced a little bit. Paulette remembers seeing a story that painted all of... Wait a minute, what was this? They painted all their stop signs black because it fit the area. It meant that no stopping, and it was non-enforceable. Sometimes I wonder if they actually have lawyers that tell them no. They probably do have them lawyers that tell them no, but they don't listen to them, like that one airline that you got rid of. Aurora Castle, you would like more of Little Lies, but Gypsy works. Either that or Tusk from The Dance with the USC marching band in there. Mustafa says 105. This is the modern Major General scene. 105.
Model of a modern Major General, living the nation vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England and I quote the finest article.
Okay, so that's it. Mustafa, absolutely. It shows just how messed up I am that I didn't remember that from Penzance, but I remembered it from Mystery Science Theater. I maybe counseling, I guess. I don't know what it's going to take. But yeah. Father's Game, they took my file of case law where you take it to court and won. After that, the HO president got the message and since then he understands his assignment. Yeah. Kings don't like being told that they can't do certain things. But yeah, I'm afraid, Mustafa, that was I recognized the line and my head first went to the satellite of love.
7378 está autorizada la aproximación ILS.
I'm too much of a product of pop culture. I'm supposed to stretch. Now's a good time to do that.
Correcto. De presente posición puede volar por la izquierda directo al fijo intermedio, Upper November 528 y complete la aproximación.
Recibido para el Upper November 528 directo para completar la aproximación. Frecuencia de 3T.
Delta 120 Heavy, contact Monterey Control, frequency 124.5.
We are very, very close.
124.5, Delta 120 Heavy, thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
And FedEx 69 Alpha back in cockpit.
Thank you very much for the bye.
It's actually a big fad right now, van nomads. I'm more of a boat nomad. If I'm going to be nomadic or something, it would be a boat for me. Only because I couldn't afford an airplane. But that would be one of those things. And somebody was asking about the boat if it had a galley. It did have a small galley in it. I replaced most of the stuff in the galley. There's a really good refrigerator. I took out the old alcohol stove and put in a couple little electric things in there. And I was actually pretty good at cooking stuff on the boat. I made some good stuff. Peter, I kind of thought so too, but apparently in this part of the world it's okay. They did ask for our speeds, but I don't know. Oh, you could fly cargo, absolutely. You could fly the Beluga, you could fly the 777 cargo liner. My husband and I went van nomad for a bit of a honeymoon, and it was bliss, the silence. Yeah, see, I would go and, put my boat in the inlet for Loch Ness so that I could live near Nessie. You had to come back and reclaim the kids.
Gemini 169 or 2 maybe?
Hi, Bryler Gaming. Welcome aboard.
Go ahead for Gemini 169. Say Mach number, please.
Yeah, good 34 to 45 foot sailboat.
75, thank
would
you.
Be nice.
515 heavy, say Mach
as long as it can get out of Loch Ness and out to open water if I had to.
Okay, Air Canada 515, you have traffic at 12 for your position, 15 nautical miles, flight level 340, Airbus 320.
Either that.
Continue climb 360, maintain Mach 85.
Or a little upstairs condo kind of a thing in Stromness so that I could see the bay where the ferry boats come in with a nice window, and that's go there and try and write mission number 4. Father's Game, you have a 30-foot travel trailer. Your wife trailers the boat. You take a few weeks every year and go boondocking. It is really good fun. Just being able to take your boat. Marietta's on a trailer right now and has been there. It's going to take some work to get it ready to go again, but I don't know. No idea what the future holds.
227 heavy, good afternoon, Merida. Radar contact, maintain level 380.
I remember I moved it halfway across the country once, and that it was essentially my U-Haul once. And so we stopped at I basically, as I moved, I stopped at KOA campgrounds instead of going and just stayed in the boat. And that's what I did. And, I would pull in next to these, fancy, motorhomes and everything else. And people just looked at that and thought, a few people really didn't like it. They just, ew, this is. But a few people thought it was really cool. And they, when I would go, because I have a grill on the back of the boat, and it's not there all the time. Once you get to anchor, you go into the sea chest locker, open it up, and you pull out this grill and hang it off the back of the boat. really good, and you could make some incredibly good food on that. And I would drive my neighbors crazy. I mean, even brats cooking on that thing was so good. Oh, it's changed a lot. You're absolutely right about that, and that's probably one of the reasons why I wouldn't do that Father's Game, is because they've really legislated the life like that, and I don't think I want to do that now because it's gotten really nasty. So, but yeah, it's pretty much every spot of water now. And part of it is understandable. I mean, some of the pollution, basically the sewage that was being dumped overboard by people, that they just dumped it overboard into the marina, and there was some nasty stuff. So I understand a little bit about why some of that's coming out, but still, I wouldn't want to do it. For instance, I've got a through the hole fitting. I have 2 of them, and one of them I would have to close permanently, and then the other one is the bilge. And the bilge through the whole fitting is just water in the bilge, but they would still, whenever they thought I was doing something, they could come aboard and check and make sure it's just bilge water whenever they wanted. Yeah, it could probably help and make things worse. My guess is, Paul, though, it's better to be an attorney, be a lawyer, because you know what your rights are, because you can get really pushed around a lot in some cases where, somebody's just pushing you around and you don't know. But yeah, I had a small float, and if I was when I was sleeping aboard the boat, one of the things is at night, I would flip a little bit of, I had a little 3-way switch for my bilge pump. And it was always on. So that's number 1. Number 2, if the bilge pump came on, it would turn on a bright light in the boat. And switch number 3, it would turn on the light and it would ring a bell. So, if all of a sudden the bilge pump is going on, because my boat did not leak at all. It didn't. It would go on if you got a heavy rain. That was it. But that way, if you're asleep and the bilge, you spring a leak, the bilge pump's going to wake you up. Yeah, derelict boats are a big problem too. Yeah, mine looks a little derelict right now on the trailer. That's right. I think you're also trained to think 5 to 6 steps ahead too. Hey Boeing, welcome aboard. But yeah, knowing your rights and being able to think ahead like that. There's a Bayliner, harbor to harbor vacation. They always sleep so much better when you're being moved. Oh, they really do. Waking up on the boat in the morning, slowly kind of, going back and forth is really nice. Yeah, it does cost me money where I store it on the trailer. I have to, that's the thing. It's about $600, $700 a year now.
Very good afternoon.
To keep it stored. So, the fact I'm getting older is why it is that it's sort of like, I really want to find it a good home. Because it is kind of just rotting away there and I don't have the time to do anything. So, I don't have the time to do stuff that I'd like to. Boeing 737 MAX, welcome back in. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you very much.
I know, waking up, you make your morning coffee like that, and you step out onto the back deck, and that is your sunrise back deck. Even if you're sitting in a marina, it's awesome. That's right, there's places that you can camp that you can only get by boat. I know a couple of islands and coves in some inland lakes where you can only get there by boat. There's a couple of places in Charleston Harbor and Corpus Christi Bay that were really, really nice. Well, see, that's, if I could do that, Polyot, if I could find a youth group to donate it to, I would have done it by now. I just don't think that they want it. But I would do that in a heartbeat. And if somebody knows a youth group in the U.S., and, you know, I don't think that I could transport it there, but I'd sign it over for, 50 cents if it went to a place that would take care of it and love it. Ringway just did a nice sub. Hey, it's a resub for 3 months. Thanks, Ringway. Thank you for some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan.
The American 420, I have your...
You're right. I ought to start trying to do that too.
Ready to copy, American 420.
Right now, it is at the risk of, being a little bit too realistic and stuff. It's also my, if everything goes just batshit crazy, I could basically take that and I could live on it if I had to, on the trailer or something. So, Buster's got to go outside. Loviz is making tacos. But yeah, I could tax write-off would be good too. Father's Game, dinner with family. Happy dinner time, Father's Game. See you next time. But yeah, if everything goes just absolutely insane, I could put Stormy on the boat and a few other things. Probably spend a day and a half cleaning it, and I could move back aboard and then drive away if I had to. I don't know where I'd go, but, if the world decides to blow itself up, I guess. Okay, 1,500 miles. We've done about 500 miles since our last top of descent check. And everything's looking good here. So we're going to be moving out of Meridian Center. We're about halfway through there. Martin wants fresh oysters with a dash of chili and lemon. Just a few little bits of chili in your seafood is really good. It is. It's a safety net. And it's difficult for me to let it go. Yeah, seriously, since I was a kid, that boat is the only place I've called home. I mean, this is a great apartment. I love Spy HQ. And what I've been able to build in here is just a little bit magic for me. But yeah, the boat, even though it hasn't been cleaned in 10 plus years, it's still home. Ozagon, I hope I said your name right. First time in chat. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. And doing pretty good here. I think Stormy'd be a little bit big for that, so I don't know about Flight Sim live streaming on there. But if I had to, I could figure out a way to make it work. I doubt that the throttles would fit.
For Mexico 616, contact Mexico Control, frequency 126.6.
126.6.
This is a long flight. It is. Weird is here. With pizza cheers and a blue and yellow flag. Welcome on in. It's been good. The A350's great. We're going boating. You've done leisure boats on the network. You can tie a knot, but you know nothing about sails. There's only one rule about sailing. Only one rule. You cannot go into the wind. You can't go into the wind. You can do everything else. So, you can tack back and forth. That's about it. J.U. Rogers, welcome aboard. It is packed. We're in a VATSIM event. I think that eventually, Quiart, the ATR is going to get fixed. So I would just leave it. It's going to get fixed. Yeah, you really shouldn't hit bigger boats. I think Cold Nebo, I haven't been in it, but other people have in the ATR, and it's apparently still got a problem. But yeah, we've got 1,901 pilots flying on this.
Ready to control American Fortress, you're ready to taxi.
Sailing your cargo ship into a stationary tanker off the coast of the UK. Yeah, apparently that just happened.
Okay, American 420.
And another ship captain gets the annual Hazelwood Award.
Bravo, Charlie Niner. Notify when ready to departure.
Echo 2, Charlie 9, you're going to notify ready for departure, America 420, relay once you're ready.
Radio 7, very good to meet you. American 377 is with you,
Oh, now that airplane's up ahead of us. It was behind us, now it's up ahead. The ocean is massive. It's bad enough hitting something just based on that. But doing it while stationary does take special skill. It does take special skill. I mean, seriously, there's got to be a Dunning-Kruger Award for that, right? A Dunning-Kruger Award? This airplane is very good looking. The cockpit is great. It's intuitive as hell. The thing about this cockpit also is it's so well integrated too that it just is awesome. Really is nice. Oh, really? So Captain Dunning-Kruger is going to get a little jail time because there was loss of life?
Delta 4228, buenas tardes, Mérida. You on the radar contact, maintain level 380.
Yeah, I guess you're supposed to lift, pull up the anchor and stuff like that. Boeing 737 MAX. Yeah, this is a really nice airplane. It's a good airplane to have as your favorite. It's going to be a very solid cross the pond plane for sure. Yeah, as soon as the 737s come to 2024. Salt Lake City is 1,655 miles to the north. And our top of descent is 1,519 miles to the north. Oh no, well, probably shouldn't make too much fun of it. One of the crew members is still missing. Salt Lake City terminals don't load. Did you get, there's a payware that's nice. The Salt Lake City ATIS is long. It's a good document. I thought that was nice. So manslaughter from negligence. Wow. Well, the sea, I mean, that can be deadly. It really can. And safety first isn't just a punchline. Let's see. Aguzan, are you in this airplane, Aguzan? So one of the things that you've got to do with this airplane is go over, if your navigraph isn't working, you need to go into options and third party, and you need to update your nav data. You also need to connect it too. The fly-by-wire has gotten better and better, Peter. I mean, seriously, the fly-by-wire has really gotten good. Let's see. To make matters worse, it was a Portuguese ship captained by a Russian, and he hit a stationary U.S. tanker carrying jet fuel. Was it on purpose? The strange times that we live in, Pauliot, I don't think that that's that big of a stretch. Just me. I don't think that's that big of a stretch.
420, have a holding short 12 right, ready for departure.
American 420, ring 12 right, and we need 170 at 23 knots. You're clear for takeoff. Notify when airborne.
Clear for takeoff.
FSLTL is nice. I think I may have misdone mine. Something's wrong with mine. It wasn't loading. Loading liveries. Average Canadian is back over on YouTube. A fast eater. I have no idea. Last night got really late, so I'd cut up vegetables for stir fry, but just went to bed. It was so late. So I've still got stir fry vegetables. It was jet fuel, which is way worse. More than just like bunker fuel or gas, right? Poliad said it was Jet A. Boeing is more of a P3D lover. There are still some people that are flying in P3D. So we should be getting kicked over here. We're right over on the far right side of the screen. Fish are also more likely to die. So it did a lot of environmental damage too. Navigraph is something you ought to have if you're going to be in VATSIM. And the airplanes are getting complex to the point that it's kind of becoming one of those add-ins that you're going to need. We saw EasyJets today at Logan and an Emirates flight. Haven't heard from Majestic in a long time. I think kind of years. They announced that they were going to do something for Flight Sim 2020. And I think that was a few years ago, and they have been maintaining radio silence ever since. Very good at maintaining radio silence. Probably would be good to do a quick look at the fuel, make sure we're in good shape. So fuel, I'm going to have 9.1 tons when we land. So 9.1 tons for landing. We need to panic at 4.1. So I boarded a bunch of extra. Oh, okay. Crossway posted something a few weeks back and said work is progressing. Can you get a PDC? You can on VATSIM. You can't do CPDLC unless you use something like Easy CPDLC that Quas made. You could use that and that would work pretty good for you. I think we're about ready to go off the map here. Yeah, looks like the map's having a hard time loading. That's too bad. The map is really helpful. Oh, that's right. You also could use the web-based version of a CPDLC client. Yeah, the 777 has CPDLC. You can do it right from the airplane there. Just like, we can do that with this airplane too. We can get our clearances and roger everything, and it works great. But yeah, the Easy CPDLC is actually really pretty cool. And this one will work very, very easy. So you could use this too. And just have it have it in a browser. And I think it'll work with just any old airplane. Low vis, yeah, Easy CPDLC is really quite easy.
Merida traffic, Merida is back in 1.5 minutes. I need to get to bathroom. Merida, regreso en 1 minuto y medio.
Lovis had a problem with that. Victor is here. 1 hour for touchdown. EKCH to Atlanta yesterday. And the return. So you've been doing a long one. I think, oh yeah, and it's the Easy CPDLC is incredibly easy to download, and then you can also just put it on your desktop or something, shortcut to it, and it just works. We've used it with PMDGs before and a few other things. Oh, look at this. The airplane is now no longer red, it's yellow. So it's pulling out ahead of us. It's pulling out ahead finally. Ryan 83 Bravo is back with a 54-month resub. Hey Ryan, thank you for awesome support. Thanks for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan and being here 54 months. Welcome, welcome. We are in a VATSIM event. And we have had an airplane very close. Chase plane. This is a U.S. ship that was carrying jet fuel that has the big hole in it. Okay, well, there we go. I assume you wanted to see the outside of this airplane. That's the one, and it's probably still leaking, right?
Yeah, that's why I'll be back in a minute.
Lovis is now finally over land. Yep, I see Delta Flight 120 way up ahead. So Lovis is now right there and feet dry. And I heard JSG Droid, but I think JSG Droid has another departure airport, so might not be on the same track with us. And actually, you're probably going to start making your turn to the north soon. And we should also be in the area. Oh yeah, we got an 86 knot wind. Kind of right in our face here. So cool. Our ground speed is a whopping 400 knots. Lovis is making the turn right over Monterey.
Good afternoon, Merida. You on the radar contact, maintain level 360.
If I were to click Lovis and click the star by the name, so that way we could spy on Lovis.
Canada 2404 Super, good afternoon, Merida, radar
So if we click the star, that star right there, so now Lovis is green too. So we can make other spies green and we can, you know, keep track of where other spies are. I know we just invaded Lovis's privacy. I'm sure there's got to be an HOA violation there, right? Probably. Hey, look at that. The WestJet is now turned white. So it's now no longer a big, nasty red alert. They probably goosed the speed up a little bit there. I'm supposed to do a posture check. Owen says to do that. How about stretch today? This is going to be one of those that we're a little... You've got Wolfie on your TCAS too, so you got Wolfie up ahead too. No kidding. So that airplane is now no longer a factor.
3401, state Mach number.
And we can actually see them from the cockpit now.
700, thank you. Delta 441, just to confirm Mach number.
Delta 441 is indicating Mach 0.85.
Okay, for traffic flow, I need you reduce to Mach 80. Are you able?
Mach 80 for Delta 441.
Thank you.
Man, no fair. We got slowed down. Polyetta's got low vis, JSG droid, green, Wolfie, and a few others as favorites, so you know where if there are any events worth joining. This one's probably a good event. No, we're not even close to descent, but they want to build a little bit of space between me and the other airplane. Uh-oh, we're really kind of close to green dot speed. Hopefully we don't fall out of the sky. Well, our flight got a little bit longer. Usually, though, it's not big longer. It's usually about just a minute or two when you slow down like this.
Thank you. American 0117, same Mach number.
American 0117. And,
Sounds like they're starting to...
Thank you.
obligatory in-flight sneeze. Don't know why. Always have to have one. James is flying right now. James just joined Madeira radar. Delta 717. So you're just coming out of Cuban airspace right now?
FS1918 heavy, contact Monterey 124.5, have a good flight. Only 24.5, FS1918 heavy, good night.
I don't see that FedEx. Oh, there it is. They kicked him over, so that FedEx right there, I think. So that airplane is finally pulling ahead. Here is AJM 3401. They're going to Salt Lake. What is that? That is a 737. We're going to be with Monterey for quite a while. Looks like, yeah, here's where the turn is somewhere in here. Monterey Center 124.5. 124.55 is what I have gotten the next frequency. Defiant Prawn is doing Delta 585 heading up to Los Angeles. Happy landings in LA. An A330 is squawking 7700 over the Atlantic on VATSIM. Uh-oh. So there's an orange plane out over the Atlantic right now. It's probably lost in some other thing. Somebody lower. I must not have that setting turned on. This is just the default. It's just basically default.
Transition ILS, DME3, runway 12 left.
It's OCNN2. So that's the one that's squawking, OCNN2. And they're squawking 7700.
Correct. And descend via star.
Wonder what happened.
QNH 2973. Delta 1914 Heavy, good afternoon, Monterey. Correction, Merida Tower. You on the radar contact, maintain level 400.
Maintain 400 for Delta 19.
Centro Mérida, muy buenas con usted, Dominicana 304.
There are 317 Airbus A359s. There are, it doesn't tell you the X's.
Mantenemos nivel de vuelo 360, Dominicana 304.
There are 190 versions of the 777.
Copy that, sir. Thank you for the bye.
United 227, reading hello, flight level 340.
222 A320s, 60 A319s, 102 A321s.
Air Canada 943 Heavy, contact Monterey 124.5.
24.5, Canada 943, bye-bye.
Let's see. Onion Royal, so far so good. We are out of trouble. There is somebody squawking 7700 near Dubai, and they're diverting to Doha. They're new to VATSIM, and they diverted 2 minutes after Dubai ATC came on. Do you think they're trying to avoid ATC? Yeah, it's called disconnecting. If you just don't want to do it, you disconnect. Uh-oh.
Okay, another traffic calling for descent or increase your altitude.
Okay, that airplane is now 5 miles ahead of us.
Who just called it again, sorry? WestJet 146. Which altitude do you request?
So there's people doing all sorts of emergency squawking.
I can give you a
Probably not the best day to do that on VATSIM with such a big event going on. It's not like Doha and Dubai are far apart. They could have made it to Dubai if they wanted to. Martin is doing French onion soup tomorrow with grilled cheese and maybe some freshly baked French baguettes. French baguette or something would be really good with French onion soup. The whole conga line along the west coast, that's the bigger one. Dulskites, that one looks like it's the bigger one. I mean, we've got a pretty good line, but the one Dulskites is talking about is this one right here. That's the big one for sure. I think JST Droid's in that one.
Alpaca 625 Heavy, good afternoon, Merida. You on the radar, contact maintain level 380.
Monocular Bot is going to call it a night. Good night, Monocular Bot. Thank you for coming in today. Have a great evening. See you next time.
Say again the call name.
Cat Force 177.
My guess is, low-key, that the 7700 code is not, I've had too much beer and need to go to the real-world Blue Juice Saloon, right?
Okay, Cat Force 177. Which altitude do you request?
I'm trying to remember. It's going to be a 1959. It's almost always 1959. I don't know the airline. There's a Delta 1959. That could very well be. Yeah, there's Delta 9. Oh, wow. Delta 1959 has done a really good departure. Really good. So Delta 1959 is way ahead of us. That's there. There we go.
Camper 177. You can climb to level 320.
Very, very, very good progress. I'm going to start adding that so that we can spy on other spies. I think that's a nice, the star option's cool.
It's going to take a little bit while. You have traffic, 12 view position, 737-8. It's about 3 nautical miles, flight 360.
Remind me to not tell you my call sign when I fly next with you. Okay. I don't want to blow anybody's cover.
340, present speed.
I don't want to blow anyone's cover.
Present speed, United 227.
Dom T Gaming, you took off a little bit later though, right? And you're heading up the coast, if I remember correctly. You're doing the coastal flight, right? No, you're still with Havana. Okay. Man.
Canada 6 Heavy, good afternoon, Merida.
Who was it?
It's Air Canada 6.
Jamaica called it a day pretty quick. They called it a day pretty quick. Dom T Gaming, you're coming up with us too to Salt Lake Center. Did you? So that's right. You departed out of Haiti, right? You have 2 authorized VATSIM accounts. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. Dom T Gaming, you're in the big line. Okay, so that's the big line for you.
WestJet 146, Merida.
WestJet 3101 is the one we're keeping an ear out on. And I'm guessing that Noton is where we're going to get kicked over to the next center. Okay, they're now 7 miles ahead of us, so we're getting some good separation with that airplane. Back in the day, they couldn't change my name on my account when I changed my last name. So they told me to create a new one. Now I have 2. Every so often they flag me, and I have to show them the email who was president at the time authorizing it. And even then, they probably, are difficult about it, right? Yeah, I had an email, so there was a live streamer, a flight simmer. She still flies a little bit. Agent Bravo 7 used to play music from Odyssey Eurobeat, and I always thought that was kind of cool. It was a nice vibe, and so I wrote to Odyssey Eurobeat and said, could I please have permission, like Diana, to play Odyssey Eurobeat on my live stream? And said, sure, absolutely, very nice about it. And I saved the email, but it was like every 90 days, Twitch would get twitchy about it. And as much as I like that, I just like, I can't anymore. So, right now I'm the music that we've got nowadays isn't tripping any landmines. So there you go. But it was kind of a nice vibe, and I think Diana still does. It doesn't do a lot of live streaming these days. Yeah, there was a way to do that, and I remember I tried it once. See, the thing though is today, I could probably, don't dig too deep in there, because we're also on YouTube. And it's sort of like, okay, do I really want to do that? Right now, music is not a problem. So now, there would be 2. YouTube has the same. Oh, yeah, both are a gigantic pain. Noodles, when flying in the UK, you can request a stand via this.
Delta 578, you are clear to the ILS DME3, runway 12 left approach.
So you have to sign in.
For the DME3, 12 left approach, Delta.
You are currently have unread notifications.
Mike, switch over Monterey control 124.5.
Must acknowledge before continuing. So now you can request we have published an updated version. Okay, I've read it. So now we can go and you can request your parking stand here. That's actually, okay. But this is really kind of cool. I have a feeling that we're going to start getting, stands and stuff like that. That we'll start getting those kinds of things to request a stand. And for things like cross the pond, cross the land, cross the lake, cross the ditch, cross the whatever, at a certain point in time, they're probably going to start assigning you a gate. And that's only when there's the arrival is staffed. I had auto ATC always descends me a little bit too soon. Dom T Gaming is looking forward to cross the pond. Do you know what route you're going to do? Loviz, I think, said Loviz is going to go to Rio de Janeiro. I wonder if Loviz is going to try and divert to Santos Dumont. Nope. No, this is good practice for the jet streams. It's going to be right in our face. Callum was talking about wanting to do things like that a while ago, but figured it would never happen because VATSIM UK.
Okay, fine, thank you. Delta 4228.
I think some of the events are getting a little bit too crowded and they're running out of gate space, and they're going to probably have to start assigning gates.
Approved, Delta 4228.
I guess. Peter, many years ago, airplanes with similar tracks, top aircraft. Bottom one got a serious clear air turbulence. Really? So, Peter, you think that if we were in the real world, we would have had some clear air turbulence from that airplane that's ahead? Ghost in the chat, happy Catterday to you. Thank you for coming in today. Dom T Gaming would like to go Heathrow to Boston. Heathrow to Boston. I don't know. If I can get an arrival into O'Hare, I might actually place an order. I might actually place an order with the Chicago pizza place that I love.
Air Jamaica 3401, thanks for the ATC. Take care.
You too, thank you.
So don't really care which departure, which airport, but would like to go into Chicago. Peter, I think that you're right on that, what you were posting, and probably we would have gotten some wake turbulence off of that airplane. I think it's the same thing as this. No, it was a 7-3, right? Yeah, they're going to Vancouver, so it's not as big, but they probably have definitely kicked the warp drive in a little bit. See if we get our speed back in, when they get to about 20 miles out. Okay, everything is pretty good right now. Is that the text sound?
WestJet 3101, heavy contact Monterey Control 12445.
24.5, wonderful weekend, WestJet 31.
You too, sir. Have a good weekend.
I think that's going to be our next one too. The WestJet that we were just close to. So we're about ready to talk to Monterey. It is. It's a heavy airplane. JSG Droid is talking to Albuquerque Center. Wow. JSG Droid's making good time. Very good time. Well, JSG Droid also made some ribs and stuff, so the food's also good.
141, switch over Monterey Control 12445. Have a good weekend. Thank you for having you on board today, Mr. Spy.
124.550 for Delta 441. Thanks for the nice ATC and the fun event. Have a great weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Monterey, we just got it. So I guess it's going to be Monterey and then Albuquerque. So we'll listen in here a little bit. I missed a joke. Hang on there. A duck went into a bar. And then, can I have some bread? The duck said, "Why, do you have any nails?" Then, well, can I have some bread? I'm having a hard time. If you don't shut up, I'll nail your beak shut. The bartender screamed, "Do you have nails?" Then, can I have some bread? I think I get it. I may not be reading it right. James, LA is 245. So did you get a couple of updates? Oh, 8 days. I think I read that. It might be going up to, it might be going, actually it's 124500, not 12455. I think it's 124500, not 550. Oh, we're still over the water right now. Okay, now I hear somebody. I didn't hear anybody on the other one. Thank you for trying to do the joke. I hope I gave you a drum roll. Sometimes my brain is on the airplane. Monterey, good evening from, good afternoon from Delta Flight 441 Heavy, just past Noton at flight level 400, maintaining Mach 0.80. Okay, radar contact. The duck asked for bread oh, okay, it was extra days. The duck came in every day for 8 days. Now I get it.
Monterey, FedEx 1918.
Sorry I had to make you spell it out so much.
That's better. FedEx 1918, request step climb, flight level 360.
A wheelchair gamer. It was. So we had Jamaica, and we had Cuba, and then we also did Meridia, and now we're talking to Monterey, and this is when we will basically come over land. So that's what we had there. And we're still following that WestJet at Mach 0.80. And getting more of a crosswind now, so maybe that means our ground speed. Wow, look at that, our ground speed. Ugh. It's only 391 knots. We could get out and walk faster. I think, no, we're going to bypass Houston. So if you look over here, here we all are. So there's JSG Droid. There is Midland, Odessa. There's San Antonio. So there's San Antonio. All that's Houston. So that's the Houston Center area. And there's JSG Droid there. So JSG Droid is talking to Albuquerque. So that's that. Barrett O'Hare, I did update it, and it's worth your time. I definitely suggest updating it. And we're still not done. Dom MGY is somewhere back here and was last reported talking to Havana. So might be in this group of airplanes back there. So we've got spies all over Kingston, Cuba, and the Gulf. UK pilot is doing Dubai to Heathrow, from Heathrow. So it looks like we're going to miss Texas ATC. UK pilot, well, that was one of the big airports, right? Was Los Angeles?
United 188, contact Houston Center, 132.775.
132.775, thanks. United 188.
Rasputin, because a long time ago, before there was VATSIM, there was a ATC service called SATCO, and to log into SATCO, you have to To log into SATCO, all you got was a password. So you had to supply a flight number. And to change your flight number was a pain in the butt. It was it was a pain. Yeah, it was not fun to change your call sign. So when I signed on, I just pulled the number out of thin air. I know he's going to fly 757 for United, and I just 441. No idea why. And that's just the number that is kind of stuck with me. And we'll just, kind of sticking with that. UK pilot says 140 planes are going into LA. You had to use, I remember that, Moody Rocket. I remember Roger Wilco. Yeah. Well, that was before we had voice. We didn't have voice. We had to type our responses, text all the time. And Roger Wilco said he gave you a couple of canned responses, so you just click something and that would do your response for you. It was a real pain in the butt. Now that we've got voice, it's so much nicer. Wheelchair Gamer, I get confused all the time too. I know, Pauliette, doesn't that take you back to SATCO? Roger Wilco. I wonder if there's still anything on the internet about SATCO and Roger Wilco. Well, here's SATCO. Oh my gosh, satco.com. Aha, it has nothing to do. It's a light bulb company. It's a light bulb company. Okay, that's not SATCO. AVSIM. Excellent idea. Roger. Oh, here's Roger Wilco. Roger Wilco software, one of the first voice over IP online players. It was one of the first voice over IP clients, so they did have some voice in there.
Roger, just let me know when you're back.
Development release. GameSpy bought Roger Wilco a long time ago, and this is an archived website for it. The Wayback Machine. Oh, I don't know. I'm practically certain.
Iberia 3015 Heavy, contact Albuquerque 132.8.
The Wayback Machine.
Albuquerque 132.8.
The things we can do with VATSIM now. The final release was 21 years ago. Now we feel old. Before Roger, it was Pro Controller, and then it was Squawk Box. And I remember Squawk Box. I don't remember Pro Controller, but I do remember old Squawk Box. And yeah, I don't know, the donation fraud and everything, it's probably no clue what happened. But there was apparently some money that was missing, and some people said nasty things, and people's feelings got hurt. And that was about the time that I discovered sailing and stuff, so Pro Controller was the controller client. Oh, okay. So that's why I wouldn't have remembered Pro Controller. But Squawk Box was the text-only thing we chatted. And Moody Rocket remembers that as being after Roger Wilco. And I think somebody has done something and fired off a hype train. I just don't know what. So somebody did something nice. I just haven't seen it yet. Thank you. Man, those days. Oh, we could turn off telephones. Let them use that. Fuel's at 8.9. Looks like we're landing at 134 Zulu, 0134 Zulu, or thereabouts. And yeah, our top of descent, even at Mach 0.80.
Number 678, Mike Golf, contact Albuquerque 132.8, yeah.
132.8, Sunday 678.
UK pilot gets to climb to flight level 370 now.
Volcar 248 Manor, contact Albuquerque.
Polyot says scroll here and look. Scroll to the bottom and look 6 rows up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my gosh. Was that my old Satco ID? Oh my gosh, that is. Yep, and I would have signed up at Dulles. Yeah, that was my old Satco ID. And United 441, and yep, that would have been me. I was flying when this archive was done. That was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far, far away. Current list of servers connected to SatNet. Oh my gosh, I remember SatNet. We had fun with that too, you know, Skynet and stuff. Yeah, total number of clients connected. This was not that big. We had AvSim, OzPack. That's right. AvSim had a server. Satco, Sat Canada, Sat West.
FedEx69 Alpha, flight level 300.
Delta 600 Alpha.
Chicago was so big. That's that we always flew into Chicago too. We always flew into Chicago then. That was a big deal. Never really would go out. Never would really go to Europe in those days though. Moody Rocket says the peak back then would have been 300 pilots. 300 pilots back then.
I went to Mike Roger,
and we're still at what? 1,697? So we've lost about 500 pilots. Uh-oh, radioactive. First flight in the simulator was Microsoft 20, so you have no idea what we're all talking about. Wheelchair Gamer, yeah, there was this whole thing. Sure you don't want to go to Paro next?
Monterey Center, Delta 330, we're back.
Not with this wind.
Roger.
Not with this wind. Oh, there is a Rasputin. There is an incredible sordid past in Flight Sim. And then the drama caused the European side, and that became IVAO. Oh, is that a joke? I'm trying to do the maniacal laugh and stuff like that. I need to work on that. UK pilot, are you Emirates Flight 2? Are you flying right now? Are you doing Heathrow to OMDB? That's you. The FS drama started early. Nice to know that nothing has changed. We really don't have that much drama though, right? We don't have that much drama. So there's the Emirates flight going out of line. Oh, you got a long way to go. You've got a long way to go. It's gonna be a while. Polyod, man, I missed that. I hear sheep. I missed the drama. I'm so lucky. Wheelchair Gamer has landed at Salt Lake. Yeah, here at Spy HQ, we really do miss most of the drama. And I'm at a point where I just kind of have to tune out. There was a hype. Oh, maybe that was Polyot testing. UK pilot is doing a virtual airline flight. Oh, it's every even month that we're supposed to have flight simulator drama. I don't know how you can deal with that, have a real life and everything else. You're in a Discord with most of the various flight sim developers that you hear about it all? Really? In that special Discord with the various flight sim developers, maybe politely find a way to tell the developers to think before they post stuff to the public. We've had a couple of incidents where they've kind of embarrassed themselves lately. We've got cool sounds thanks to Polyat. Really fun sounds that keep the fun going.
Delta 238 traffic.
Yeah, that's probably why it is that's what my response would be.
Again. Spy, do you need a checklist?
Lovis says yes, please get the Wasm stuff sorted out. Guinea Builds and Phoenix are both in there, which is hilarious, especially as we have a game of Among Us planned soon. Oh, really? Well, maybe they need to hear the radioactive thing because they've both gotten a little bit radioactive. James, it's going to be fun coming into LA. It's going to be busy.
Condor 2488, contact Albuquerque 132.8, yeah.
Albuquerque on 32.8, thank you very much, and have a nice day.
132.8, that's our next frequency.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Polyat has got a really cool new voice. Which is going to be nice.
Roger.
Tomorrow we're doing a 2-hop, Havana, Cancun, or Key West. Or we could do just Cancun and Key West because there's a VATSIM event in Austin that we want to hit.
Say again for FS24, please.
Oh, I thought it was hush hush. I thought it was a hush hush thing.
On 134, correction 132.8, 32.8.
132.8.
JSG Droid is at flight level 400, and JSG Droid's making ribs. Anybody hungry yet? Anybody hungry and ready for ribs? This is what JSG Droid's been doing while flying. How about that? Doesn't that look great? Okay, they're all good to go. So let's see. There's some new alert sounds. So the ding dong sound's going to kind of go away for a while. Going to go away, and let's see. I've got. Let's see here. Here's what, if somebody's going to be a subscriber, here's the new subscriber sound.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
I'm serious. When I heard that, that voice, I really thought, oh, it's the Sorting Hat. It's the Sorting Hat in a way. Great. I loved it. I know, Dell, we're not hungry.
Air Canada 144, contact Albuquerque 132.8.
Hey, Collimator is back. How do you properly switch TCAS on this airplane?
Have a lovely evening. Bye-bye.
I know, isn't it awesome? I just like that so much. But it really did have the Sorting Hat. Collimator. Okay, so what you do is come over here. You got the FMS here, right? See down here where it says serve? That does not get you beverage service in the cockpit. That stands for surveillance. And what you'll do is you've got 2 buttons you're going to turn on. First, you're going to go ahead and put your squawk code in here, and then hit mode, and that turns you to auto mode. That turns it on. TCAS, you have standby, Terra, and then over here, normal, above, and below. And so you have to go on, turn on Terra, and then normal over here. And then you could do above or below. So right now it's normal, looking straight ahead. And that's how you do a Collimator. Now when you try and turn these off, like let's go ahead and go to standby. Watch what happens.
2858, descending.
Select TCAS in standby. You do have to confirm it off. But at that case, so there you go. That's how that works.
2858.
Lovis says, do you also hit ID here? Is ID in this one? Weather, turbulence, terrain. Oh, ident. Ident is how you squawk ident, right? You click that bar.
Monterrey Centro para el Viva 250 a nivel 378, descendiendo
Oh,
a
I just
350.
love it when two people are talking at the same time.
Southwest 2858, are you able to fly
ID
direct to
so you can
Tasna
see
for the
other
RMP
aircraft on
for runway
VATSIM.
12
Yeah, and that way, you know, I can see that airplane up ahead.
2858, yes, we are
It's
able.
up in the flight control
Roger,
unit.
proceed direct to Tasna, descend
Oh
5,000.
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Low vis is right. One more thing. Hush. One more thing, you have to hit ID up here. So there's terrain radar and weather, but you have to turn on ID so that you can see the airplane. Noodles says above and below is 9,000 feet either way. Okay, so there you go, collimator. You have to do those three things to see traffic, your TCAS traffic. And ID is actually really pretty cool. Wheelchair Gamer is going for pizza. See what happens? JSG Droid goes and puts pictures of ribs up and everybody wants food. Me too, I want food. I don't know. We'll figure out something tasty later. I need to do something with those vegetables I cut up. I don't want them to go bad. Taco Cat Goat is back in chat. Beer Cheers, welcome on in. It is a fun day. We're flying in the Cross the Land VATSIM event. You could actually update the alert. Oh, so you could put them on right now if you wanted to. If you want to put them on, they're great. Qantas Sim Pilot is Qantas Flight 20 doing a freight flight from Auckland. And you're doing a global delivery run. You're not delivering like, you know, Foster's beer and bloomin' onions, right? Okay, absolutely. Go right ahead, Polyot. Now's a great time to test it, you know, just to make sure. It's not like we're in a real heavy ATC situation at the moment. Broiler Gaming, yeah, some of those look really, really awesome, don't they? I'm not kidding. They're great. There is some Aussie beer in the back. I was being funny about Foster's and bloomin' onions, so probably wasn't that funny. I have the Wind Wing side stick too, and I'm...
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
All right, cool. But yeah, the Wind Wing side stick is really nice. And I'm kind of curious as to what people are going to think about the throttles. Yeah, we get those crickets all the time too. It's the coast. We're about ready to go feet dry. Yeah, the side stick does. I'm super duper happy with the side stick here. It feels great. I think it's supposed to be pretty close to actual size too. So this is really nice.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Really nice. Good levels.
Descenso para Retos 1 Alfa, 9000 pies. Pista 12, Viva 510.
Oh, my surveillance TCAS. I turned it on and off so that I could show those off. But if I come down here and I'll just clear it.
Roger. Second, your call sign.
And that should clear it. TCAS was standby. We're not on standby anymore.
Roger, climb to fellow 410.
Covert drop received. Support logged, Agent. Much appreciated.
Alright, can I enter for AMRA and the radar contact DSL? And West 2227K radar contact will continue.
Enjoy the $999,000. Wow, was that it? That was huge. Altitude reporting is off. I thought I had my altitude reporting back on. Surveillance. I'm on Terra. Altitude reporting. Okay, I must have turned that off when I was doing stuff. There's gambling going on. Let's see. Clatton TV is back with us in chat. Welcome aboard. It was off because I was showing how some of this works. I was showing how some of this works, and I turned it off, and I shouldn't have. So now it's all back on, and life is good. And I was supposed to hydrate.
Covert drop received. Support logged, Agent. Much appreciated.
That's a lot of cheers. Very cheerful. It didn't come back on after the demo, but I've got it all on now. I think another way to do it is to hit the surveillance defaults and just confirm the defaults, and that would turn everything on for you too. And the ECAM is clear, so life is good. And you can see, yep, there's our WestJet up ahead of us. It's now 20 miles ahead of us. I wonder if we're going to get to speed up soon. And really, by setting our speed down to Mach 0.80, top of descent hasn't changed, and the time we're supposed to get there really hasn't changed that much either. So that's pretty good. Dom MGY has got to be out of Cuban airspace now, and it's got to be in this group of airplanes here. And I think that that's the last plane there. We're about ready to go feet dry.
Southwest 2858, clear for the RMP runway 12. Call me on final.
Clear for RMP runway 12 and call you 1 on final Southwest 28, Southwest 2858.
And we've also got a big line of airplanes coming up the west coast here. Those are all going to LA. Looks like there's a bunch going to no, there's a bunch of planes going into LA from two different directions. Oh my gosh, that's going to be busy.
4,800 pies, RNP pista 12, lleva 510.
So we got this big line of planes down here. There's a line of planes going there. There's a line going in too.
More agents joining the spy flight.
Tom Hanks just raided us. How about that? Tom Hanks just raided us. That's pretty exciting. Doesn't look like Phoenix is up though. Hi, Just Speedbird. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by today. I think they're all live, so we got really cool new sounds that Polyop made. You know, got a great new voice for it too, so that's awesome. I don't think you messed up anything. It sounded good.
Radar contact.
And there we are coming in over the coast. Just Speedbird brought pizza and pineapple. Pizza and pineapple.
Air Canada 2377, can we get 20 minutes out of the cockpit?
Speedbird says ham and pineapple tonight. Best pizza ever. Hey, let's see. I did have a little personal pizza for breakfast today, so I should probably do something else. Pauliot, you coerced a voice actor to doing it? Well, it's a really good voice actor. I mean,
yeah,
has, you know, great attitude
can you tell me your position now?
Really is awesome.
Just over Maple, Air Canada 2377.
Actually, no, it was just a little Red Baron frozen personal pizza with pepperoni. But you know what? Sausage and egg, a real breakfast pizza would have been great, Speedbird. I haven't done one of those in years. Those I actually really liked them.
Roger.
There was a place in the last town that I worked in. There was a breakfast place that made it, and it was good. Oh, it worked on World Evolution, Jurassic World? No kidding. What a great voice. You know, if you know people like that, and it's not too much for me to say, I've always wanted to get on a list of people that do that kind of stuff for games.
Roger, let me know.
I think that would be so much fun. I promise I'll never do the old man talking to Sherlock Holmes, but I've always thought that that would be so much fun you know,
contact Albuquerque,
be the person that makes the comments or something. North Bay Bear wants to do a poll about pizza and pineapple. I'll bet that would be a fun job to have.
Enter, good afternoon. Speedbird 97X with you at flight level 360.
Speedbird 907 X-ray, Monterey Center, buen día, radar contact. Delta 508, contact Albuquerque 132.8, yeah.
Okay, you can decide.
132.8 for Delta.
There is a poll, pineapple with pizza on it. Is it great? Is it criminal? Is it, yeah, oh, that was awesome. Yeah, I would love to learn how to do that. I always thought that would be fun.
101.
I mean, you know, sometimes I play some of the games not on live stream that has the voice actors, and it's just sort of like, oh, I'd love to be that one guy over there that makes, you know, the snide comment or whatever. But thank you. Cross the Land was just across Europe. No, this one was there's several versions of Cross the Land. And this might be Cross the Land Americas or something specifically. I don't know. Yeah, we do them all pretty much. I think the only one that I generally don't do, because there's a really big event and it's called World Flight. And I always sit out World Flight because there's live streamers that do World Flight, and they're doing donations, you know, for like real, I think, important causes. And I always like to step back on those weeks and not be competition, because I mean, some of them are really good causes. We do, just Speedbird. We've got this airplane now. We got the 777. We got the MD-11 is getting better and better. So, hi, Shipwreck. Hello, hello, hello.
East of Monterey.
When we did recording with Jeff Goldblum, you got to go along as we had some meetings with you. You didn't realize just how much goes into voice acting. Oh yeah, you have to say it dozens and dozens of different times in different ways, so that because you know, you're not just reading one line, it's the video game, and you know, Jeff Goldblum can be standing there and you walk up and say something, but there's a dinosaur. I mean, it has to do all sorts of different ways that particular scene can play out. So you have to do it a lot of different ways. Pineapple on pizza. 50% says it's awesome. 41% says it's criminal. 9% said, who cares?
Yeah, just let me know when you're in final.
But yeah, they have to do all sorts of different ways, because the game is going to be different for everybody playing it. The 200 ER is coming first, and beta testers are already flying it on the network, so the beta is going to be cool. The iFly, I'm really looking forward to that. I think you're right, just Speedbird. Well, not like I could get, you know, 2020 going right now anyway. Mr. Big Bridges, this is the more current version of my system right there.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
So that's the one I'm using. Cosmic Lime is the first follower with the new alerts. Hi, Cosmic Lime. Welcome aboard. I think it worked, Polyot. Great. We do have flushable toilets right now. Used to be the only flushable.
Albuquerque 132.8.
Loviz just got kicked over to Albuquerque. There's Cosmic Line, first time in chat. Welcome aboard. And we'll stretch a little bit too. Cosmic Line, welcome on in. Thanks for coming. We are in the Airbus A350 flying up from Montego Bay, heading up to Salt Lake. Yeah, that would actually work. So that's pretty cool. It is. This is the brand new, I don't know how deep you are into all this, Cosmic Line, but this airplane has been updated, and it just came out from AnyBuilds, and this is a very, very nice recreation of an Airbus A350. And all of these systems are integrated. They work the way they're supposed to in the airplane. It also works with the WinWing autopilot panel, which is great too.
For Mach 1 or 0.999? We are 1.3.
Paulion has just gifted a sub to Cosmic Line to say welcome aboard. Hey, thank you for doing that. That was really nice of you. And you got to test that one.
Maintaining 1.3.
Thank you for gifting a sub. That was awesome. And welcome on in, Cosmic Line. Now you are here on the live stream that has pizza and pineapple, AZ5 buttons, oxygen, and all sorts of emergency emotes. Instant Kraz is first time in chat. Welcome aboard, Instant. Deeper into flight simmer than you'd ever care to admit. Welcome to the club. We're all guilty here. We've learned to not wallow in that anymore, but celebrate it.
Alaska 1354 Monterey, center wind, yeah, radar contact, continue south.
Okay, everything else is going good. Loviz is now talking to Albuquerque. We've got a little bit of flying to do before that. Instant Kraz, so far so good. So far so good. We're following one airplane that's a good 20 miles ahead of us. They did slow us down to Mach 0.80, but I don't think that's going to affect us too much.
Monterey, good evening. Delta 717, flight level 360, overhead due sense.
Sorry, what's the station calling?
Delta 717.
I believe Delta 717 is Dom MGY. Maybe.
Roger, ident.
.04 is stable for the 350. But they fixed that. They did an update on the WASM crashes. So we got the initial airplane work great. Your Walker 4554. Okay, that's who you are. Dom, you're usually, that's why I'm not seeing, you're usually 1981. Okay, got it. Thank you. Just adding a few more green airplanes. Updated streaming shot, a new shiny cam window. You mean the camera here? Actually, I haven't changed that in a long time.
Roger, thank you. Have a good day. Yeah.
That's right. You are 1981. But yeah, Cosmic, this is the updated one. We got an update late yesterday that fixed the WASM crashes, and it's behaving very nicely. We actually did a test flight on it yesterday, and it was brilliant then too. So we're in good shape. Dan just checked in over on YouTube. Welcome aboard. No, I've had the rounded corners for a long time, which is not easy in OBS Studio. There's a new live streaming application that you can get for free. It's called Meld Studio, and it does rounded corners and drop shadows really easy. I've got everything set up here good, so I'm not messing it up. How much fuel are my engines burning right now? I've noticed that we're dropping a little bit in terms of landing fuel. If we go to flight plan, it's Well, it's still holding steady at 9 tons. So the 9 tons is good. We're normal. We're in good shape. You did EGLL to W and you had a WASM crash? Yeah, after 12 and a half hours. That's no fun. It's probably worth downloading the update. You will have to update your liveries, though. Got to update your liveries, and not all the liveries, of course, over on the TO are updated, but the liveries are updated on AnyBuild's website, so you'll need to do that too. Wesley, I didn't see the presentation, but we did see some of their products, and they look really, really good. 2024 is being good, Green Giant. We've been flying it. I've been flying it for 2 weeks now. Dom T Gaming, that is smart. 15 extra tons? No, that's not being a chicken. That's being smart. This is a VATSIM event. You don't want to run out of fuel. Nobody wants to run out of fuel. Victor is forgetting to descend, so you're doing a 5,000 foot per minute descent. Happy landings. Just tell the other passengers that somebody paid you $20 to do the weightless parabola and descent, so people could be weightless for a while. Alex is doing the Leipzig Air, Phoenix to LA. LA is about to get very, very busy, Alex. There's a lot of airplanes going in there. So I would get in there very quick. Okay, there's Dom MGY just clearing Cancun. Noodles is going to call it a night. Noodles, have a great evening. Thank you for coming in. Cockpit keeps looking better and better. Good luck with all that. Have an awesome evening, and I assume it's early to rise tomorrow for real world dispatching, so good luck with that. About 1,500 pilots now, so some people might have been arriving. Man, Houston is really empty right now. 3:45 Zulu is Noodle's wake-up call. I remember that early morning wake-up call. I don't really miss it. I still get up kind of early here.
Yeah, it's Gator, going to maintain 360.
You know, 5 to 5:30, just so that I can make sure that all the ducks are in a row for me to have the live stream ready to go. Sometimes I'll sleep in an extra hour on Monday when I'm not doing flight plans and stuff.
Thank you very much.
Monterey Center, Canadian 117 Super, requesting 5 minutes.
Mountain Man, amazed at how quick we can do a fresh install. Isn't it nice?
117 Super, Roger. Let me know when
you got back. Everything done in an hour. Yeah, it took me 7 hours to do the latest update of to re-download 2020, and it still won't work. It still won't work. So I'm pretty much at this point giving up on Flight Sim 2020. Alex will make it into LA before all the other airplanes. Good. And let's do the last bit of hot beverage before we go to Spy Tea. You uninstalled 2020 and did a fresh reinstall of 24. Cosmic is going to be, Cosmic Lime is going to permanently migrate over too. I was actually going to do it like that. I was going to wait until PMDG and the iFly come over. It would be nice if the TFDI would come over too. I would like that to come over, but those are the two that I've been waiting for. But since my 2020s crashed and burned and unrevivable, I guess we're going to go and just do, I'm just going to abandon it now. Dennis Robert is in chat over on YouTube. Normal. Everything's normal on Twitch, Dennis. I'm just now on YouTube at the same time now that we can multi-stream. So thanks for coming over to YouTube. And Saturn V Guy. Hi, Saturn 5 Guy. Welcome back in. Good to see you on YouTube. You found the gift sub alert. Yeah, they do get, a lot of it's well hidden, isn't it? And all of this looks good. I think we're about ready to make the turn, though. Well, in 40 miles. So, yeah, 40 miles, we'll start our turn up north. And
subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey, you got that one in there, too. Thank you. Polyak gifted a Tier 1 sub to Mr. E47.
We're back, Template 121.
Kilo 121, Roger, contact mass plan 128.0, yeah.
But
What's
yeah,
rate
Dennis,
decimal
now that we can
zero,
be on
that's
both,
most,
I've tried
Template
to put things on both, and it's been pretty good. Had the biggest problem was sorting through music troubles, but now that that's all taken care of,
7, Houston is now flying, radar search terminated, frequency change.
in fact, I think we're done with music. How about if we start it again?
Center Air Canada 2377, have you back with you.
Okay. Spy music is coming back. Stu 222. Stu from ATC. It's going really good. It's going really pretty good. We've got about 1,500 people. There were about 2,100 when we got started. Big conga line coming up the west side of the Central American and Mexican coast. And we've also got a fair few coming out of the Dominican Republic and Kingston and Jamaica. So it's been pretty good. Maintenance on the airplane has been pretty good, although I think we do need to do maintenance on our oil and stuff for this airplane every now and then. Albuquerque is giving low-vis clearances. After helper, expect the Jazz 1 arrival. So Albuquerque is doing clearances for people going into Salt Lake. So Salt Lake, there's Denver up there. My guess is what, we're not going to probably, well, we could talk to Denver a little bit. It looks like JSG Droid's over Albuquerque right now. When in Albuquerque, what's that Mexican place that's so good on the north side of town? We're not around the central east. Your radar scope is lit up with precept. Yeah, there was some pretty serious stuff around St. Louis, it looked like, last night. Low-vis, there's other people getting clearances. But yeah, Stu, there was some real nasty weather, it looked like. Okay, I think everything else is good. We can just chill here for a little bit. Just trying to get the heat turned on. There we go, heat's on. Oh wow, I-441, that's awesome.
So?
Hey, that's really nice.
360.
I really appreciate that. That is actually probably one of the biggest questions that comes in here. I mean, seriously, I would have liked to have been one of those live streamers that says, you know, how come you're never in a hot tub anymore or anything like that, but that's the biggest one. And it was buried in menus trying to get your call sign changed in the SATCO days, so. Hi, Cross-Eyed Sniper, welcome aboard. North Bay Bear has chicken fingers and potato wedges. You know, I've got those steak fries, those frozen steak fries. I haven't done anything with those in months. I really ought to go cook some of those up.
Roger, Alaska. The last one is calling
Saturn
item.
5 guy, I'll ready the Bowser
556
when we land.
360.
Actually, I didn't too. I don't find you.
Okay, look at that. The WestJet. The WestJet that we've been following. The WestJet we've been following is now broken off of our flight plan and is heading up to Vancouver.
I got you. What's your requested flight level? 240?
Yeah, this is kind of a long flight. We've had really 100 winds in our face, so we'll probably maybe wrap it up after this. Tomorrow we'll probably do Cancun to Key West. Sleeveless is over in YouTube. Hi, Sleeveless. So far, so good. So far, so good. Pauliot just said, if anybody's got any other ideas about other commonly asked questions that might be worthy of a command, please say so. You could use that, but we're on VATSIM and we're under positive control right now, so we really shouldn't go into warp factor 4 or 8 or whatever. Cross-eyed Sniper is controlling at East Midlands Airport. Ooh, I wonder if we could. I wonder if they notice
Delta
if
465, contact Albuquerque 132.8.
I wonder if they would notice if we snuck our speed up a little bit.
Good night, Delta 876.
So here we are at Monterey. There's that WestJet. I don't really have anybody in front of me.
132.8, Delta 876.
I wonder. We should visit Stu when he's not streaming. I wonder if we should slyly start kicking our speed back up to warp factor 8.5. I know the proper thing to do would be to ask permission to do that. But, you know, spies are supposed to be sly about things. The thing is at 8.0 versus 8.5, with this kind of a wind, the difference isn't that much. It's less than, I think it's less than 5 knots. Just making the turn over Monterey. I think I really like that idea too. If you've got somebody that you'd like us to do, Polyot, somebody like that ever, please tell me. Mr. Bean was not that sly. Well, we're thinking more like other spies that are sly. But yeah, Mr. Bean was never supposed to be sly.
1838, Monterey.
And neither was Austin Powers.
1838.
Then again, Harry Palmer wasn't sly at all, so there you go.
And you can be an even flight level now, 400 or 2807 level, let me know
yeah, if you've got anybody that you have in mind, that I'd love to be able to do some things like that.
400, 1838.
Monterey from Delta 441 Heavy.
Delta 441.
Monterey, we just passed Monterey. We were, our speed got reduced to Mach 0.80 as we were following a WestJet. They have just broken off from our flight path and requesting normal speed.
Delta 441, roger, resume normal speed.
Normal speed for Delta 441, thanks. Woohoo!
WestJet 556, we were slow to pull Mach.
And now we're back to warp 0.85. But Captain, the dilithium crystals won't take it. They'll shake apart.
WestJet 556.
Low-vis is speeding up too. So there goes low-vis speeding up to 0.85.
Contact Mexico Center 126.6 AM.
So you kicked it into high gear too. So our speed is slowly coming up. So we were at about what, 410? Let's see what it does.
132.8, yeah.
Going to 132.8, thank you, and goodbye.
Air Canada.
7 Super.
Hi, Air Canada.
Monterrey Centro, estamos sobre Tacna, 4.800 pies. Viva 2510.
Enviado 510, recibido el servicio horario terminado, contacte Monterrey Torre 18-1, hasta luego.
Estamos con Torre en 18.1. Muchas gracias por el control, saludos.
Your ground speed is now creeping up to 500 knots. Well, actually, so we're slowly approaching Mach 0.85. We increased our speed from 405 to 432, so it was good to do that. Polyot is saying hello over on YouTube. And now we're at about 0.85, and so we kicked it up from about what, 405 to 440. So our ground speed did kick it up a little bit. JSG Droid got kicked over to Denver Center. Don't tell them that you've got all those really great looking, fresh ribs in your cockpit. They might make you to divert to Denver. They might make you divert to Denver. So there they go up to Vancouver. And that's a 737 too. So you could take your 737. That was what, a 737. No, it's a 789. Oh. Yeah, it's a 787. It's a 789. I didn't know WestJet had 787s.
Reference 35 contact Albuquerque 135.15.
Sorry, second.
I've got an AJM 737-800, but they are at flight level 360. And they're doing the same flight.
That's 35.15.
So we're going to fly over one, but it's way low.
Yeah, and the station calling checking in was at Delta 1914. Delta 1914 radar contact.
So yeah, that one's ahead of us, but we're so high. I bet we would see it if we changed surveillance. If we changed it to below. Yep. Okay, so here is that. There's an observer up ahead, and here is AJ. Oh no, that's a waypoint. Obsev. Here is this other one. So you can see they're 3,000. They're in great shape, so no problem there. We'll just go back to normal because they're way too low to be a problem for us. No rim shotting your own jokes. I hate to say it, I do that quite a lot. But they really are funny, right?
Monterey, good day, United CT7, level 360.
Lenny, if a 7897 it might have been hungry.
Good day, radar contact.
Oh, Lenny was doing the rim shot. Yeah, Lenny can do that. Hey, Carrie, you want to rim shot your own joke? How could I say no, considering how bad mine are? And Wolfie is flying along with us somewhere in the pack too. Wolfie is actually just ahead of Low Viz. Wolfie is Delta 508 today. So you were just ahead of Low Viz, so you probably have already gotten your descent. So you see a pair of airplanes there. One of them, JSG droids at the top. There's Wolfie and Low-Viz, and Dom MGY is really just clearing the Cancun. Let's see. Lenny was thinking about being cheeky, but I decided I'd add an extra week to your blanket. No clearance yet, but you did add Jazz before you left. Some nice travel jazz for our flight. Hey, Paul MUFC. There are a lot of hours involved with this live stream stuff, but I've got to tell you, I'd so much rather do this than what I used to do. It's so much nicer to be here. But welcome on in. Sleeveless, had to step away. You opted out of my cross the land trip. You decided it was better if I kept my weather radar open today. Well, Sleeveless, you were in the area where there was some real nasty storms. We had some big bad thunderstorms and even a few tornadoes in your area, right? You work for Swissport? Well, I don't know. I'm sure it's a job, but yeah, you do get to work for Swissport. That's kind of cool. Did you see? Yeah, the heat from the engine here. Oh yeah, you got a little heat there. Is it jazz on a sitcom? See, I always thought it was sort of like jazz that you'd be listening to on the playlist if you were flying along, as a passenger going someplace. Or meeting the kind of jazz that you would hear at a coffee shop. Sleeveless is in the Northeast, but you have family and a good friend in the Dixie Alley area. Oh, okay. Salt Lake City is now landing on the 3-4s, LDA 3-5, and they're departing on 3-4. So landing on 3-4 left. Okay. Well, yeah, Sleeveless, I can understand wanting to keep an ear open for your family and friends. That's right, it was the engine steam. There are some airplanes that model that really, really well. The engine steam and stuff like that, they really do. Okay, it's 2307 Zulu. I think that this thing will not auto-update like it does in the 777, so you do have to hit update. Now it's information Kila, 2254 Zulu.
Go ahead for Captain
So the
1914.
Hey, I think
yeah, so your pop-in doesn't have
Captain
right
Whip
now.
is back.
Just make sure you actually send it. Again? Your pop-in doesn't show here anymore. Just make sure if you, I don't know.
Variable at 4, 10 miles visibility.
Trying to send your pop-in again.
Visual ILS LDA DMA approach is in use. Landing visual ILS 3-4. 3-5 departure is 3-4 left. 3-4 right, 3-5. VFR departures, blah, blah, blah. Bird activity in the vicinity of the airport. Cross-eyed sniper, you thought it was an alcohol-induced when you looked. Really? Okay, so we got the latest one there. That looks good. So we are 1,017 miles. away from Salt Lake, and we are 881 miles from our top of descent. So this was an alcohol-induced blur for some. Eerie, yeah, it really has been. Yeah, the headwinds have been picking up. We've got it basically going straight down 112 knots here. Kiri, you actually can. Onion Royal has landed in Mexico City. But yeah, Kiri, you can do that. Fact is, back in the old VATSIM days, we took the X-plane X-plane on VATSIM.
Yeah, I get it now.
From Heathrow to, I forget, I think we went to Kennedy or Boston or something. But we did that on VATSIM. You just can't do it on across the pond. You just can't do that on across the pond because they have to stagger the ATC on one side of the pond or the other, and the Concorde would mess that up a little bit.
Buenas tardes, está en contacto, ¿verdad? Cactus 1014, contact Albuquerque 132.8.
13280?
132.8.
Alright, 132.8. Cactus 1914.
You saw the old Concorde Cold and Dark? Boy, that was a long time ago. That was a cool plane. It kept you busy, though. New Zealand says they're going to dock the spaceship with the space station tonight at 11:30. Those are really cool to watch.
Delta 188, contact Albuquerque 132.
I've been meaning to update this. Hi, Corsair Slayer. If you're interested in some space flight, there is the updated link to Orbiter. So Orbiter is linked up there.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Corsair Slayer, thank you for a whole year of great support and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. Thank you for being here as often as you are, and welcome on in. The docking, the thing about the docking and stuff like that is it's awfully anticlimactic. The thing is there's a lot that's going on. It's just there's not an awful lot moving in the real world of space travel. It's not like watching Star Trek or even, Battlestar. We're not going to be jammed up going into Salt Lake, really. People are spread out pretty good. It's very, very slow. Yeah. It's a precision operation. And the thing is I put that link in about Orbiter. If you wanted to learn about that, I'm sure it'll be on YouTube, New Zealand. Yeah, it will be. But you can actually learn what it takes to do that. I'm really pretty good at I can go and I can get the ship up into a stable orbit. The thing that always escapes me is what's called the transfer orbit. And the transfer orbit is, let's say that, we're going around the Earth here, and here's the Earth right here, and here's this International Space Station. When you go and blast off, you're going to be in a low Earth orbit to start. And what you have to do is you have to change your orbit so that you're going to come up and match the International Space Station here. The transfer orbit. That's the kind of rocket science that just my head hasn't wrapped around. And I usually end up, flaming out bad. It's really bad. But it's really also, great stuff to learn. And there is some good documentation. one of the hard parts about it is the documentation is written by people who really understand that stuff. And so they're not able to put it into language that mere mortals like us or like me can understand. And so I'm still trying to sort my way through that. But now that Flight Sim 2020 is not working, I'm probably going to get rid of that and go and do Orbiter and see if I can't jump back into that. Maybe get my Dragon up to the space station for once. But the last 5 times I think I ended up, during the transfer orbit, I would burn up. And as Sigourney Weaver taught us all, in space, nobody can hear you scream. Thought I heard a click. Walk the Beagle. There's a really cool video. There's some really great videos that people have done with Kerbal Space. I don't have that one, but because I like the free one and I like the story behind the free one. But Kerbal Space is pretty good, and there's one guy that did a really cool video on YouTube with Kerbal Space. And that one was really neat. So before Neil Armstrong landed on the moon, Apollo 10 did a near lunar landing. Okay, they did the abort. The whole point of that, the point of the mission was to check a lot of stuff. But the astronauts did everything Neil Armstrong did in Apollo 10. And they bring it down, but then they got to a point where the go, no-go decision was going to be made, go for landing or no, abort back to orbit. So they wanted to make sure that it could do that because, that was saving, they didn't want astronauts dying on the moon or anything. So one of the things that they had to do was they had to abort that descent and go back up to the command module. And after they were done with that, one of the things that they did was they took all the stuff out of the command module and stuff like that.
Delta 441 is Mach number.
Delta 441 is indicating Mach 0.85.
Roger.
And so what happened is they then decided to
do
a test of the engines and all, and basically burn out the rest of the fuel and do something. For that, there was a test for that. So they released the lunar module. They released the lunar module and fired the engines and sent it out into space to burn up all the fuel and do some sort of test. That lunar module was named Snoopy, and Snoopy is still out there orbiting around, still trying to figure out where, still out there. Well, this one guy did this YouTube video with Kerbal Space and took all of the data from NASA and using Kerbal Space and rocket science, and really smart person, was able to say, this is where I think Snoopy is. This is where we think Snoopy ended up, in orbit around the sun and everything else. And Snoopy, like everything, is in one of those orbits where it gets a little closer to the Earth, gets a little further from the Earth, and so then basically designed a rocket in Kerbal Space to go out and intercept Snoopy when Snoopy was closest to the Earth, attach to Snoopy, and bring Snoopy home. It was like a 5-year mission or something like that. But did all of that with Kerbal Space. So that was really pretty awesome, I thought, that they could do that with Kerbal Space. It's a YouTube video. I think if you go and search YouTube for something called, find Snoopy the lunar rover, the lunar module, you'll find it. There is the Leipzig air departure. That was Alex departing. I don't know if I can still find that. I found it. It's a Scott Manley video.
A big oomph.
It's a Scott Manley video. I probably shouldn't play it, but I'm going to put a link into this. So this is it right here. And if you want to go and watch it, it's... Did you just find it? Dulskite. Did I just click the same thing? Yep, you got the same thing. So yeah, this was a Scott Manley video. Apollo 10's lunar module, Snoopy, lost in space, could we bring it home? And that was this whole video. And I thought it was amazing. It's 13 minutes. It's worth your time to watch if you're interested in that. And just did this incredible video on this is how we're going to go find Snoopy. I thought it was great. Scott Manley has an asteroid named it. Really? No kidding. Well, I would say that Scott Manley deserves to have one. Absolutely. Dulskites, yeah, that was a really... I remember watching that. I went back and watched it several times. I thought it was so cool. I would assume that maybe you could also do the same thing with Orbiter. I wouldn't even know how to begin, but I think you could do that in Orbiter too. I don't know how you'd have to build your own space. You'd have to build your own spaceship in that too.
Monterey Blackbird 077, no contact on 128.
It's from the Minor Planet Center. Scott Manley is a popular science communicator.
Try 128.
This is awesome. You can find Scott Manley's meteor. An asteroid. And I mean, look it out. There's all the information on that. So that gives you an idea of where. Oh, real world space travel is nothing like what we see in the movies. And the movies are awesome. They're really, really great. But the real world of space travel is also just as fascinating. There was also a couple of people that did there was somebody that also did something with Orbiter. I don't know if it's still there anymore. There was one that somebody did that was really, really neat. And with Orbiter, and they got all of the ships from Galactica, and then I think they had to get rid of them. But there is also another one here, and this is going to give you all of the ships from 2001, and apparently they're still there. And so one of the cool things that you could do with Orbiter is take a look at this is over at Orbiter Forum. You can go and get Space Station 5. That was the big space station, you know, the Ferris wheel in the sky, right? You could go and get that and have it put in orbit. You could also get the launch tower and the sled that the Orion spacecraft sat on. You could put that down at Kennedy Space Center, and basically in 2001,
can I want to make contact?
Dr. Floyd basically went from the Earth to Space Station 5 to the Clavius moon base. And they modeled all of those ships, and you can follow that flight. You can pilot that flight and see if you can do it.
Can I want to make?
I have been able, in the past, I was able to dock my Pan Am Space Clipper with Space Station 5.
I want to make
and that was really cool. You know, when I was finally able to do it, it really was.
I want to make contact Albuquerque 132.
I never made it out to the Clavius moon crater, but you can then also pilot the moon bus from Clavius out to the Tycho crater where they found the monolith. So you can also, you know, because that thing was basically lifted itself up a little bit. The gravity on the moon is so much less, so you can lift yourself up just a little bit and push yourself along. And it was a constant little thing, you know. You go down, you'd have to boost your little boosters up there, push it up a little more, and keep going, and that was your job. And then follow the navigation to get out to they called it TMA, Tycho Magnetic Anomaly 1. So you can do that in orbiter, and that's sort of like, you know, takes a little bit of science fiction and makes it real, which is great. And you could also do that, and it's too bad that Galactica stuff isn't available either, because they essentially would do that the same thing. You could go and have a Viper on the ground and blast off and try, and you'd have to put yourself into a orbit and then, you know, design your orbit so that as you're coming up, you're going to meet the Galactica, and then as you get there, then you've got to actually pilot it into the launch base that they had there too, but you're not going to fly it like, you know, the Enterprise. You're going to fly it in there with the real stuff, and that was really pretty cool too. But then that website got taken down, which is too bad. I thought that being able to take that, and they probably did it because someone was going to try and make a game. I don't think they ever did, but it was neat.
400.
I'm 400.
Okay, fuel 9.2, 750 miles from top of descent. Looks like we've still got a little flying to do. It's 23:26. We've still got some flying to do on this one. Fuel is holding out pretty good. We can do our fuel check on the flight plan, and landing fuel is still showing up at 9.2 tons, so that is really held steady. I think one of the reasons it's held steady is because you download your winds when you're doing the initialization, and that was one of the things that A330 driver said, is absolutely, as soon as you do fuel and loading, before you do takeoff performance, don't forget to update your company winds, and that's going to help you. That's going to help you with
United 227 request to step out for 2 minutes.
And we've been doing really pretty good.
227, Roger. Let me know when you're back.
Clayback 227.
So our last waypoint is Helper.
I didn't get your call. Where was it?
Delta 1063.
Got a fair distance to go to Helper.
Well, you know, I'm back.
Delta 441, contact Albuquerque 132.8.
132.8 for 132.8 for Delta 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
You too, yeah.
Albuquerque. That took me to a Google Drive. I don't know what to do with that. Kiri. Lovis hit a little turbulence. Should I request that? I don't know what that was. I probably better not just click it. Lovis hit turbulence, and Captain Whip did too. So we ought to prepare for that. Albuquerque Center, hi there from Delta 441 Heavy, level at flight level 400, about 15 miles south of Zoxel.
Delta 441 Albuquerque Center, ready contact position is Porter, welcome. And just to verify, you have the Jazz 1 arrival in the Salt Lake today?
Delta 441, we've got both Jazz and Pitt, and we are getting the ATIS out of Salt Lake right now to determine which one's the best one.
Delta 441, roger. Yeah, he didn't file any arrival. Just verify. For now, just expect the Jazz 1, but Denver might change that.
Okay, right now we will expect the Jazz 1 arrival, and that is easily loaded. And if Denver changes it, then Denver has to send us free pizza.
Albuquerque Center, hello, Air Jamaica 3401.
When you get the link, you need to make sure you've set it to anybody can view it. Oh, okay, that's why I couldn't see it, Kiri.
Air Jamaica 3001, Albuquerque Center, 100, ready contact.
Del, thank you for answering the question about that.
Citizen checks for Jamaica 3401, request flight level 380.
Here is Kiri's flight. Okay, this is what you were trying to show us.
Jamaica 3001.
And a very nice sunset arrival.
Climb maintain 380, Air Jamaica 3401.
Very nice one. So why don't we go ahead and start planning the arrival here. Denver may change it, but we can go ahead and do this right now. So we got Pitt and Jazz. It's going to be Jazz. We do know from the ATIS that they are planning, what do we have? They're expecting 3-4 left and 3-5. So landing visual 3-4 left. We're going to plan 3-4 left. So approach.
2269, contact Denver Center
127.65. ILS 3-4 left. And then they're also planning to make us use runway 35. So let's get 35, but we'll use 34. Hey Russ, welcome back on in. Low vis is already loaded 34 just to be ready. Okay, airport info and parking gates. So now we got our arrival stacked. I'm gonna leave Patty in there, Pitt in there, but we've got Jazz. And Jazz is gonna put us out at Jazz to 3-4 left. And that puts us over at Putter over here. And there's a Jazz transition. So that should be good for us. Let's go ahead and install this right now. So Salt Lake City, runway, 3-4 left, ILS, star is the Jazz 1 arrival. Transitioning in there at helper. And our VIA is Jazz. And let's go ahead and insert that and engage. Low vis is going to do an auto land and set up the BTV. Really? So once you do all that, low vis, all you have to do is pull the throttles back, right? Pull the throttles back, put it into idle reverse, and that's it. Cross-eyed Sniper says the Jazz arrival is perfect with coffee and a panini.
32 left.
14 Mike Whiskey, Albuquerque Center, Roger.
A hot panini with probably some pepper jack, jack cheese and chicken. Average Canadian is back. And let's see, KSM is flying along as Delta Flight 1063. You'd heard us just before the frequency change. You'll probably be over to Albuquerque soon too. Coffee Man, welcome aboard.
So 50, contact Denver Center 133.52.
133.5.
I'm just looking to make sure it's all set and ready. Yep, we're all good to go. Okay, that looks good. Dinner is delayed so Loviz can make the flight. Okay, we're good to go there. I think we're all set for the Jazz arrival. Okay, on the Jazz arrival, when we are...
Covert drop received. Support logged, Agent. Much appreciated.
Coffee Man just did a cheer. Hey, thank you for some cheers, Coffee Man. That was really nice. And I think Polly ought to appreciate you testing his new alert, too. Thank you. At Jazz, it's 230 knots and above 12,000 feet. And we're coming in at Helper. That all looks good. Now then, if we have to go over to the LDA runway 35, we can pick that up at Jazz. And that's going to be over there. I think unless the weather is really crappy.
Charlie Alpha to the gate across 1-2.
If the weather's super duper crappy, we'll just go ahead and plan. We'll just go visual.
And 1-2.
What would you rather have? No autopilot for a 6-hour flight or have to hand fly a dive of death in the A320?
We'll have to disconnect the network.
Hey, I've had both.
Have a good evening.
I've had both of those for sure.
2088, Roger.
I mean,
hopefully everyone's all right in the background.
We've done
there.
both of those things. It's just a challenge, and I think the thing to do in flight sim is stick with it as long as you can. Don't give up. Never give up. Never surrender. Full speed ahead. Sim update, the flight plan conflict in the biz jets. So there's a conflict with the biz jets. Bluefish, I haven't heard about that one yet, but it's got to be on their radar, right? You want the Trent WXBs for Air Jamaica. JS, welcome aboard. Our airplane is flying along with these really nicely, isn't it? You know what's also really kind of cool about this flight? It's daylight. It's daylight. Dom T Gaming has got 3 hours of flying left to do. I think we've just made our way out of Mexico. We're in Texas. So, Cross-Eyed Sniper, we were thinking about doing that a little bit. JS, are you left behind? I didn't mean to. I left you behind? How did I do that, JS? So let's see. Probably, I know I did want to try and take this back in, but you're the second person to mention that we ought to take the, put the F28 into Paro. So right now, Loviz suggested that we do Cancun to Key West, and then after Cancun to Key West, hang on, I've got that noted. Loviz says Cancun to Key West, then we would do Kathmandu to Paro in the F28, and then there is a VATSIM event in Austin that we want to do. So that's probably the way we'll do that tomorrow. And I'll figure those out and get those done. So, F28. The wind has not been friendly. Real Lucas, no. We've had headwinds almost the whole flight. Okay, let's see if I can figure this out. We're going to do Cancun to Key West. And then we'll do the Kathmandu. But instead of the big plane, we're going to take the F28 into Paro. What could possibly go wrong there? And then we have a choice of New Orleans to Austin to Oklahoma City or something like that. So when we're doing Kathmandu and Paro, we can decide New Orleans to Austin or Austin to Oklahoma City or all three, depending upon the time. So first flight tomorrow is going to be Cancun to Key West. And then we're taking the F-28 to Paro. Actually, that doesn't scare me that much. That really doesn't scare me that much. It's the bigger planes that scare me. Okay, the tomorrow first flight for tomorrow is updated. Okay, I think we know what we're doing. Lion Drummer, it depends on how strong it is, how strong the low pressure system is. Yes, it can affect your flights. You know, if you've got a cold front with a line of thunderstorms, and some of those thunderstorms become severe thunderstorms, you know, the kind that, you know, all the thunderstorms whooshing up and stuff like that, and then you get the winds aloft blowing the clouds back, creating the famous anvil. Those are the things that you have to, you know, divert around. The jets have to divert around. Average Canadian AvGeek, thank you for putting in the hellos at JS. I didn't mean to leave you behind.
Delta 120, contact Denver Center 133.52.
Denver 3352, Delta 125.
Okay, that's our next frequency. Walk the Beagle. I think it is just a problem with my plane. JSG Droid says it's super windy in Utah. It's just a problem in my sim. They have not shut it down or anything. I just have some sort of a problem, and that's why I'm probably going to pull it out. Let's see, there were some posture checks and some stretches and some hydrates here. So we'll do those. Finish the hot beverage here. And there is a nice hydrate too. Okay, I think everything is really pretty good here. 600 miles from top of descent, so we've already got our arrivals set into. The arrivals all set up and ready to go. They could change it, and we're ready for it to change. So there's arrivals into Salt Lake. There is Delta 1959 coming on in. It looks like most people wanted to go to LA. I mean, we've got some airplanes coming in. There's a line of planes, but it's like nothing like the line of planes. Look at LA. I mean, there's even people still as far south as Mexico City for that. There's people still, yeah, I know. The wind is a big deal. Lion Drummer had a 25 knot crosswind. And Dom MGY is still just barely getting out of, just barely getting halfway across the Gulf there. And yeah, that is definitely one too, isn't it? That's a huge conga line. So Sim Murray, when you find a friend, what you do is click on their airplane so that you could see all the information for airplanes. And then there's a little star that you click. I just learned about this today. So if you look, here is, okay, here's Delta 508. So you can see Delta 508, I put a star over there, and now that is going to show up in your map, so you get to see friends that way. I just learned about it. It's really pretty cool.
Okay, 515 Albuquerque Center,
so now we can kind of, you know, keep an eye on other spies, make sure everybody's okay.
El Paso, Vortex 1.
You could also search flight numbers and stuff too. So I'll be, as we're flying along over the next few weeks, I'll be searching out some flight numbers of some other spies and popping those in too.
Albuquerque, Center 42, Mike Whiskey, are you still with me?
With me.
42 Mike Whiskey, Albuquerque Center, howdy here.
Uh-oh. Sim Murray is always flight 201. Yeah, a lot of us have those.
Okay, appreciate that. Request lower.
Lion Drummer is 1971. Irvy is always flight 177. So yeah, I'll be adding those as we kind of move forward. There's a bunch of different ones there.
Fine. I will switch
Fury
over
is
to
going to be flight 301. Okay, so let's see. 626 miles. Looks like that's going to happen at 114 Zulu.
Bye-bye. Really appreciate your help. To Mike Whiskey.
So that is about 30 minutes for top of descent. Let's go ahead and flip this over. We're going to go over and turn that on to menu. And we're going to flip the menu down to baro units. Select it, select inches of mercury, select it again, and turn it off. We're doing that so that we can set the backup altimeter. UK pilot is still in Romania. UK pilot over Romania going to Dubai. Yeah, you went down from London, right? Sim Mr. Egan, welcome aboard. And JSG Droid has started the descent. So the good news is did not get diverted to Denver with those really good-looking ribs in the cockpit. That's the hidden switch, cross-eyed sniper. Yep, that's how you do it. And UK pilot is indeed, yep, London to Dubai. And what do we have here? So yeah, that's how you change the. That's how you change this. JSG Droid says it wouldn't have been any good to divert because the ribs are gone. So over here, yeah, this is how you do it. Menu. And then you use the dial to dial this down to baro units, click the center button, switch it to either inches or hectopascals, select it again, press the menu button, and now you're in inches or hectopascals. And that's how you do that. So Mr. Egan, I have not flown them in Flight Simulator 2024. I did fly them in 2020. They still do not have VNAV. So the thing about them is you just have to stay ahead of your descent. If you stay ahead of your descent, you're going to be fine. But it's still not perfect. It still needs work. Okran is first time in chat. Welcome aboard. As someone who wants to just play occasionally, should I get 20 for 2024, 2020? So mostly, are you talking about wanting to fly like Cessna 172, 152, general aviation airplane, fly low so that you can look at the scenery and stuff like that? Because if you are, I'm going to say 2024. I'm going to say 2024. The scenery is so much better. Lovis says the winds are variable in Salt Lake at 4 knots. It is expected that there's butter. Okay, smaller planes for scenery, 2024. 2024 just got sim update 1, and it fixed things, and they're going to continue to fix things, so I'd go with that one. It takes a lot less time to load. It's an update of 2020, and if you don't have either one, I give that a shot. I'm flying 2024 right now, I'm obviously doing a lot more jets and stuff. But yeah, I think that that's it. And Polyad says, yeah, you should do that too. If you're new, that's the way to go. Why does Stockholm have no players? It has ground and ATIS because it's cross the land day. There's a VATSIM event in the US and Central America, and it's cross the land. If there wasn't anything like that, chances are there would have been people flying in Germany and Stockholm and everything else. Polyad also says that 2024 is a better financial decision if you're getting into flight sim for the first time. There we go. All is right with the world. Wolfie says it's getting bumpy in Colorado. So you're just coming into the Four Corners area. So you're coming into the southern mountains. My guess is, yeah, I would expect things to be getting bumpy for you there. Keep in mind, remember, we saw that big old jet stream coming in. There you go. Loviz just got the brakes jammed on there. And Polyad says, no, that's just hot air. Cross-eyed Sniper says dinner is on fire. Yeah, I know. We don't want to be slowed down. We got to go to dinner, right? I really need to do something with that rice and those vegetables. The shrimp's frozen, so I'd have to... So it's shrimp stir fry here tonight. I've already cut up my little vegetables, and they'll be good. JSG Droid got kicked over to runway 35. Visibility should be nice, so you know we can go visual there. Oh, marriage on fire if the flight doesn't ensue. We don't want to do that. UK pilot lands at 340 Zulu, XLT 588. Welcome and thanks for coming in. We are supposed to be landing. The spy flight lands at 138 Zulu. That number hasn't changed. It's 2351. I've still got about 90 minutes of flying for mine. And that is assuming we don't get vectored or stirred. The shrimp stir.
1 minute.
So, okay, stir fry is an awfully loose term here at Spy HQ, okay? I don't actually have a wok or anything like that. You could leave the autopilot for cooking and stuff. I could, but we're on VATSIM. And the other problem with that is I need to be here for the live stream, so. But no, I don't have a wok. Stir fry is an incredibly loose term. I would tell you what it actually is, but it might gross you out. It tastes really good to me. It's something new that I've done, so. And the shrimp is good. I'm also trying to do more things like rice and stuff, because you can, buy a case of rice if all of a sudden food gets nuts here in the U.S. So why do I never go around? Well, if it's the end of the day,
contact Albuquerque Center 135.15.
If it's the end of the day, I've been sitting here doing beverages and stuff like that, and going around would keep me from visiting the pilot's lounge at the end of the live stream. And so an awful lot of times that I don't go around, it's because things are desperate, but they're becoming uncomfortable, if you know what I mean. Wolfie, spouse being on deployment, you get to keep your own schedule, so you can't get in trouble for a long flight. Dell says to also consider taking the game on, doing the game on Game Pass.
Flight level 400.
I got like 30 people in the
Ooh,
background
it looks like Dom
talking.
MGY finally made the turn and is heading towards dry land.
Familiar with the call time?
A5, drop with the India French West 945.
Northwest 945 Albuquerque Center.
The
Hello.
bar in the
Red
pilot's
contact
lounge
called,
at the end of a live stream.
20 west of correction.
Haven't done the bar, but there's a couple times when I'm doing my... Thank you so much for being here. It's been so much fun. Thank you for the incredible support. Thank you for being such great flight sim friends. As always, stay healthy, stay safe, have a great time. And as soon as I hit that one little button there, it's boom. Because, you know, gotta keep the voice loop, you know, moist. So I'm always sipping on something. But yeah, there's a few times. Average Canadian, I didn't actually think that we had like Uber Eats and things that would deliver food, but apparently we do have them. We do have them here. So I went and I looked at a few things, and the price to see things being delivered was like, are you freaking kidding me?
Canadian 117, contact Denver Center.
And I just decided, no, I'm going to keep making my own food. Holy moly.
Can you repeat?
I reminded you about something you need to speak to me about. I'm sorry if I did something wrong.
Super contact Denver Center 127.65.
Yeah, Dom MGY could probably make it out to back to Montego Bay.
Denver Center 127.
I didn't use the word freaking.
Thank you. Have a good day. Canadian.
I didn't. I thought I did. I don't know. I know I did. I hope I didn't.
Aircraft calling Albuquerque Center unreadable.
Hey, back in the old day, the only thing that I could get in trouble for was ASMR.
2227 Albuquerque.
It was ASMR, and that Keela threatened to ban me if I ever did ASMR stuff. You know, the very, very soft,
Center unreadable. Check if your microphone's muted.
Voice and stuff. Apparently, I punched the wrong button there. You should consider getting a stream ending scene that you switch to before you raid. It keeps you live after people can see what you're doing, and sometimes has random things you might not want people to see. Well, I'm slowly getting the buttons.
Welcome, Red contact 64 miles south.
But I could easily do that too. Because I'm, you know, trying to get things turned off as I'm raiding. But yeah, I will try and do that. I'm usually very, very careful about a camera.
You know,
making sure that before I get up and stuff like that, the lens cap's on and all that. Real Lucas is on Xbox today doing the Unibuild's A321. I'm probably a little bit higher than you are, Real Lucas, and this airplane I think is cruising a little faster. I'm at Mach 0.85. You're probably 8.2. Yeah, I do a couple of random things, and I should work on that.
Delta 876.
I'll try and start remembering to just before raiding and stuff. I'll try and remember to go and hit bars, and that's what I'll do there when the time comes. I could also go to the departure. Well, I do a couple at the end that I'm yapping about. I could just leave it over on next or something like that too. But that makes good sense, and thank you for saying something about that, because yeah, I could end up getting up. Yeah, the old test screen, yeah, color bars and everything.
French West 945, contact Albuquerque Center 135.15 or 135.15.
That's actually what I leave OBS on. When I start everything and all of that, you know, in the day, when I turn everything on first thing in the morning, and when OBS Studio is just sitting there, I just have bars up there like that. That tells me, you know, that's an old TV thing. You know, you leave bars online, or black online, but you don't do anything else, and that's my, you know, from the way that you ran a television switcher, you know, those control boards you see with all of the buttons, you would always leave it over on that. And so that's what I usually do is those old color bars.
Rail
Like
123, Kansas City Center closed. Right there, terminated. Quick change.
Dom Gaming, SpaceX
22.8, we'll see you. Thanks for being online. Arrow 123.
It does hat trick. It takes about 10 to 15 minutes for me.
135.17.
It takes about 10 to 15 minutes for me. I'm just passing El Paso right now. So you can see El Paso right
300
here.
Albuquerque, Cimarella, welcome to contact 38 miles northwest.
Max, the BBC test card.
Gas with you.
We do have a bit FedEx 300.
Yeah, it's not looking good into LA. I wish you the best luck.
Is that something they called test card F? Is that what they used to call it? Test card F there? Was that their test card? Maple Aviation used to roll credits at the end of his stream with everyone who followed and subscribed. That was a nice touch, and I looked in. I just haven't figured out how to do that. There, all of those tests, all of those data files used to be very easy to find, and now, sort of like, you know, I have to make my own. Cross-eyed snipers, so that was the old BBC test card, huh?
Albuquerque Center,
I would have figured that they would have just had a picture of a police box.
2853 Albuquerque Center, hello, welcome. Hope you
Big
brought
fan
gas.
of Pages from CFAX. Pages from CFAX. The Impossible Face says that. Pages from CFAX. No idea what that is.
Canada 2377 Albuquerque Center, hello, ready to contact 84 South, Fort Stockton, welcome.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about this, right? You are looking at a page taken from BBC's teletext service. Hi, DMK. Welcome aboard. Dom T Gaming says it's a mess in LA. It looked like there were a lot of airplanes coming into LA. It really looked like it was going to be busy there.
Albuquerque Center, American 899, this information due.
It always seemed to me that the departures out of LA were the ones that people messed up. I've actually never really had that big of a problem coming in. And you just have to make sure that you remember what you're doing in LA.
Charlie Foxtrot will cross 8 and 12, American 89.
Atlanta's going to be a mess because of the storms tonight. A digital service that came on your TV when BBC closed down for the night, and it was 24 hours. At one of my old weather centers, I was able to get. Oh, I wonder if I still have that.
Albuquerque Center, good evening, American 1657, flight level 340.
American 1657 Albuquerque Center, hello, welcome.
On my PC, on the PC in the weather center.
Albuquerque Center, hello, Canada 943, flight level 380, request flight level 400.
Canada 493 Albuquerque Center, ready to contact 40 South El Paso, welcome.
So there's a website
I'll give you higher,
that
so,
popped up
just,
a long time ago over here.
Give it like a
and this was WeatherStar 4000. And what you could do is you could come in here and change the name. So we're going to Salt Lake. So here's Salt Lake City.
Contact Albuquerque Center 135.1.
And then you could go and have it load up the WeatherStar. And if you don't know, this is from the Weather Channel, Weather on the 8s. And this was the old school version of this thing. And this thing is really kind of a neat thing because what it'll do is it will go and download real world data and plug it in here. And then you could go and make it full screen. So you can make it full screen like that and just run that. And I would use that as a screensaver over in my old weather center at another place, not the last one. And it would just always update, and it was just going. And this was the old WeatherStar system. You could also play some of the old WeatherStar music with it. This was when they made it, though, Cross-Eyed Sniper. This was cutting-edge technology to be able to make this work. It absolutely was amazing. But yeah, this works. Sadly, the problem is it only works in the U.S. I don't think it works outside of the U.S., which is too bad. Yeah, I think it'd be fun to play with. But yeah, this was really neat. Yeah, DMK, that's one of the changes in the world right now that I'm actually pretty concerned about. And if for no other reason, look at the really severe weather that we had in St. Louis last night. So that's one of the things that keeps me awake at night every now and then. Not really where I live, but there are some places that's WeatherStar is making ATIS readable. It looks neat. Yeah, it is kind of a cool thing. It's something that you can play with. It's web-based. I should have given you the link. So it's something cool to play with every now and then. If you want to look at it, I like it. I have fun with it. There was a few times that I, had a party.
69 Tango, contact forward 135.17.
Friends come over, and when I had a TV, I would reroute things so that Stormy would run WeatherStar just up in the corner. People thought it was cool, cute.
1910 with you level 400.
Over 1910,
479 miles
40
out.
East Fort Stockton vibes when ready copy short reroute.
There is also another version of WeatherStar 4000 that you could download and actually install on a computer. And they did kind of a cool thing with that, and they tried to set it up so that it was a modern equivalent of what you would actually have set up if you got the WeatherStar box at your cable company and you were going to put it in. So, and then it would just run. It would just run, and you could learn how it is that they set that up too. It was at the time when they were doing all of that, it was a brilliant way for them to do what you need to do in broadcast weather, and that is localize. I have a wonderful time doing the morning spy flight video because there's a weather aspect to it. I would love to do some weather types of things, but the problem for me is localizing.
1545
Localizing is the hard part for me.
Canada 943 contact, correction, climbing tempo 400.
Delta 940, climbing flight level 400.
Delta 1910, clear to Los Angeles International Airport. Let's see, after El Paso, Vortex, Echo, Lima, Papa, join Jet Route 50 to the Gila Bend, Vortex, Gulf Bravo, November, direct to Eastwood, Echo, Sierra, Tango, Whiskey, Delta,
Kevin Reed, yeah, this is Kevin spotted it. This is the actual shirt from Mag. It's not the one that Selleck wore, but you can buy. This is the print and the shirt from Magnum
or
PI.
You can just disconnect. Bye.
It really is kind of a cool thing to have, and this one is really old. I got this one 20 plus years ago, more than that, I think.
Anybody
and I
calling?
bought it in Honolulu when I was there.
Golf Flag Charlie.
So this is a Magnum shirt that I bought from Hawaii. It's like 3 sizes too big, but it's just favorite. And it's starting to get old, so I bring it out for events like this one.
Say your full call sign one more time.
Golf Yankee Mike to Max Charlie.
Golf Yankee, Mike Charlie, called you about 3 times. Contact Albuquerque Center 135.15.
Lovis is 80 miles to top of descent. Holy moly. We're making some good progress on this flight.
Canada 943, say Mach number.
Mach number. Fuel is going to be 9.2 tons on landing. We're good to go. JSG Droid had a minus 166. Hey, this is a long flight. They got long runways down there. If I decide to go for a little bit of butter, I'm not going to sweat being a little long on the landing. So very nice landing, and a minus 166 after a long flight like this is absolutely outstanding. That's a great landing. I mean, seriously, you should treat yourself to a nice dinner after that. I know. I'm really glad that we're not doing the LAX version.
If, I can give you
everybody's
faster
going there, and that would be
lower,
crazy
but
right
I can't
now.
give you faster if you have the same outfit.
We'll go back down to 380.
Push up 3101, roger. Just maintain flight level 380, zoom normal speed.
Is Stu doing Indianapolis Center tonight? I figured Stu'd be in the middle of this VATSIM event.
Albuquerque Center, American 899,
somewhere on the
short
west
of runway
coast.
tree at Albuquerque, ready for departure.
We are, okay, we're coming up on Albuquerque right now.
American 899, wind 30014.
Lotus says it really looks busy. Yeah, Wolfies, I think that the Salt Lake, not going into the biggest airport is nice. This is a long day. And so the fact that we've been able to come in here and get this good flight in and not be in this kind of a hornet's nest, I mean, that's going to be a hornet's nest. There's going to be people having to hold and everything. And there's spies controlling. Oh, really? Is there a spy controlling at Salt Lake? Cool.
Who's calling Albuquerque again, sorry?
So Delta 508 is coming in, followed by Delta 120.
Delta 4. Oh, there you are. I got you. Thanks.
So Wolfie and Loviz are our next victims.
Delta
I mean,
4,
our next driving airplanes.
107 south, mile per hour.
And we're back here, and let's see if Dom MGY is feet dry yet. Hey, look who's finally... Man, the winds must have really kicked up for Walker Flight 4554. This has been really a harsh one. Just barely getting over there. Spies all over Salt Lake City tonight.
American 2820, Albuquerque Center, left clear to the Los Angeles Airport as filed, climbing 15000.
Somebody wants to go to LA in the middle of this? Yeah, that is the last place I would go.
And
the last place I would go is to an arrival airport in an event like this.
2021, reback, correct.
I'd go any place else. I'd go over to Dodge City, Kansas. Or Aspen or anything but something along those lines. High speed.
Denver Center 127.65.
Kevin, you've got the black and white version with white flowers that he wore.
Delta 3 Mike Bravo called.
Oh, you've also got the 1911. That was Thomas Magnum's handgun, right? The 1911?
Albuquerque Center,
the 1911 Colt?
Checking in flight level 4.
I never got the black one. I always just liked this
Bravo,
one.
But
I remember the black one with white flowers.
The Fort Stockton Vortex, advise ready, copy, reroute to LA.
Loviz says that we should go to Salt Lake and refile our flight plan and fly out to LA. I need to eat something.
Delta 3
I mean, we're gonna be. This will be. This was 6 hours of flying. I don't think I could do that.
Jet route 4 to Wolverine.
You can't see or hear a Walker call sign without hearing Stalker Air.
Eastwood.
Is it stuck into your? It sticks in your head like garbage.
Hollywood 1 arrival.
Loviz says after we go to LA, we should go out to Honolulu. Boy, is that a long day. You know, there's probably some people that would have to do a flight like that. Passengers and stuff, but crew, I think they would need a couple days rest.
Other aircraft checking in, taken?
Yeah, Albuquerque Center, Southwest 508, just checking in flight level 400.
North Bay Bear wants to go from Salt Lake to Vancouver. That WestJet that we were so close to on departure, that WestJet is going up to Vancouver. And I think they took off with us from Montego Bay. So Montego Bay to Vancouver on that one.
Yeah, this time be over to you. I'll go back if you want to.
No, they just dropped you. I got you. Thanks.
I think I need to go into my settings and change my clouds. My clouds look really weird.
Yeah, I was
Oh, somebody got me on that one. I thought, oh crap, what do we do? No, autopilot's good, but yes, I did jump out of my schedule. I'm like, no, I don't want a problem right now. Canutus is here. Welcome on
American
in.
899 passing through 1000.
Wolfie jumped on that one too. Yeah, we've got a couple of them now. Loviz just started descent, so I imagine Loviz jumped out of the cockpit. If you just started your descent, it's like, oh crap.
Looks like we're planned for tree 80.
Pollyanna has included some very, very fun sounds for us.
200 American 899, thanks.
We got about another hour to fly, Canutus, so we're going to find somebody to raid today, and tomorrow we're going to do Cancun to Key West, Kathmandu to Paro, and do something around Austin, Texas. Every time I can't play that. I'm on YouTube now too, but I know which one we're talking about. Cross-eyed Sniper.
7 miles southeast, correction southwest of El Paso. Welcome.
Oh, some of them aren't live yet for everybody. Really?
3 Mike Bravo, did you get that reroute?
Syndicate, I don't know if they've updated it yet. I think there's been a couple little minor updates. I know it's still experimental for Flight Sim 2024, but I got to tell you, it works great for me. It works really good.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Denver to
Here, cheers, Canutus. Or I'm still doing the last little bit of coffee. Shipwreck, they've got a couple of pictures out, and we've taken a look at the pictures. I think the throttle, the flaps, the speed brakes, it looks really, really good. But I've got something that works right now, and just don't have a bunch of extra cash for that, so I'm going to kind of wait a little bit on those. Now, if they put out the radio, I may get the radio. That might be cool. So there really hasn't been an update on the Phoenix since December. It works great. It really does good. Dull Skites is excited about the Wing yoke. That's a Boeing, right? That's made to look like a Boeing yoke. Is it going to be $1,000 US? Really? Rudder pedals are 800. Hey, my crosswinds are the best gift ever, and they're still like brand new. I'm real happy with mine. Yeah, I need to change my cloud settings. They just look too dorky in the sim. They should look so much better than this.
7 Roger, maintain Mach 0.81 to for right.
Mach 0.81, American 67.
It's probably not on the website yet, Shipwreck. Rudder pedals in the yoke are a mechanical force feedback. That's the high price. Yeah, they got posted. There were pictures posted over on ChipChat on Discord, Shipwreck.
El Paso, welcome.
I have an airplane Delta 1545. They are above me 20 miles, and they're going to cross our course here.
Who's calling?
French West 945.
French West.
Probably too far away to see in my sim.
What's your call sign one more time?
French West 945, Foxtrot Whiskey India 945.
And do you have a location by any chance?
I am 155 nautical miles from Foxtrot Lima Golf.
Cross-eyed Sniper is going to call it a night. Good night, Cross-eyed Sniper. Thanks for hanging in there. See you next time.
And French West.
Supposed to be an airplane dead ahead and above us. There's a Walker A319 in front of Low Viz that flew all the way from California.
Sector, but
that was a long flight.
That's fine, I guess. Let's see. Contact Albuquerque.
Shipwreck, yeah, the 777 FMC. That was one of the other FMCs that I was thinking I might pick up. Never saw that one. Never saw that plane. Cali, Colombia. Oh, Cali, not California. Cali, Colombia. In an A319. Man, that's like, let's cross the pond in the A319.
I gotta find you first. Let's see. Who's this? Delta
They wanted to
4.
do all the McDo and 737 pre-orders
Delta
first.
4, you wanted 40 there?
That's true. There are people that have not gotten the invite to pay for it yet. Darren Allen is checking in as Delta Flight 1545.
Hey,
that's you. Hi. I was looking for you really close.
943, contact Albuquerque Center 135.15.
Really close to my altitude, but I just didn't see you. Wolfie's got
943
runway 352.
What? WestJet 31.
Maybe we ought to change our runway to runway 35. Okay, coming up to Santa Fe. Wonder if passengers can see you outside off the wingtip here. Nope, Darren, we can't see on that one. Hi, November 321, welcome aboard. How far to top of descent?
Okay, 943 Albuquerque.
372 miles.
So that's kind of
to make the spoiler and flat panels require integration when they said the whole point of their airliner series is to... Yeah, that's true. Wonder if maybe they just didn't have it all set up and they're going to have it in a box or something? I don't know. Maybe there's going to be a box, you know, like we've got some things that we can set our flight management computer on. Maybe they'll have something like that for those. Oh, people asked at their stand and they said no? Well, that sounds like a definite change in what they said. Then again, a $1,000 yoke is probably a little bit beyond most of your average flight simmers. And your average flight simmer live streamers too, so. Santa Fe coming up. Albuquerque off to the left. Albuquerque off to the left.
1-2 Mike, contact, let's see, Denver Center.
Oh, it's not the airliner series, it's the new force feedback. Okay, so technically they're, okay, and they're off the hook for that one. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Wow, once I shifted to IFR night on this chart, it's hanging in there. Alex has landed at LA. There's so many airplanes. It's just nice to be on the ground. Yeah, after an event like this, especially if it's going to be really crazy like this, when you can get on the ground, it really, 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 really feels good, doesn't it? Hey Russ, when we didn't even have a mouse for the PC and flew the sim on the keyboard. Well, yeah, Russ. I mean, that first flight simulator that I had for the Commodore 64, I have a mouse.
70 should be with me.
So yeah, I do remember those days. And back in the day, with that old sim, I felt like I died and gone to heaven, sitting on my little Commodore 64. But now, look at what we've got here. Who would have thought? I think that's important too, to make it work with the Boeing, unless they're just trying to make us buy stuff for Boeing. But yeah, that would be a really good thing to do.
FedEx 69er Alpha, contact Albuquerque.
Possible face has the 486 in the other room. That's right. These days, we take mice for granted, and the things we can do with our computers are amazing. You know, just simple business things too. A couple weeks ago, I had to take a couple of days off and go and look at every purchase that I made in 2024 and put it into a spreadsheet and break it out in a certain way for taxes to be done. Just what we can do with the spreadsheet is like a miracle these days. I got my first flight simulator when the Commodore 64 came out. And so it was the Sublogic flight simulator for Commodore 64 was my first flight sim. I took a couple of years off after that. I think after that Flight Simulator came out, I was about 5-10 years, and then went into Microsoft Flight Simulator, and then took about almost 10 years off again in the middle of all of that for sailing, and then started playing with it a little bit, and then took another 3 or 4 years off, and then I got my job after I built my weather center in the western part of the state. Something I forget got me back into it, X-Plane. And I started just having X-Plane on my Mac sitting on my desk for a while. And then after that I discovered Catstrader live streaming on Twitch, Flight Sim, and I decided to turn that into a hobby. And then my business blew up and I decided to go pro. So I guess on and off since what, the 90s? I'm guessing 80s or late 80s, early 90s is when that came out. Oh, I had to do mine on cassettes. We didn't have a floppy drive for the Commodore.
They'll be back in 1 minute.
You don't miss the days of buying an expensive PC magazine from the newsagents just to get a disc with all the updates for major games. I never really got into that. I never really did those sorts of things, Polyat. I had, for the Commodore 64, I did Sublogic Flight Simulator, and there was a shooter game that I played called Fort Apocalypse on the Commodore. That's really all I did. I was all into broadcasting and then sailing and stuff. The Level D 757 came out. That was a major upgrade for a lot of us. The Level D really was for the flight sim. I mean, that absolutely, it was sort of like, wow, this is so cool. And yeah, I remember and had that one and flew the wings off of that one. Hey, Alex. Alex is in chat right now. There you go, Alex. Also, we have a new one. And that would also tell you about some of the other things. Polyat, they were going to put Elite Dangerous into the Tesla? Really? They were going to put
999, contact
a game like that? Really? I'm blown away that they'd do that. I guess that's for passengers, right? Oh, just the original Elite. Oh, okay.
Albuquerque Center, Walker 3361, heavy flight level 350.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
JSG Droid, thank you so much for a really nice resub. Tier 3, this was a Tier 3 from JSG Droid. Been here for 30 months. JSG Droid, thank you for coming in and flying and hanging out. It wouldn't be the same without droids flying along, so thank you for being here and making this more fun. And thank you for the really great support and the awesome jet fuel in the flight plan so that I can keep doing this. I've said it more than a few times. I would absolutely be lost without this live stream and your incredible support, so thank you. Pokeroo remembers Flight Simulator. You ran it on your 386. So Pokeroo, you had that one. You had Sublogic Flight Simulator. It was really amazing.
Canada 999, Albuquerque.
Okay, this is all looking good. 313 miles out. And I think this is Denver Center up here, so we're going to get kicked over to Denver soon. Alex likes the feeling of being around real people. Oh, you mean people in the airports? So knowing that these other airplanes, it's another simmer? That's actually part of the attraction for me too, and part of what I think is what makes Flight Sim these days so amazing, because it's what makes it really cool for us here. There's real people flying along, real people doing ATC. Oh my gosh. But you could download an airport and capture scenery? Well, I mean, Russ, you and I also remember that, you know, those first flight simulators and stuff like that. You know, we had MiGs and Champaign, Chicago MiGs and Champaign, Illinois, and that was it, right? That's all we had.
Climb up to 430. I'm trying to navigate to this.
Can't play Elite Dangerous in the open anymore because my commander name is showing that you were a developer and you can't remove it. Everybody sees that you're a developer and they target you. Oh, really? They trademark that. Oh yeah, I think it is. I think that with what we've got in the flight simulator and these airplanes right now, this is a great introduction to these jets, and a great introduction to that. It's not a substitute for real world training, but this is a great place to get started.
In front of you, what his speed was?
Absolutely, as 4 in ATP or something like that. Tyler did a multiplayer flight with Boozy Sheep today. I hope it was a fun Boozy Sheep flight. You haven't worked at Frontier for years, but you're stuck with it forever.
If you want delay vectors,
Russ did the 152 from MiGs to Kennedy. I did that too. Russ, I did the MiGs to I didn't go to JFK, but that really was. And you did it via Dead Reckoning. I never went that far. I think I went to Minneapolis was the furthest I went in the Cessna 152 in the old sim. But that was dedication.
25, 26, level 360, 65 miles southeast of Fernando.
Okay, coming up on Brazo, we should be getting ready to get kicked over to Denver.
Delta 1063, Albuquerque Center, welcome in contact, 102 South Mall, for welcome.
Okay.
Who's checking out Panhandle, sorry?
Yeah, in Southwest 25, 26, level 360.
Let's update. Information Lima is current. Runways are still the same. So digital latest is updated with Lima.
66, most I can give you is, let's see, 5 minutes.
I kind of know how you feel about not being able to play Elite Dangerous like that.
441 contact, Denver Center, 133.52.
13352 for Delta 441. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good weekend. Denver Center. But I kind of felt that way because I was doing a little bit of live streaming with DCS World, tried to learn carrier brakes and stuff like that. I never was really that strong in the combat, but I was starting to get shot down all the time because people were, oh, there's the spy. We got to go shoot him down. It's a clone of Harry Potter. So you can't go anywhere in that without people trying to kill you. Denver Center, hi from Delta 441 Heavy. 40,000 feet. We are 58 miles south of Brazo.
Delta 441 Denver, good evening. KLM 512, stand by the T-bar 3, arrival Denver landing north.
Say again for 512.
You have
KLM 512, stand by the T-bar 3, arrival
world
Denver landing north.
patches that are collecting dust.
Stand by the QR 3, arrival KLM 512.
That fueled your interest in flight sim, Russ. That really was dedication.
Denver, you up?
And to do it all with Dead Reckoning and that's pretty awesome too. Okay, 200 miles to top of descent, happening at 1:13. We're gonna get another weather update. So why don't we prepare for that? I do want to go and try and reset the clouds. They just look really rotten. Hat trick. This flight started 5 hours and 45 minutes ago. And while I couldn't just do this all day for 24 hours and stuff like that, it's been a blast.
Denver Center, Southwest
It really has been
1472,
fun. I'm sure
flight
some real
level
long-distance
390.
pilots have to look at this and say, you're crazy.
Denver, good evening.
This has been a blast, this kind of event. You cloned the account, a cheat client, and then I left while the account was cloned. Oh, really? So they're the only cheat client that I've ever used, and I don't have it anymore because Stormy every 6 months or so would pop up a security alert about this cheat client thing that I had. And the reason that I had to have it is because a long time ago, there was a company that made a Chernobyl nuclear reactor simulator. And it was based on the real sim. It was based on the physics behind it and all the buttons that you had to push. And the whole part about this thing, and it was meant to go run on like Windows 95 or something. It's really
Subscriber
cool.
confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey, Starlugo, thank you for a nice resub. 55 months, thank you for some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. And welcome. Thank you for coming in today. But anyway, to run the Chernobyl simulator, the problem is when it was updated for modern computers and stuff, the one thing that was not able to come over was the simulation of the xenon poisoning in the reactor. And they could never get that right. So what you had to do was you had to run this cheat engine that would change the xenon level in the reactor so it would stay realistic while you were trying to stop Chernobyl from blowing up. That was the whole point of it. And so I had that one, and I stopped doing that. I mean, most of the time the reactor would blow up. I was able to save it twice, and I figured after that I was done. So I deleted it, and after Stormy said, you've got a possible virus here. It's this thing called Cheat Engine, so I got rid of it then.
Center, good
but
evening,
that's
American
the only time I've ever
558.
had
Sorry
anything
for that, I
like
was
that.
right now
Was
delivery
so
with
I
you,
could,
flight level
you know,
340.
solve
American
Chernobyl.
558 Denver, yeah, we've been trying to get in touch with you for a while.
Yeah, man, I'm really so sorry.
Starlugo, thank you for the nice resub. Thank you for being here for 55 months. JSG Joy, thank you for a tier 3 for 30 months and such great support. Thank you for being in here and always flying along and keeping it fun. Going to start coming into the Rockies. I see a little bit of snow appearing under the wing there. A little bit of snow down there. Hey Brandon, welcome aboard. Cross the Land's working really good today.
What's that?
And we are coming up on Let's see. There's Albuquerque, so I think we're coming up. There is... So there's Alamosa, there's Pueblo. So we're coming up here. There's Grand Junction up there. And Aspen is up there. Okay, I see where we are. Potato Lazy, welcome aboard. There is a Goodyear blimp flying in LA on VATSIM. See, I think that's kind of cool that you could do that now. Even with Elite being an online game, they took cheating very seriously. So if they knew there was a cheat engine, you get blocked. Well, I think that you've got to do that because people were taking that kind of game seriously. And wasn't there also like contests for like money and all that? So they had to be serious. You were the one that had to send them a lovely letter? Oh, really? Oh, yeah, they did the heat off of the engines. They did the heat off of the engines there, which is really pretty cool. So you got to send them the letter. That had to have been entertaining. Heat blur. They've announced the very same F4E for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Really? Man, that's something I wish there were more hours in the day for. Is, you know, DCS.
1914, contact Denver Center 128.
I hear they made the aircraft carrier so much more cool. Go back.
That's for Cactus 1914.
Let's see.
Cactus 1914.
Makers in a specific blocking your team. Oh, really?
Yeah, have a good night.
They were proactive blocking developers. That's why we did the computer off network. Oh, really? Wheelchair Gamer. It was a 6-month operation. That had to have been amazing. It is 0040 Zulu right now. We are expected into Salt Lake in about an hour. Unless we get to divert or turn.
4012, stand by the T-Bar 3 arrival, Denver landing north.
Stand by the T-Bar 3 landing north, Envoy 4012.
Okay, so there's Alamosa over there.
Denver Center, hello, Air Jamaica 3401, flyable 380.
A 6-month operation to go and
Air
do
Jamaica
the cheating
Denver, good
thing.
evening.
Wheelchair Gamer is going to fly off to sleep right now. Understand. Yeah, usually after an event like this, even though we haven't taken off and landed and restarted the sim and all that other stuff, usually you get kind of sleepy after this.
So it's 1266 Denver, good evening.
Dell's almost ready to be top of descent.
1918, contact Denver Center 128.32.
Denver Center.
It's 8 p.m. The LDA, uh-oh.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
I see I got the Mora statement on the panel screen too. What did I get? Yeah, I did. That was, I believe, I think that was supposed to be maybe a step climb. Did I do that wrong? Polyot remembers a data guy that you got into arguments with about what he could legally do with the data we collect. Getting excited because Frontier could track a lot of data. How many toilets players have placed in their theme park? Well, I mean, serious. Number of toilets is an incredible bit of intel. I mean, look at how serious we are about having a flushing toilet in this airplane. But I think, Russ, I'm not sure. I think that was supposed to be... I did have a step climb in here, and maybe I messed that up. No. No, my step climb was supposed to happen at Zardo, so that's not it, Russ. I don't know what that is. Don't know what that could have been.
Yeah, I realize exactly what it is. Sorry, KLM 512.
You get this on every
no worries,
flight.
people on frequency. You want to make sure the right person gets the right instruction.
Ooh, we're going over Telluride. Maybe we should divert to Telluride and go to Baked In Telluride and get cinnamon rolls and pizza. He was a proper data nerd, one of the few people who had his own office because he was convinced what he was doing was super secret, and it wasn't. 4 feet tall and I'm bigger, yeah. Like little dogs. The most fierce dogs in the world are the littlest ones, right? Impossible Face remembers people in PvP circles getting caught using this stuff, and it blew up. Yeah, usually the people that, you know, oh, this is all super duper secret squirrel. Of course it isn't. Oh yeah, if you found somebody in your circle or something like that, you found out they were cheating or stuff, you don't want anything to do with them. You really don't want anything to do with them. 200 miles to top of descent. 200 miles to top of descent. Minus 114. The LDA is an unusual approach, but it was fun. Wolfie made it. Does it, Wolfie? Does it look like everybody's getting the runway 35 to land? Polyot was legal, so you were probably actually handling secret and sensitive things. There was a meeting room that was only bookable by legal and HR. Low vis is on 352. Okay, I think we need to go and switch over. I'm on the other one. Let's get ready for the LDA runway 35. So we could pick it up at Jazz. We could pick it up at Jazz. And platform altitude's going to be 6,100 feet. Let's go and pop that in right now because everybody else is getting it, and we don't want to be busy. So. Runway is now going to be the LDA for runway 35. The approach is going to be the LDA for 35. It's going to be the Jazz arrival at Helper, and our VIA is going to be Jazz
Center 124.62
LDA 35.
124.62. Have a great evening.
Helper and Jazz. Okay, let's just plug that in right now. Okay, we're direct to JNC. We're not on the Jazz arrival yet. But 4-foot data guy got an office. Totally not bitter. Nope, not taking that one. Not taking that one to the grid.
905, contact number center 127.
Yeah, we're a long way from the arrival. Okay, we're all good to go there. Hi, Pyro Blaster. Coming in just a little bit before top of descent.
American 558, contact Denver Center 128.32.
4-foot data guy got his own office.
320.
Yeah.
For American 558.
Officer Tom did a follow, and it was 5 minutes ago, and I was rabbit holing about something. Officer Tom, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Good to see you. You need to fill in the approach from left to right, so I needed to re-enter Helper. Dulskice, did I do that wrong? Thank you. Okay, LDA 35, LDA via Jazz, via Helper. And now I need to go and do Jazz again. Okay, so it didn't take it there. Officer Tom saying hello from the UK. Hello, UK. I hope it is a nice night in there. So we've got LDA 35, Jazz 1, and Helper. So I think we're set, right? Officer Tom, thank you for coming by today. I hope it is a great night in the UK. We are coming into Salt Lake City from Jamaica. So big, long flight today. We're just about ready to come over Grand Junction. Polyot says Tom is in left at the roundabout, second exit.
Delta 392, Denver, good evening.
Now, do I need to come in on the LDA? It did not put a frequency in here. So the inbound is 344 degrees, but the runway is 349. So it's a 5-degree offset. Easy. We can handle a 5-degree offset. We're serious sim pilots. No fear. Oh yes. Very UK friendly here. So much so, we know the proper way to brew tea, and that you don't put the milk in until last. Runway 35. Okay, now we need the opposite direction radial. I'm trying to draw an extended center line, so it's gonna be 169 is our opposite direction radial. And our radius around here is gonna be 5 miles. Good. Let's do fix number 2, KSLC runway 35. KSLC runway 35.
Southwest 4850, contact Los Angeles Center.
And all I need here is a 10-mile range ring. And we're going to do one more.
LA Center 124.0.
KSLC runway 35. And I want a 25.
Turn right 10 degrees, vector for spacing into Los Angeles.
Turn right 10 degrees.
Wow, Denver is vectoring people for LA.
That's for spacing
Imagine that.
Spacing in Los Angeles.
Yeah, no worries. They've got a big stream coming from the south.
For 10 degrees right.
Affirm, 10 degrees right for Delta 1155.
All right, affirm, Delta 1155. Thank you.
Denver Center, good evening. American 1836. Flight 1360.
Helper.
1836 Denver.
Okay, let's just check on that. Rifle, fire, helper, Goshu, and Spain. Let's just make sure we're good here. Helper, Goshu, Spain, Russian, and Jazz. Helper, Goshu, Spain. I got an extra Spain here. Maybe that's the same one. Russian and Jazz. After that, on the LDA, it's going to be Jazz, Helmet, Pedal, and Z-Pog. And that all looks good. Yep, that's all set and ready to go. That looks great. Over to performance. 148 miles to go. Impossible if they fell asleep after dinner, but you've been moving furniture, so you get to fall asleep. And I missed some more chat. I heard about Chase Plane. I haven't had a chance to jump in there. That's a little bit bigger of a learning curve. So eventually I hope to get Chase Plane going, but it'll probably take a while.
Envoy 4012, contact Denver approach 120.35. Yeah.
120.35.
You know, if we diverted to Denver, we could catch the train to the downtown area and go over to the Rodizio Brazilian Grill for dinner. Flash Dot is going to go over for pizza.
Direction Jazzy, Delta 1165, no problem. Thanks, sir.
Yeah, some Chicago deep dish, just pepperoni. And I don't know, we don't have it here, but I've been craving for a while now. I've got to find a place that has Newcastle. It's not as bad. It's going to be just like I did have it for P3D. I I did have it for P3D. I'm sorry, Flash Duck. Yeah, I figured you needed a wisecrack. Flash Duck is in Brooklyn's. Oh, okay, yeah. If you're in Brooklyn, Flash Duck, you've got to have yourself a New York slice. Coming up on Grand Junction. Yeah, you're not going to want a Chicago deep dish there. I have no idea where the Parallel 42 got their name.
Denver Center, American 1404, flight level 380.
American 1404, Denver, good evening.
Okay, everything else is good. Flash Duck, though, loves all... Yeah, any kind of pizza is good.
Denver Center, American
if I know that there's pizza coming, it's all good. Okay, all this looks good.
Denver, good evening. Be advised, similar call sign up for C American 1404.
Okay, we're looking pretty good here, so we're going to get kicked over in just a little bit.
American 1404, be advised, similar call sign up for C American 1410.
Atlas System is maybe the only one here that watched Buzz Lightyear, Star Command. Reese, our next flight is tomorrow. We're going to do Montego Bay to Salt Lake City. We're going to do Kathmandu to Paro in the Fokker F-28. And then we're going to do a VATSIM event around Austin, Texas. So be ready for Stars at Night, big and bright. Gamer Chicken, thank you for watching the landing into Salt Lake. Welcome on in. And Reese, how long was the flight?
441, contact Denver Center, 128.32. Yeah.
128.32 for Delta 441. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thanks. Good night.
128.32, Denver Center. I'm just going to go and do an update and see what we got. Still got information, Lima. Denver Center, good evening. Delta 441 is about 65 miles south of Grand Junction at flight level 400. Lima's aboard.
Delta 441, Denver Center, welcome.
Denver Center, American 1659.
How can I get another plane from any airline for free, Alex? There's a couple of really good freeware airplanes. So first of all, the A330 in the flight sim is a good freeware airplane. The fly-by-wire A320, the Neo, is a free airplane, and that's really good too. The Beluga is the big cargo airplane from Airbus. That's a free airplane too. So there's a couple that you can get. 0056, this happened at 2354. So we're waiting for an update there. Gamer Chicken reminds us, yeah, fly-by-wire A380. Yeah, the big double-decker for sure. The big double-decker. See, we can go really fast and switch this over to arrival, and that should give us the METAR.
American 550, descend and maintain flight level 320. 320, 550.
Didn't like that very much. Gamer Chicken says it's not very windy into Salt Lake today. Uh-oh, I think I've gone and frozen it. Let's try and get that one. The Beluga XL, yeah, the Beluga XL is in Flight Sim 2024. It's free. It was made by AnyBuilds, and they made the Beluga XL over in X-Plane, and they really did a good job on that old Beluga. Well, this
Delta
is
1623,
not
contact
happy.
Denver approach 120.35, good night.
Over to Denver approach.
Pyroblaster, that's the 747. Yeah, they're also going to do an old one, aren't they? They're going to do an old one. Dom T Gaming is still flying along with us. And Dom T Gaming says to stretch, and that's a good idea. So Dom T Gaming was down here. Let's see where Dom T Gaming's made it. So it looks like Dom T Gaming is made it halfway through Monterey. Delta 1284 is Delta 1084. Are you, you're up here pretty close too, aren't you? Okay, let's clear that and clear that. Okay, I have totally frozen up this. So this thing, be careful about doing that. If it's not working, it's not going to work for you. Dom T Gaming was doing a little bit of yoga today. Oh, yoga, sorry. No, moving around on a long flight like this, I mean, you know. Yours froze too? Uh-oh. Well, I'm not going to go pushing a bunch of other buttons because this is when if things freeze in the airplane, you get a CTD and we don't want that. We want to be able to land. Danny VDW is calling it a night. Good night, Danny. Wow, you were here a long time. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for staying up late. Have a great evening. Catch you next time. We've got the F-28 from Cancun to Key West. Potato Lazy. So search for a friend's call sign and then click on their airplane. When you click on their airplane, then you're going to see all their flight data, and you'll see off to the right their name, and you'll see a little star. Click the star, call them a friend, and that's how you do that. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to salvage that or not. So we may have to drop back and punt over here, and let's get Salt Lake City ATIS over here. Information Lima is still current, and that's going to give us our weather. 82 miles, time to do our approach. Okay, winds into Salt Lake are nothing at nothing. The outside air temperature in Salt Lake is 4 degrees. The QNH is 2989. And the baro for the runway that we're planning is going to be 4,477 feet. 4477, right? 4477. There we go. Cool. Okay, that's good. There are 2 stores in Montana that stock Newcastle, and they're both in the northwest part of the state. Yeah, there's nothing like that here, Polyot. Like I always say, here in the eastern side of the state where I am, we've got both kinds of beer. Coors and Coors Light and Bud Light. What else do you need?
Allegiance 1196 27,000.
But yeah,
climbing
this
up to 350.
Now you know
Allegiance
why
196
it's sort of
Denver
like
Center.
I've
Flying
got
King
to
Level
move.
Climbing K pilot 350.
I know, yeah. You also can't do that either. It's ridiculous.
Denver Center Delta 395.
I could probably go to the state store and they could. I could
230.
put in an order at the state store.
Delta 385 Denver Center, climbing team flight level.
Possible Face has
320.
Beavertown Gamma Ray.
Climb and
And the
flight
thing
level
is it's not
320.
that critical, Polyot. I could go and a reasonable facsimile. A reasonable facsimile of that beer for me, at least, is Cold Smoke. It's just a lot more. It's just a lot more powerful. It's just a little bit more powerful. It can kick your butt.
Upjet 396, contact Denver Center 120.47.
That's right. Low Viz. It's an offset approach by 5 degrees. Yeah,
Delta 441
facsimile.
is going to maintain level 360.
Flight level 360 now for Delta 441. Down we go.
Hello, Denver Center. It's King.
I don't know. Usually saying words like a
Aircraft calling, you
reasonable
broke up back to
facsimile, that's not something I usually say. We've been doing this for 6 hours and 14 minutes. So
American 558, contact
my words
Salt Lake
are.
City Center 127.82. Good night.
But I do try to use, you know, I'm one of those Americans that really has tried to expand vocabulary. I really have tried to expand vocabulary. That's one of the things that we don't do so well. Then again, sometimes just, you know, describing somebody as having the emotional range of a teaspoon is good enough for me.
American 1659, we're on your back.
There is a discussion about butts in Discord.
American 558,
Low Viz could
contact Salt Lake
hardly
City
taxi
Center,
to the gate.
127.82, good night.
7.8, good
You're
day,
going
good
to try
night.
30 minutes. That's interesting. I
There was a
can't.
King Air
I'm
calling
glad to
in
see
that
you're
got cut
doing
off.
that.
King Air, go ahead.
Ken and Chua, welcome back into chat. Thank you for coming back in. Happy Saturday. No, I'm in eastern Montana. Trying to get into flight sim properly. What do you recommend? You've played flight sim for a while. So, Officer TomTom, what are you looking for? You want to come in, fly like this, on VATSIM with friends in big jets, complex
What
jets?
was the frequency again, sorry?
Low Viz is having bad
133.52,
stuttering.
33.52.
And Wolfie, your scenery was off.
133.52.
Nope, it's an offset localizer. These things used to really freak me out too. If I saw offset LDA like this, I'm not kidding. That was enough to. Oh my God, panic. Now it's sort of like, no big deal. Okay, you want to do VATSIM long hauls. Okay, so some things you're going to have to probably want to start doing is start looking at some controls because you're going to want to control your airplane like a pro, and you can only do so much with keyboard and mouse. As you probably have heard us yammering about, there is the Wind Wing side stick. This is really, really nice. It's a good quality stick. It's not that expensive, and it's got some good control of your airplane. Over on the other side is the Thrustmaster Captain's Pack throttles and speed brakes and flaps. I can use these with a Boeing just fine along with the side stick.
And a 1387
that and a little bit of... Okay, so you got the Boeing system. You're already good to go there. So it sounds to me, Officer TomTom, it sounds like you've got...
Delta 441 traffic is at your nose, 12 o'clock. He's currently about 4,000 feet below you. He'll be climbing to 1,000 feet below you, not a factor.
And Delta 441, I think I spotted them on TCAS.
Allegiant 1196 traffic is at your 11 o'clock.
So the
about
next
10
thing,
miles.
really, Officer TomTom, that I'm guessing that you need to do is hop in your airplane and fly with us.
All right, we'll keep
because you're going to start to pick up on how to talk to people, and you're going to be able to just fly along with friends. That's a great way to pick up on VATSIM stuff. And you don't have to fly with us. You can fly with other live streamers too. But being able to fly with live streamers in something like this really helps get you into learning
Delta 441, I have a slight reroute for you into Salt Lake Advisory to copy.
Delta 441's ready to copy clearance.
Delta 441, the route's unchanged except it's going to be helper to the Pit 1 arrival. Salt Lake City is now landing south. So junction J12 helper to join the Pit 1 arrival into Salt Lake.
Junction 1 to helper and the Pit arrival for Delta 441. Got it.
Yep, so everything unchanged until helper. That's just the arrival will change.
Got it. That's easy enough. Thank you for Delta 441. Holy crap!
Delta 441, descend and maintain flight level 320.
Now flight level 320 for Delta 441. Okay,
Delta
well.
1084, Denver Center of a reroute for you.
Holy
Copy.
crap. Okay, let's go to flight plan.
Delta 1084 will now be
okay, they're now
Pit
landing
1 arrival
south.
from Racer. So everything unchanged until Racer, then it's
So-
going Pit 1 arrival.
Pit 1, we'll finish the Pit 1 arrival.
Information November, landing ILS 16 right and 17. 16 right and 17. 16 right and 17. Okay, that's good. Back over
Delta
here.
1084, descend and maintain flight level 320.
Okay, all of that's good. I'm going to go for 16 right, although I probably should plan 17. Okay, now it's the Pit arrival. So Pit is going to pick it up here at Helper, blah, 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 blah,
Air
blah.
Jamaica 3401 got a flight reroute for you. Advisory is copy.
Lava
Ready to copy, Air
to...
Jamaica 3401. Air Jamaica 3401, it'll now be the Pit 1 arrival from Helper. So the rest of the route unchanged, but you'll be joining the Pit 1 arrival from Helper.
Okay, let's go and do this.
To the Pit 1 route from Helper, transition for
Let's
Air
plan
Jamaica 3401.
runway 17.
Denver Center, good day.
Let's plan the
434,
ILS for
1232.
17.
Southwest
It's
434,
now
Denver
going to
Center,
be
welcome
the
aboard. I
Pit
have a
1
flight reroute advisory,
arrival.
copy.
That's going to be at
Hey, Romeo,
Helper.
we're expecting this. It's the
And
Pit 1 after
it's going
Helper.
to
Is that correct?
be
That is
Echo,
correct. Pit 1 after
Ogden, Tutke, or Weber.
Roger. We do not have the exact Pit 1, but
Okay.
we'll try and follow it.
Southwest 434, Roger.
I don't think any of those.
If it helps, the old one was Delta 6
I'm
or
gonna
the
go
Lehigh
none.
5 before the Pit 1 or change replaced it.
Echo, Ogden,
Yeah, we have the
Tutke.
Lehigh 5 right now.
No, I don't want any of those. It'll be vectors anyway. And insert. Okay, there we go. That looks good. Okay, that looks really good. Check destination data. Oh yeah, and all of our
Sky West 5249,
all of our
Denver Center,
fixes
climate
are
change
dead,
level,
Jim, too.
340.
340, Sky West 5249.
I'd love to be able to get rid of those. Okay, maybe we can change them. Okay, so let's do KSLC runway 17.
Delta 441, contact Salt Lake City Center 127.82 today.
127.82 now for Delta 441. Thanks, have a good weekend.
Delta 1084, contact Salt Lake City Center.
Okay, looking good there. Opposite direction is now going to be 349.
Delta 1084 Salt Lake, good evening. I'll have a reroute for you in just a second. Oh, they changed it for me. Awesome. Delta 1084, never mind. You can plan to stay on that route.
Salt Lake Center, hello there from Delta 441. Information November is aboard. Our reroute is aboard. We are at descending to flight level 320.
Delta 441 Salt Lake Center, good evening.
Okay, that's good. Performance, we need to come over here and we're going to get... Oh, we get to put all of them back in. Holy moly. We get to put them all... Okay, winds now are 170 at 6. You change your runway, all of you have to put all of the data back
Delta
in.
1525,
That is an
Salt Lake
important
Center,
thing to know.
125.5.
Okay, outside air temperature is 6 degrees. Altimeter is 2991.
American 558, cross Spain, at a maintain,
Barrow
190
is
and
New Barrow for
knots.
runway
Expect runway 16 right.
17.
Cross Spain at 190 and 280 knots. And expect
4422.
American 558.
Okay. Okay, all of that's good. The only thing that we may have to worry about here is a possible switch over to 16 right. That should be easy enough, although we will have to put all of that back in. But that's good. Everything else looks groovy. We're on the pit arrival, and all of this looks great. So we should probably get a cross Spain at flight level 190 eventually. We'll see how that goes. Holy moly, that was quick. And the Salt Lake, the digital ATIS is still messed up. I can't fix that at all. So that one's dead, Jim. Once something messes, once something messes up in there, that's it.
The low cost Jim to 17000. Delta 1647 Salt Lake Center, good evening.
Okay. They just gave Captain Whip 34 right. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to get switched over too. I got a feeling I'm going to get kicked over to that too. I got a great way to figure that out. Let's see what traffic looks like here. It's not that jammed. I bet they'd like to keep most of the jet traffic over there. Let's drop back and punt. Let's roll the dice again. I'm going to guess 16 right. ILS. Pit 2. Via helper. None.
Delta 1647, did the previous controller issue 280 knots at jamming? Negative, Delta 1647. Delta 1647, roger, cross jamming, at a maintain 17,000 and 280 knots. Expect runway 16 right.
But that's what we're going to get to.
Cross jam at 17,000, 280 knots, and runway 16 right, Delta 1647.
Oh well, good practice putting all this in, right? Okay, wind again is 170. 170 at 6 knots. Sorry, I'm missing all sorts of chat, but everything got turned upside down. Outside air temperature is 6 degrees. QNH 2991.
Delta 441, cross Spain, at and maintain flight level 190 and 280 knots. Expect runway 16 right.
Flight level 190 and 280 knots at Spain. Now expecting the ILS runway 16 right for Delta 441. Okay.
American 558, I
Flight
might have to disconnect, man.
Spain. Flight level
American
190.
Roger.
Do I have a top of descent? No, let's
Yeah,
just
we're
get
good
it
now, man. Thank
and
you.
get it managed and get us down. I think we're probably too high. Yeah, we're a little high. It's going to want speed brake. Let's give it that. Let's do this again. So let's see. The 25 knots and it's 16 right? KSLC 16 right.
Delta 1084, cross Spain, at and maintain flight level 190 and 280 knots. Expect runway 16 right.
16 right. Sounds like everybody's getting it. 10 miles.
1084, no worries, cross Spain, at and maintain flight level 190
and now opposite end
knots.
of this
Expect
runway.
runway 16 right.
is going to be
F-ing,
344 degrees.
190, 280 knots.
And 5 miles. Good. Okay, got that in. We should have the flight plan in.
Good evening.
Fairfield, Pitt, Manual, Beehive.
F4938 Salt Lake, good evening. Cross
16
Jammin,
right.
maintain 17,000 and
All that looks good, yeah.
knots. Expect runway
Yes,
16
I have
right.
my speed brakes out. Okay, everything's good to go. I think we did it. We figured it out. Sorry if I missed tons of chat on that, but it was crazy. Average Canadian Geek, good night. Have a good one. See you next time. Yep, we know. I have my speed brakes out. Don't bug me. There's the squiggly, so we should make Spain at 280, flight level 190 and 28. We got 40 miles. Performance.
United 1099, contact Salt Lake Center 125.57. Good night.
Okay, I think now would be an excellent time to hydrate. Very good. I just had a sneaking, that's why I loaded both Pitt and Jazz. I just had the feeling that we were going to get kicked over. I knew, that there would be, that would happen. Yeah, Loviz is right. It really is kind of the way that is. You get a long, boring flight like this, and then, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria, because they changed the stream, they crossed the streams. Okay, here comes our descent path, so we'll get ready to put speed brakes away. May need them again, though, for 280. Speed brakes are down. Airplane is happy again. What's really also nice about this one right now? It's not going to be dark when we're landing. It's not going to be super duper dark when we're landing. Okay, now is a great moment to come over here. Possible face. The thing is Airbus is different. Airbus is definitely different. But once you figure out how intuitive it is, it all, after a while, it all just kind of clicks in. And then it becomes your absolute favorite big jet to take on a flight like this. Just your favorite jet. Hi, security man. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Appreciate you stopping by. But yeah, impossible face. I was Boeing for so long. Loved my 757 and everything. And then I kind of, then United placed the order for the A321 Neo XLR. That was going to be what they were going to place the 757s with.
1647.
And at that point in time, it's sort of like, all right, it's time
now.
for me to learn Airbus.
29901.
And this is back in the X-Plane days. And got some great lessons from a live streamer whose mom is a Airbus captain.
Air Jamaica 7401 Salt Lake Center. Good
I learned on the Tolos A319, and it's sort of like, oh, are we going to go and do Frankfurt Friday and it's going to be crazy? And we're going to go over to Heathrow or some other, down to Geneva? Well, at that point in time, it's sort of like, put me in something like this. You saw how fast I was able to plug in the approach, ATC calls and says, hey, we're turning everything around, plug in a new approach, and then decide we're probably going to be on the main runway. So did it 3 times and you saw how fast you could do that. Very intuitive.
Delta 1084, start your descent, please.
Seatbelt time. Seatbelts.
We're going down.
Holy moly. So this flight is what, 3 hours shy of our last cross the pond westbound flight, which was 9.5 hours. Looks like we're doing pretty good. Spain at flight level 190 and 280 knots. The airplane's doing good.
Yeah, 4938, the Delta altimeter 2999 tree.
2993, thanks. 3938.
Looks like the big flow of planes is still coming up here, up Baja and everything. So there's still a bunch going into LA. Couple of planes going in here to Salt Lake. Is Dom MGY still? Dom MGY's in Texas now. So Dom MGY finally made it into Texas. Probably seriously thinking about diverting to Dallas or something for barbecue. Coming into clouds. It is -7. I don't think there's any big penalty to go and hit the anti-ice. Don't know how this thing's going to land in ice or how it's going to handle it. But let's just go ahead and do it anyway. I don't think it's going to burn up the engines.
441, contact Salt Lake approach. 128.6. Good night.
128.6 now for Delta 441. Thanks. Have a really great weekend.
You too.
Salt Lake approach with information November. And there's our slowdown to 280. Salt Lake approach, good evening from Delta 441. About 10 miles from Spain with information November and the reroute.
Delta 441, Salt Lake City, approach, roger, descend by the Pit 1 arrival. Expect the ILS runway 16 right approach, information Lima's current, the Salt Lake City altimeter 2991.
2991 on the altimeter, and we're now expecting the ILS for runway 16 right, descending on the pit arrival for Delta 441. That's 12,000 feet. 12,000 feet, and we'll just let it manage us down. So they said Lima is new. Salt Lake, the latest one I have is November for Salt Lake. And that's Salt Lake over here. That's over on V-Pilot. Going into the clouds. It's always kind of fun as a real-world passenger when you would emerge from the clouds if you were taking off from an airport where it's really, really snowy and cold, and if you're sitting on the right side of the airplane, it takes off, you come out of the clouds, the sun hits you, and you just get a little bit warmer. It was Lima when you landed, so he got it wrong. Okay, thanks, Lovez. Could be that his control panel hasn't updated yet. I have an airplane up ahead, Delta 1647 up here that we need to not run into. This was like an eastbound cross the pond. Dom T Gaming, it was. In the hours of flying, So we're approaching. It's 6.5 hours. We'll probably land at about 7 o'clock, 7:20. Probably get to the gate at about 7:15.
Public approach, good evening. Number 2938 at 10,000.
Scout 4938, Salt Lake City departure, roger.
2991 on the
correct, Salt Lake City
altimeter. Let's
approach,
do the
roger.
backup.
Descend by the pit 1 arrival. Information Lima's current, expect ILS, runway 16 shot approach, altimeter 29901.
There we go.
And I'm sorry, information November's current.
Hey, there we go. Now we know. Yippee. Okay, everything else is good. We'll do altimeters at 18. And we ought to do a checklist because we've been in the cockpit for 6.5 hours.
4938, negative 16,
Our
right?
brains are fried, and we need to rely on checklists. Is it just your side that Dave cuts out? Am I cutting out somehow, Reese?
Hotel 84, Salt Lake City approach, roger. Descend by the pit 1 arrival, expect ILS, runway 16 shot approach, information November's current, altimeter 29901.
Pull it. Inches. 2991. Pull it. Inches. 2991. There we go. Looks good. And some of the good jazzy landing music. Let's ask the passengers to put away their computers now. Stone Gamer just did a really nice resub. Hey, Stone Gamer. Thank you for coming in with a nice resub.
Delta
Thank you for 21 months.
1647 at pit, reduce, correction at Magny, reduce speed to 210.
That wasn't me, right?
After Maggie, reduce speed to 210, total 1647.
So we're over this little lake here, and we'll kind of come up here, and it'll be vectors.
Delta 441, safe speed.
Delta 441's at 280 knots. Probably trying to
Skywest 4938, safe speed.
figure us out. So we're converging with this
We're
one.
indicating 280 knots.
Delta 441, clear direct to pit. Descend and maintain 12000.
12000. We are now direct pit for Delta 441. That's to get us up there ahead of that airplane. And we'll just do an open descent now. Just like a lot of the other airplanes, as the sun goes down, your controls tend to get a little washed out. Your displays get a little washed out. Probably a good idea. Nah, terrain radar's a little bit hot in this. I need to figure out how I can adjust that. That could get a little bit hard to see.
4938, amend altitude, maintain 14,000, turn 20 degrees right back
I
to
could
traffic.
turn down brightness. I could do that, but then see the thing that happens is as it gets a little bit darker and a little bit darker,
maintain,
it then
14,000,
resets some automatic thing, and then it gets too dark. At least that's the way it was in.
Delta 1647, contact Salt Lake City approach 135.5.
In this a few times.
135.5, Delta 1647.
Confirm Delta 1647.
FM 1347, 135.5.
It does not do that in the any builds. Okay.
Delta 441, cross pit at 12,000, then descend via the arrival.
Crossing pit at 12,000, then descending via the arrival for Delta 441. So that means 11,000 at lava. Maybe that's it. That could probably have, that probably has a lot to do with it there. Okay, looking good here. And checklist time. Approach checklist.
Goes 49, 38, descend to maintain 13,000.
Barrel reference is set.
Maintain
Checklist is now complete. Speed brakes. Auto brakes. We're just going to do medium auto brakes. Didn't have time to do brake to vacate with the changes.
Scouts 4938, reduce speed to 260.
Reducing to 260.
Delta 1084, showing you tracking to the north off the arrival. Where are you headed?
Oh, we thought we'd go over to this one burger place. So there's the 25-mile range ring, the big one, and then 10 miles and 5 miles. Really helps with situational awareness and helping you figure out where, you know, how close you are to the airport.
Skywest 4938, traffic 12 to 11 o'clock, 5 miles northbound,
No
heavy Airbus
speed
351
restrictions
2000.
at this point.
Alright, affirmative on the visual.
Skywest 4938, clear direct pit.
Clear direct pit.
Next altitude is 11. I'm going to go ahead and arm the arrival. Performance, activate approach, and we are set. Numbers are in and good. Landing checklist. Cabin crew, auto throttle, auto brakes are set. Runway condition is dry. There's our runway. There's our extended center line. Everything we need to do a pro landing.
Scouts 4938, reduce speed to 250.
250.
It appears to be a touch snowy here today.
Delta 441 at Magni, descend to main, or correction, at Magni, reduce speed to 210.
210 knots at Magni for Delta 441.
Scouts 4938, cross, standby. Scouts 4938, descend and maintain 12,000, caution wake turbulence from the A350 at pit, descend via the arrival.
We'll descend and maintain 1,000 and descend by arrival.
Got one airplane up ahead that's just departing the area. That's not a factor. Going down to 11,000 feet at Lava, 210 knots at Magni. We're in pretty good shape here. Everything else is good. Let's do a cabin call. And temperature outside is -2. I'm going to leave engine anti-ice on.
3401 is passing 20,000 and it's cross speed at 190. Have November 40.
And looks pretty good
4938,
here.
reduce speed to
Flaps
210.
1.
Reducing to 210, Skywest 4938.
Air Jamaica 3401,
Air
select city approach.
Jamaica
You said
coming
you had
in
November?
here today. That's pretty cool.
That's correct.
We got an
have
Air
November on board.
Jamaica.
Air Jamaica 3401, roger. Expect ILS runway 16 right approach. Descend by the pit 1 arrival. Altimeter 29901.
Pilot 16 right, sending on the pit 1 arrival for Jamaica 3401.
Delta 441, contact Salt Lake City approach 135.5.
135.5 for Delta 441. Thanks. 1355.
B, high flying 130, maintain 8,000 till
November is aboard.
16 right approach.
Salt Lake Tower, we got a central and a west tower, no idea. We've also got an east and west ground. We'll probably get the west ground.
Frontier flight 3220, clear direct herd.
Direct HUDs, Frontier Flight 3220.
Salt Lake approach, hello from Delta 441 at Lava with November.
Delta 441, Salt Lake approach, descend and maintain 8,000.
8,000 now for Delta 441.
Delta 876, contact tower 123.77.
12377, Delta 876.
123775 is probably our next frequency. Landing lights, nose light, final cabin call, seats for landing.
Center 132.4.
132.4, Frontier Flight 3220.
Heading is good. And so far so good. Almost there. So let's see, going into Salt Lake City, I guess they probably have pizza here. No idea what else we'd get. Uh-oh, looks like we're out over the Salt Lake. Yeah, time for some salty comments.
Delta 1647, contact tower tower is going to be 123.77.
123.77, Delta 1647.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey, very nice resub from Maxim Cherokee. 24 months, that is 2 years, right? Thank you for a really nice resub, Maxim Cherokee. Thanks for being here for 57 months. Thank you for being here. All is well. Just getting ready to do an approach after a long haul.
Delta 441 knots at 8,000, maintain 190 knots.
190 knots at 8,000 for Delta 441. Flaps 2. Happy Pappy! How's it going, Happy Pappy? Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Maxim is not doing much flying today. The weather's a little down, and it's funky right now. Happy Pappy at the Sundance Film Festival in Park City. Hey, Happy Pappy, I hope you're having a good time. Welcome in.
Yeah, West 4938.
We are coming into Salt Lake after departing from Jamaica. I think you might be having more fun. I think the wind's kind of blowing us in on the course here. Let's just...
Delta 441 flying 070.
Heading now 070 for Delta 441.
West 4930.
Hope I said that on the radio.
Block 3.5 miles turning eastbound as the Delta at 8,000.
No, I'm not at Sundance. I can't even afford to go down for the TIFF festival. I DJ'd on the patio of a pub in downtown Toronto during the festival here. Oh, okay. I still hope you're having a good time, Happy Pappy. Welcome on in. Activate LS. Get all the help we can get after
441, 5 miles from BI. Turn right heading 130. Maintain 8,000. Just have cleared ILS 16 right approach.
Maintaining 8,000 till established. Right turn to 130, cleared for the ILS. Runway 16 right.
West 4938, maintain 180 knots.
Let's do approach is armed. Get a little bit more help. Fairly welcome back in. Very good timing. We are 16-mile finals.
West 4938, flighting 070.
070 on the heading.
Here comes localizer. Got it. Happy Pappy as in New York style pizza today. Hey, pizza is always great on a weekend. It really does. I mean, it just makes the weekend a little more special. Okay, landing gear. Wheels going down. Gear going down. 13-mile finals. Don't see a thing. Okay.
4938, 6 miles from BS, flighting 130, maintain 8,000 to the South Street ILS 1.
Exiting, we're going to hope for Alpha 5.
I will maintain 8,000 and heading on.
Exiting left Alpha 5.
ILS 6 right. ILS 938.
I see water, I see shoreline, and lots of clouds. Yeah, lovely visibility today. I didn't realize it was that bad here, but we got light rain.
Delta 1048 to Lake approach, center maintain 8,000. Delta 441, contact tower on 123.77.
123.77 for Delta 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Ground. We're on the west side. 123.
And Delta 1084 showing you a little off rival turn, 10 degrees to your left.
Approach from Delta 441. 12377 says ground.
Up, you're totally right. It's going to be 132.65.
132.65 for Delta 441. Thanks. Salt Lake Tower, hello there. Delta 441, 5-mile finals for runway 16 right.
Delta 441, winds 170 at 6, runway 16 right, clear to land.
16 right, clear to land, Delta 441. Okay, everything's looking good here. Anti-ice detected. Let's get it on the wings. Got that good too. Gear down. What's that checklist? Checklist is groovy.
1,000.
Off-world, thanks for coming in for the landing. Welcome aboard.
Right slope. 400. Right slope.
Frontier flight 4252, Salt Lake Tower.
300 above.
Ready to rock. Frontier flight 4252, Salt Lake Tower, hold short runway 16 right, landing traffic.
Hold short at 16 right, Frontier flight 4252.
Minimum
landing
200.
Right tower, Skywest 5938 on ILS 6 right.
Right slope.
Skywest 4938, Salt Lake Tower, good evening, winds 170 at 6, traffic's on short final now for runway 16 right. Runway 16 right, clear to land.
Alright, copy traffic, 16 right, clear to land.
50, 40, 30.
Retard, retard,
20,
retard, retard.
10, 5.
Delta 441 Heavy, welcome to Salt Lake. Turn left when able, contact ground 123.77.
0.77 left when able for Delta 441 Heavy. Delta ground, Salt Lake ground, Delta 441 Heavy, just off of runway 16 right.
441 Heavy, welcome to Salt Lake, when able, say gate.
Closest to the bar for Delta 441.
Delta 441, roger, taxi gate Alpha 3 via Alpha 5, Alpha 2 west, south.
We're going to go to Alpha 3 via Alpha 5, Alpha, and 2 west and south for Delta 441. Okay, I know where we're going.
This is American 7.
Poliot had a, no, did I have a minus 62? Really?
Can I get taxi instructions?
Really? Wolfie's got to jet off to the store. Wolfie, congratulations on your flight.
Back action, right,
Well, come on in, and thank you for coming by today. I hope you had a good flight too. Thank you for flying along. No kidding, a minus 62. Okay, somebody's feeling pretty hot rockin' and flamethrowing here today.
Golf 1111, monitor tower now.
Alpha 3. Oh, Alpha 3, right here.
Contact
That is Alpha 5. Alpha 3 is right here. Lovis, we all made it, didn't we? We all made it. How about that? What a great flight. This really was a nice one. Can someone explain the minus 62? It means that we didn't touch down. It was not a heavy landing. We touched down like a feather. Landing lights, nose lights, phones on. And parking brakes, we still got some interesting lights on. Strobes need to go off. Okay, all of that looks good. Still waiting for the APU. Holy moly, that was a flight. Okay, let's come on over here, and we're going to go to surveillance, and we're going to go to standby and off, and we're going to go to mode and off. Okay, so we're no longer squawking, so that's good. We're done with the radio, so we can turn the radio off too. Let's go ahead and clear this. And how is our APU? APU is up. Let's come on down here, and engine number 1, engine number 2. That looks really good. Let's do fuel pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Those all look good. Beacon can go off. We probably should turn the logo lights on. Seat belts can go off too. Come on down here to the ground page. I need shocks, a GPU, a jetway, and let's get some cargo doors open. And here comes a jetway and everything. How about that? We made it. Holy moly, what a flight. Butter, I know there's butter all over the runway. They're gonna have special cleanup on this, right? A special cleanup for this flight. That felt good. Mountain Man made it without trouble at all. A nice smooth landing, and our airplane's looking really good. And this is that really nice little payware that they have. But holy moly, we made it. Not the nicest of weather. They didn't give you a double bridge gate to keep the peasants separated from first class. I don't know that they actually have double bridge gates here. The A350 did make it, Mount Man. So we did get an update yesterday, and that update I thought went really, really, really well. So, okay. Holy moly, thank you for flying along. This was a long one, 7 hours and 4 minutes worth of flying. But it's always fun to do flights like this, especially when you've got really good ATC all the way. And we had ATC all the way. This airplane really did a great job. I'm not kidding. This airplane was really good. Super duper nice airplane. So we're all good to go there. Tomorrow we're taking the Fokker F-28 on a couple of interesting little flights. We're going to be starting off in Cancun, and then we're going to go over to Key West. And then we're going to take the Fokker F-28 from Kathmandu to Paro. So that one should be nice. And then we have a VATSIM event over in Austin, Texas. So we'll go figure out some trouble over in Austin. It's deboarding, so they would let first class off so you wouldn't see the peasants doing that anyway. Yeah, that's true. But at certain airports, I have noticed that this airplane really will, the jetway and stuff, it will come out to the L2 door. So they'll do that at some airports, at some parking stands, and that kind of works out really pretty good. So not so bad. Time for me to start doing some thank yous. Really big thank yous too. Thank you for some really nice, awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Really appreciate your incredible support, and thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. Looking over to see who we might know for a raid. So I also need to do a big shout out. Thank you for being secret agents, special agents, and double O's over on Patreon. Thank you for some nice extra jet fuel and helping me keep the lights on. I see, so we had somebody come in to chat earlier today. We recently did this raid, but it looks like Stu is doing some severe weather stuff going on out where the big bad weather systems are. So why don't we go over and say hello to Stu, because Stu's tracking the big storm and doing ATC. Pauliot says that Wigbill is live streaming. Why don't we do that? We just saw Stu recently. Let me see if I can find Wigbill. We haven't been over there. There's Wigbill. Let's go and do that. We've never done that before. Let's go and say hello to Wigbill and go there. Thank you, Pauliot. We did want to do that. Wigbill 98. Got it set. Okay. Holy moly, we did it. Nobody was hurt. Thank you for flying along with me. This is so much fun. Really enjoy these events too. VATSIM had great ATC, and really it did kind of feel a little bit to me like, you know, the flight went along pretty good. It wasn't too long, wasn't too short. It was almost kind of perfect. Wigbill's doing Denver to Portland, so got a nice flight going on there. Ooh, somebody's taxiing behind. I think I need to go and do some work on my model matching. Something's wrong with my model matching. We're not seeing any of the other airlines. So I'll get to work on that and see you tomorrow in Cancun. And we'll head on over to Key West and then do Paro in the Fokker F-28. Thanks for being here. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the great support, but as always, most important, thank you for being such great flight sim friends. Thank you for flying along with me and being in chat, and can't wait to see you tomorrow. Our departure time, 1900 Zulu. As always, in the meantime, please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies at 1900. Cheers.
What the actual hell? Welcome, frickin' Raiders. What is going on? Dave, I I appreciate you guys. How was your across the land? I was there. Polly out. What's up, man?